Welcome to Combox. Game lives on. The game will, in fact, live on in a moment. I saw a message, one of the comments already go, please come 15 minutes early. We have about 10 hours of coverage planned for today. There'll be no early. There will be right at the last minute is what we're going to do. We've got Siobhan and we've got Akshay on. Akshay is wearing a Delhi's shirt on so he can specifically slag off that team. That's what he told us beforehand. Just so that you're all aware, he has no allegiances. He's like me. He's got every one of the shirts and just slags everyone off. We're expecting a lot of runs in this game today. The market has Mumbai favourites, but the market always has Mumbai favourites, so that doesn't really mean anything at all. But the expected runs is 202. Gentlemen, the biggest thing at the moment is Hardik Pandya is sick.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, it's going to be difficult for sure. In terms of Mumbai's balance at least, but I don't know to what extent will they be missing Hardik Pandya, the cricketer himself. And that's in no mean a reflection of Hardik Pandya, the cricketer. It's just a reflection of Mumbai's team. They've got enough players, enough experience to sort of make up for it. So yeah, it should be all right for them, to be honest.
Fascinating game. So Rohit and Rickleton. So Rohit played very, very well in his last game. And Rickleton, what did he make? 80 as well?
Yep.
One of the big issues with Rickleton is that he doesn't always go on and play the match-winning innings. So it's a big thing for him to be able to do that in the last game, I think, and change things a little bit more. As far as Delhi goes, are we seeing any changes here?
No, it's the same team.
No, it's the same team. Yeah.
So my big watch would be on Anrik Nokia.
But wait, Anrik Nokia isn't a part of Delhi anymore, unfortunately.
Oh, wait, you're right.
Yeah.
Why have I got him down in my Delhi list here? Is that LSG? Who's he even playing for?
Yeah, he's with LSG.
God, don't know why he came up here. So Rizvi obviously saved them the other day. It was an interesting game, that one, because they got far behind. And then it turned out that the opposition didn't really have any bowlers to be able to capitalize on that. So let's see how we go here. The game is in Delhi. And just have a look. First ball, a little bit of swing onto the pads.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so straight away, just a little bit of movement in the air. And of course, Rickleton just whacks it away for 4 like nothing's happened.
Not expecting a lot in terms of movement as well. And to be honest, did you say the market's expecting Mumbai to score, 202?
Yeah, it just went up to 205, but yes, 202. Let's write that down so we all remember it. 202.
I think that's about 15-20 runs below par, in all fairness. We know how the Kotla tends to play, especially during noon games. There's literally nothing. The sun's belting down, the surface will be usually flat. And if you guys remember the last time Delhi and Mumbai played a day game, this was like a couple of years ago, Fraser McGurk and Purell went berserk. They scored over 100 runs in the power play. So I'm expecting something similar this time as well, just runs galore.
Oh, that was a good ball.
Yeah, so first ball swung back in and he clips it for 4. Second ball doesn't swing and he plays and misses. It's a weird game sometimes. But yeah, ball seems to be coming on pretty well so far. I haven't seen anything. I didn't see any seam movement there. And based on the first ball, we've already had a field change. So they're already a little bit defensive. They go wide here and Rickleton can't beat the field. So 4 runs scored off the first 3 balls.
Yeah, I have my eyes set on KG. I want to see how he performs today.
That's who I meant before, by the way. And I said Nokia. I knew there was a random South African in my notes. KG is, I think he's real. I mean, Nokia is interesting too, but for different games. But no, I'm with you. I think Rabada's not been in the best form for a little while. And it'd be very fascinating to see exactly if he can break through that, right? Also, how they use him is another one.
That's true. That's true.
Is in again, and this is down the leg side and helped away for a boundary. That one did swing, but it started way too straight and has ended up. So we've had 2 boundaries so far off the first 4 balls here.
Balls.
The other big one, we talked about Hardik Pandya. We haven't talked about the fact that Trent Bolt has not been picked.
Yeah.
And they said it was tactical. Sky said it was tactical, right?
Yep.
We've had some pretty big non picks. Oh, the Deepak's here. We've also had we've also had Harshal Patel dropped for a spinner the other day. So we've had some pretty big tactical decisions. As this one is drilled out to point. I think there's a misfield, but they don't run.
For
In
me,
terms
it
of
looks.
Rabada, just one thing in terms of Rabada, I'm guessing, we were also talking about because we will be doing both the games. So Rabada is a part of GT. So that's the connection. And yeah, sorry, Shravan, you were saying.
Yeah, I was just looking at the team's playing 11, and I feel it's more tactical bringing in Santner. I understand he's a spinner and then all rounder, but Trent Bolt offers a different aspect altogether. But this on this surface, where it tends to not to swing much, then you have to rely only on the wide Yorkers and Yorkers, a one-hot bouncer and all. I feel Shantner might do a job of, containing, which he's good at doing many times for his own country also. So let's see how it pans out.
And in
Remember,
all
he turned the
fairness,
match on he turned the match on its head last time around on the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
that
Bolt
doesn't
as well,
matter.
in all fairness, yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Santner wasn't available for the first one, so maybe bringing Santner in changes things a little bit for them, right?
So
But-
Santner,
Yeah.
I think, will be an automatic pick for them. I'm a little confused about Corbin Bosch versus Bolt.
But that's what I was about to say. Is it's interesting
Yeah.
they brought Santner in and they brought Bosch in, because you would have thought that Santner gives them a little bit more batting, and so they didn't really need Corbin Bosch. I think this also tells you quite a bit about just that they're having the same issue that a lot of these teams are having. We talked about yesterday. Is everyone has a bunch of new ball bowling options.
Yes, that's because Deepak Chahar, Hardik, Bumrah. I think they have enough firepower as far as the opening bowling is concerned. Bolt, even in the last match, was basically used as an enforcer in the middle overs, right? And then
Yeah.
at the death. So Corbin Bosch, going at his current form, would be a better fit there.
And I
Indeed.
think the idea was to replace Pandya's batting with both Corbin Bosch and
Yeah, it could be for
Mitchell
this game.
Santner. Yeah.
Yeah.
So because they're losing out on Pandya's batting, they wanted to ensure they have more batters available. And Bolt's new ball bowling, I think Deepak said Bolt, I mean, I'm not saying like for like, but you can survive. That's something you can live with.
Ngidi
Ngidi
after we've mentioned every other
Ah.
South African seamer except for the one that we meant before.
Good ball,
Ngidi has
by the
been
way.
edged first ball just wide of short third, and that goes for 4. So they're still scoring pretty easily here. So it's 12 runs after 7 balls. We've got a slip in place for Ngidi, who gets good bounce. Now that's the first ball that's done anything weird. This one actually rears up quite a bit. And we just need to watch that to see if it's a one-off or if it's consistent.
What I also want to see
Considering-
with Ngidi is his slower ones, especially at the Kotla. It is a day game, so you can expect those slow ones to grip a bit more. We already know the dip that he tends to
Whoa.
generate with them. So yeah.
Whoa. This ball has done a bit much. Let's see. Engidi has this characteristics of doing like putting up 140 ball and then 110 balls. I think that makes him specifically a different talent altogether.
Yeah, this one's on the pads and whipped away by Rohit Sharma. That's a poor ball by Ngidi. He started really well. He's got the edge that was a bit lucky, and then he had the ball that bounced up. But this is trash, this last one, and it gets whacked away. So he's now gone for 8 runs and 3 balls, despite having bowled well. Yeah, just 2 straight there, and length.
Way too straight. Rohit Sharma.
That's a good shot, though.
Both the batsmen are up to the mark by 2 boundaries each, by hitting 2 boundaries each. So good signs for MI.
I think
Yeah.
in the last 4 months, that's the first time I've seen him bowl a trash. It's been that consistent since last December or so.
Ngidi. He does bowl that heavy ball, right? That's what sort of makes him even more deceptive with what he does. The slow ones combined with the heavy ball, that people talk about. When it hits the bat, it tends to sort of hit the splice more often than not.
So am I audible now?
Yeah, you're
Yep.
audible,
Yes.
but whatever reason it is, almost every time you've been on one of these watch-alongs, it hasn't picked up your microphone. And so I just want to make sure this time that we got the right microphone.
This time it has.
And Ngidi into Rickleton. That's another good ball. So last couple of balls, he's certainly fought back. Just took that. hard length that he bowls so well into the pitch. And just pushed out on the offside and no runs there. So there's 17 without loss with one ball to go in the second over. So considering that Mumbai's got a lot of fours, they haven't got away yet.
I would still take
Fours
four
and two
fours in the
overs.
first 10 balls. So that's all right.
Yeah.
No, it's a good start. I'm just saying scoreboard wise, you know, if you look at the projected scores, they haven't missed all that much. And I think we see our first slower ball here. And this one is pushed uncomfortably by Rickleton out to deep point. It would have faced a lot of Agidi as well.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I sometimes wonders. Even after facing somebody so much in the nets, you'll still get flummoxed by them. So that speaks volumes about the skill of the players, I would say.
Absolutely. Okay, by the end
Or
of
is it
2
like
overs,
Jared,
18
they
for
hide
no
their
loss.
best ball even to their mates in the nets?
No. They'll be bowling it full against their friends.
I
Because
could
they gotta
still
prepare-
understand the other way around.
Yeah, because in the nets you're warming yourself up for the game, so you're gonna bowl all your best deliveries.
Like I would still understand Ngidi not bowling at full tilt, say to I don't know KL Rahul or Akshar Patel at the DC nets, because of course at the end of the day international cricket somewhere, you know, when they look at it, international cricket still is supposed to be priority number one for these cricketers. We all remember what, you know, Kyle Jamieson had to say when Virat Kohli approached him.
Yeah.
Bro.
But that's for red ball, no? So
Yeah,
Virat
yeah.
wanted him to bowl at him with the red ball. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
like a completely different.
I would imagine it's more to do with international cricket in general. Like they would not
Because-
want to. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is what Rohit once said about Varun, right? Varun Chakravarti, that he is not even bowling his best balls to us in the nets just before the Champions Trophy. So that's why I'm just wondering.
Yeah, but that could be that he's not like Shane Warne never bowled his best balls in the nets.
I heard.
If you
Because
watch
they
it-
didn't
if-
care. Yeah.
If you watch Shane Warne in the nets, everyone hit him all the time, right? Because he knew that when he was out there, all Shane Warne really wanted to do was feel loose in the nets, make sure the ball was going in the direction he wanted it to, and to feel comfortable. So not every bowler is going to do it. Whereas if you watch Mitchell Starc, he absolutely flies in the nets, right?
I
And
mean,
there's plenty of other bowlers I've seen who don't try at all in the nets.
we've seen Hugh Jackman, take a go at Shane Warne in the net. So I think fair to say, yeah. Just
Well, that was more for the promotion, I guess. So
But even if you watch Shane Warne, even in first-class cricket, feel free to look it up. Pretty sure his average in first-class cricket is higher than the test. This one's up in the air by Rickleton. It should be caught by
should
mid-off,
be
and it
taken,
is.
yes.
Oh, it's a day game. They're allowed to catch. I forgot. He tries to slice across this, does Rickleton, and it's gone straight up and mid-off as, I think it was Akshar at mid-off. They had Miller and Akshar at mid-off. Two of their better fielders there, and he comes around. So Mukesh, 2 dot balls, and then a bit of a dirty slog from Rickleton, and the first wicket of the day.
and the ball is actually gripping a little bit
Yeah.
onto the surface. It's not like a straightaway coming onto the bat kind of a thing.
Well, we saw
Yeah,
that
yeah.
with the Ngidi one at the end of the last over, didn't we? That was the
Yes.
first time we really saw anyone do anything with the ball, and it was instantly obvious that it was doing something. So that one, though, it's not a slow ball.
nope.
Yes,
Nope.
that's a space on. And still it deviated off the surface. Like that means
Exactly.
a typical sluggish, drier black soil surface. And considering the fact that it's a day game, it should become slower as the game progresses.
Well, I can tell you this much: 16 runs have been taken off the projected total. So the market has looked at that and said, "I don't know if this is if this is the world that we want to live in." So a minute ago we got to 208, and it's down to 192 at the moment.
To answer Vinay's question, yes.
I mean, not us four won't
Yeah.
be on for the full time. I did that for the last couple of years in the IPL. I think I've done my time as far as 9
So have
hours
I.
of broadcasting.
Yeah.
So Jared is
It's
getting
not
old.
easy. Yeah.
It's not, is it? It's, you know, after a while, actually, it's the lights that get to you. I find.
I feel beyond a point, you just go numb. You just don't
Yeah.
know what are you looking at, what are you reacting to. You're just speaking and speaking. It becomes very numb.
But like, Jared, you must have done some watch alongs in the test matches also, right? Or never?
Never done a watch along in a test match. No.
Never.
I have.
You have done
That's
that.
not easy either. Yeah, that's not easy either.
Understandable.
I
Because
think the hardest one I ever did was we were commentating, and I can't remember the game, but it was me and Barrett on the race and had to do about 3 hours straight of radio commentary once. Under Edge, and that's really hard because watch along's a bit more relaxed, and you quite often have more people, and you can go quiet and whatever. But 3 hours, I think we did a whole innings of an ODI, me and Barrett, during the World Cup for the ICC. I don't know why we didn't have other people commentating with us, but that was a really, really tough one. And then in the old days with Test Match Sofa, we used to get up and do the commentary, and we did a Bangladesh Test Match, which I think starts at 2 a.m. or 2:30 in the UK. So we had to be there at 2:30 in the morning, and there were only 3 of us all day who were working, and that was intense. But again, it was Test Match Sofa, so it didn't really matter if you just talk shit for an hour at different times. But
Yeah.
whereas being on the ICC's radio stream, you have to be a little bit more. Is this out? Has he chipped this back?
Yes.
He has. It's a good catch. It was interesting. Tilak just got it. It's almost like he hit the ground. And sort of
This surface is gripping.
Yeah.
Is gripping.
By the way, the bounce isn't looking very trusty. It looks little. It looks very odd. The before he got out, that looked very, very different.
Oh, that definitely. Yeah, his hands. That was like watching an England player try and play spin in the subcontinent. His hands were 2 foot ahead of his body there.
Yes.
But did the ball hold in the surface?
It must have. Either that or he hasn't picked the cutter. Because he's playing
It's
a
hard to
completely
say.
different shot to that the ball that was bowled there. 18 for 2. Right?
Yeah.
We expected lots of runs. The market was in for them. And so far, we are not seeing that. This surface is playing up just a little bit more. First, 11 balls? We didn't see anything. And since then, we're probably seeing 3 or 4 balls. Actually, no, we saw the one that bounced. So
Yes.
Yeah.
we saw
To
one ball in
Rohit.
the first 11. And then since then, we probably had 3 balls just play up a little bit. And Tilak Varma is gone. Lucky they've got Colton
And-
Bosch on this side, guys.
But I
Now
don't
it
think this
makes
was a
more
cutter
sense.
either, by the way. Was this a cutter? I don't think this was a change of pace based on what I saw in the replays.
No, it
Let
just
me
sticked
have
in
a
the
look.
pitch.
Yeah.
If it just stuck in the pitch, that makes this wicket a lot harder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was
And we have
expecting
to
it
see
be a
how
belter.
Rohit reacts. Now we have to see how Rohit reacts to these 2 wickets on the other end. We have to see like how is he still going to play his aggressive game? That's an interesting point to watch. Let's see.
Mukesh comes in. So no runs and 2 wickets in this over, and he bowls an absolutely trash delivery down the leg side, and it's been whipped away for 4 by Surya Kumar Yadav. The worst ball of the over. He was on fire. He just needed a dot ball to get out and walk away with a double wicket maiden, and unfortunately for him, he just sprayed that one a little bit. Maybe going for
So they
the
have-
dream ball.
So they've
I think
taken a leaf out of Gautam Gambhir's book, lefty righty combination thing, and that's the only reason why you would push Tilak ahead of Sky, right?
Well, that was it. That was a good ball if you were bowling to a left-hander. So Gautam Gambhir is onto something there.
No, I'm talking
I
about
think-
Mumbai Indians.
No, but I'm saying if the left-hand, right-hand thing, the Gambhir thing, that's what you actually want, right? When the batter changes and you want the bowler not to be able to react properly. Akshar Patel is going to come on. I haven't seen...
It's a good tactics against Rohit. A spinner.
Against
Against
Sky,
Sky
importantly,
also.
of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Sky,
against
you
Sky
have to
too.
spam him with left arm finger spin.
Right up top. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's a very
a
good
good move.
tactics. against-
Rohit is facing, and this is quick and into the pitch and just push down a long off, and they'll take a single.
I'm still watching OnePlus Nord 6, so I hope the match comes on soon.
You've got to stop watching
Oh
on
my
a
word,
potato,
is the
man.
delay. Yeah, seriously, the
Yeah.
lags, like, this is way too much.
No. We will feel that whenever you watch alongs with Jared. That
Good
you'll
one.
constantly
This is
feel that.
actually a good point. IPL teams seriously need an away kit. This
Oh.
is awful.
Oh, international teams do. It was definitely a slow ball. Actually, I've just had a look. It looks like a leg
Okay.
cutter to me. It was 115 kilometers. I'm just waiting to see if I can find a close-up of it. So,
Did he roll his fingers?
The other way then. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to see if I can see a better angle of it. Just big
The,
thanks
the
to our-
angle.
Big thanks to our friends. Oh no, it's a knuckleball.
That was
There
a
we go.
knuckleball.
Yeah.
That was a knuckleball, actually.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, fair.
It was a
That took
proper
them a long
knuckleball.
time to show that wicket. It took them long enough that I could go over to MV Play, find the delivery, and watch it again before they actually showed a proper version of that.
It's a proper knuckle ball.
Look
It's a
how
smart
far his
bowling,
bat
I
is
would
ahead
say.
of his.
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
there we go. There we go. Nice. Seam up knuckle
Oh, it
ball.
pitched on the
Lovely.
seam. It pitched on the seam.
That's like smart from him, to be honest.
A
Because this is
beautiful
what you
ball.
want against
Absolutely.
Tilak, not to give him pace up front, right?
But that way, for what it's worth, I still do rate Mukesh Kumar fairly highly. Like I still think he's got those skills. Not been. I mean, I know he's not been as effective as some of the other Indian pacers, but I still do believe he's got that.
He rates you
Yeah.
really highly too.
You know, like
Good.
I clearly remember in 2024 season, I saw him in Delhi in a hotel. So that was the optional training day for DC. So he didn't go for that, and the team.
Beautiful
what
fielding.
do you call them? The team. Psychiatrists?
runs off that
no,
over.
no. I think like people who actually take care of the mental aspect of the players. Like, what is there any designated name for such coaches
The
or?
You meant
I mean-
counseling? Counseling.
You mean
Not
sports
exactly counselor would be.
psychologist or?
A sports psychologist, I think, would be a better way. So he was doing that.
wellness officer, if I'm not wrong, is what they're called. Yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea like what is the right word for that. But he was doing these drills in the swimming pool with the sports psychologist instead of doing the optional training, because I think he got whacked at that time in last few games. It was 2024.
24 is when that last over versus Russell happened, right? He conceded. Like, he bowled 3 Yorkers, got them bang on, 3 he missed, he got it for 3 sixes.
I think
remember
around that time
yeah.
only. Around that time only. This was 23rd of April 2024, and and he was
What I know
like,
is, yeah.
Oh, they're going all in with spin here. Vipraj Nigam is coming on as well.
Oh.
Which is interesting because the Pacers are bowling okay. They've got up 25 for 2. And the leggy is going to be bowling to Rohit. So it's all about matchup. And Nigam has bowled a filth. You know, when I say sometimes they bowled a ball that Shyam would bowl, even Shyam would look at that and go, it's an
but he has
absolute shocker.
this is what he did last match also. It
Yeah,
didn't look to me like a match fit bowler, to be honest. He seems to have put in a lot of weight, and somehow the entire thing looked a little filthy to me. He was just not able to complete his action also last time around.
He's
In the
actually
last match-
biomechanically doesn't have a great action. Next ball is fine
Yes.
though. Like,
By the way, I did go. Yeah, I'm sorry.
no, you go.
I was just about to say, you were talking about the spinners. I just went through the pitch report. So they spoke about, DC apparently having let a bit of dry grass today. So it is something by choice. So to let their spinners get a bit more grip. So we've got Kuldeep, we've got Akshar. So they're trying to maximize their home advantage. That was, that was interesting.
Good point.
I
This
don't
is what
mind it if it's a matchup thing, but I just also think that if the seamers were doing quite well, maybe try and get one more over out of a seamer here, and then
True.
especially because Nigam he's not quite a part-timer, but he's also not quite a specialist, right? He's
Yeah,
in
yeah.
grey area in between.
Agree.
I'm just looking at Mukesh Kumar's record, everyone. So this is the last 2 years. We've got him at basically a par for economy. So he's going at 9.85, but he's bowling really, really difficult overs. So we don't have him as a negative on true economy at all. And he takes 0.3 more wickets than expected.
Good ball.
So basically
nice.
a strike bowler who's not giving up any runs. It's not bad. His raw numbers don't look as good, but his advanced numbers look quite good. And this one is swept away for 4 by Sky, getting right across the line here as he does, but hitting that
I think
pretty easily.
today because the pitch is pitching, gripping a lot more than what everyone expected. I think they are going to use Mukesh Kumar a little bit differently. I think they're trying to use him in the middle overs or the end overs also. I just felt like, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah,
Will they
not
be
a bad
using
option
differently?
because yes, like what all pacers do they have? Like they have him,
Well,
they have
Natarajan.
Nagidi, but Natarajan.
Nataraj.
But then Nagidi is also there for that kind of a phase,
Role.
na? That where he can actually just come in and bowl all those cutters, lower balls.
well, it's actually quite an interesting bowling attack, isn't it? Because if this is what they're going to do at home, and they've got Akshar, and like this last ball from Vipraj is just ragged. So they were right to think that they left extra grass on dry grass on it, and it's worked because that certainly moved. So if that's the case, they've got a wrist spinner, a finger spinner, and 2 guys who bowl pretty decent slower balls with Natarajan to bowl the sort of more defense. Like there's a lot of options on a wicket like this.
Yes.
I like the thinking of it so far.
Yeah, yeah. And
Almost
their
going back to
bowling
their
suits.
23 season kind of a pitch, right? Because 23 also they had these sluggish wickets. Like 24 was like belter. Almost every match was like around 200, 220. And last year it
Yep.
was a little confused. RCB, they gave a sluggish wicket, but in between there were good batting wickets. Like it was pretty confused strategy for them at home, especially in Delhi.
By the way, though Rohit is a slow starter of spin, he will catch up pretty quickly if he stays on for time being. So let's see how
So
it
now,
pans out.
Usually
so
he
what
doesn't
market
though.
has?
Usually if he doesn't start quickly, that's his mood for the day, right? And to be fair, I think he's reading this wicket pretty well at the moment.
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree.
He's almost defending the ball. So Nagam's over goes for 7 with a boundary in it and a wide in it. So there's a lot of dot balls out here, my friends.
Yeah.
What is
By the way, yesterday I
market saying
saw.
now?
What was that, mate?
What is market saying now about the total?
About the total. Give me 1 second. The market
some reason,
has
they're-
Delhi as heavy favourites now, which is rare in any game Mumbai's in, and it's saying 177 is the total.
Ooh,
So
down
that's come
25
down what,
runs already.
25 runs?
Yeah.
Yes. You were saying something,
I-
Shravan?
I could hear a lot of background noise from someone. It's the now it's okay. Is it some woodwork is going on, Akshay? It seems to be. Sounds to be. Yeah, yeah.
I'm just having a look at all their bowlers. So
Is Akshay kind of cooking along with it? Like the grinders, the mixie grinding and everything?
It's not even coming from my house. That's the sad part. It's happening somewhere across the road. But yeah, because this
Understood.
is yeah,
Understood.
Yeah.
I can get it. I live in the same
Like,
city,
I thought,
bro.
like-
I know how it goes here.
Like I think he just maybe took the term something is cooking way too little seriously, I would say.
Oh, and a big dirty slog here by Rohit, which goes nowhere out to mid wicket for no run. But he has changed his intent a little bit as Ngidi has come back on. That was a slower one. So I'm just having a look at their bowlers. They are basically a strike bowling team. So Ngidi in the last couple of years has been about a par bowler on wickets, but we know of the last year that has changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Mukesh is a slight strike bowler. Natarajan, even though he's a defensive bowler, is a slight plus on striking as well. Nigam is about par. And weirdly enough, the one who's the best is Akshar Patel, who is not particularly good on runs. He's a minus 1.5 runs and over for when he delivers, as this is a beautiful slow ball
It's a
up full
beautiful
that has
ball.
to be defended. But he's taking 0.86 wickets a game more than expected.
I think it's more to do with him bowling in the power play also, no? Because bowled a lot in the power play in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think it's just that also you don't expect a finger spinner to be doing so well as a strike bowler. Most of them don't. So he's flipped. Most finger spinners are better defensive and then don't take the wickets.
Yes.
So it's quite
So
interesting.
undercutter in power play has always been that wicket taking delivery because and the matchups also like
Inside edge
Also,
to
not
Rohit.
sure.
It's gone for 4.
Not sure if this was their plan A or is this something they've adapted to seeing the surface. But a lot of slow ones, they've already switched to that. You've seen the spinners also come in. So clearly we can expect a lot more of the slow bowlers. We could see the faster bowlers just resorting to variations. Back-to-back slow ones. The third one also being a slow one. Yeah, now I see that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The dip he generates on that, it's beautiful to watch.
Exceptional to watch. Yeah. And by the way, I have a question for you guys. Like, there is a marginal difference when a bowler bowls it on a slot and there is a good length. And between there is a thin line, actually, where it is about to be a slot, but it's not slot. It's exactly the end of good length and then it's about to start for the slot. And I've seen many times in my life that people are getting out to those kind of lengths. Is it purely because of the instinct, oh, this is going to be a slot ball, I'm going to attack this? That's when you'll
Oh, that's a
lose your
beautiful
shape
shot.
or something? Or it's like, it's genuinely because it's a good length, the ball tends to do a little bit different than what it is done in the slot.
So that ball was just a cover driven, well weighted by Rohit on another slower ball there. Okay, so the problem with the slot is that no one will ever tell you is a slot ball is basically almost identical to a good length. Right? It's slightly fuller than a good length, but not that much. And so what you end up with is a good length is still the best delivery to bowl in the IPL. But if you miss it by, like, especially if you overpitch, it becomes a step and hit slot ball. Right? So that's basically what you are seeing. And then a good length ball, if it has any movement, is almost impossible to play. Right? A good length ball, if it's going dead straight, is, as I said, if you can move around the crease a little bit or take a step and a bit out, you're in a good position to be able to whack that. So this is, I argue a little bit with the slot, right? But the issue with the slot is that if you're going for a Yorker, you only need to be slightly short and it's in the slot. And if you're going for a good ball, you only need to be slightly full and you're in the slot, right? So, and then you've got slower balls. A slower ball can be in the slot as long as it's dipping or it's spinning or the wicket is doing something, and it's absolutely fine. But if you do all those things and you don't get anything on it, you're just bowling a slow ball in a spot that can be hit. And it's very hard to control the length of a slow ball compared to everything else because the slow ball's got a lot more action on the ball, so it's doing whatever it wants to do already.
Yeah. If you look at the pitch map, that knuckle ball pitched exactly by the end of the good length and then by the start of the slot length. That was exactly on the line.
Somewhere I also feel because it's like, I don't know, like for the lack of a better way of putting it, it's like the zone of transition. So it is like an inflection point where batters would tend to be a lot more aggressive at it, but the risk also is just as high. So invariably, I mean, again, this is all just us theorizing what could potentially be nothing at the end of the day. We don't have enough data. We're just basing this off of what we've seen, but it could potentially be that as well.
End of the power play, 41 for 2. And Suryakumar Yadav is facing Vitraj Nagam again. And he drives this away for a couple of super chats here. Mystery X says, what do you think of playing 12 players in T20s, at least in IPLs? Will help bowlers as well with the extra fielder. No, we don't need extra fielders. 12 players are fine, but let's just keep 11 on the field, I think. Vinay says, Jared, I will watch your test match watch-alongs by Kohli and Sikh if you do it with Javo69. Is Javo69 still around?
He's I have no idea.
He's the guy that used to run onto the field.
Yes. Yeah. He came to India also once, you know?
Yeah, he's been everywhere. Yeah. That's all he does is travel around the world and does these things.
But then how he's not getting banned?
Yeah.
Well, he does get banned. He just gets around it.
No, he gets banned in UK, he goes to India. Get banned in India, now move to Australia.
No, I think he was already banned in the UK when he tried it. Like he was,
Oh.
Like, that's what I mean. He's been banned from most professional sports in the world ahead of time. He's just really good at getting in.
Kind of defeats the purpose of a ban, but okay.
Yeah. Well, you can be banned from something. It doesn't mean that you can't find the back door, right? And I think that's what he does quite a bit. I do commentary for TalkSport for test matches. So there's been plenty of that over the years as well. Serious fan Bart says, I would love to see the pink ball in the IPL in order to level the playing field. Having so many roads in the IPL doesn't do any favors as the audience will eventually lose interest. Am I missing something? Because I don't think there's been that many roads this year.
Yes. They say the
this year for sure. Yeah. And also, I don't think the solution to having so many roads is to change the ball. It is to change the damn surface. Like, let's just have more competitive surfaces and we should be just fine.
If they wanted, there's no point changing the ball when they're just going to make the pitches flat anyway.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I think the only roadway I've seen this tournament was that Wankhede pitch. That's it.
Yeah, Chinnaswamy is also fairly flat.
But Chinnaswamy still had something for the bowlers, right? Like, you could get something out of the surface if you were banging the ball into the surface, right?
Hard.
Hard length still worked in the power play. For both
the new ball, the new ball, yes. Outside that, not much, but fair.
But at the moment, and Mumbai might go nuts from here, but the projected score is 175 here, guys. Like, we're literally looking at a pitch that has something in it for the bowlers at the moment. May disappear and the ball may not, do anything, but we've got Rohit literally, he defended one and now he slogged this next one for 6, but actually, beautiful straight hit. But he's defended the ball before, which I think tells you something about this surface, right? He's waiting for the right balls before attacking.
It's almost giving you the vibe of that semi-finals in 2024 against England, where he was just picking the right balls to hit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sky
Yeah.
and India was like 40 for 2 or something when Rishabh got
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
And then Sky and they took that total to 170, right? 171. So it's
But
almost
here's
that
a
kind of a
perfect
surface.
example of, I think a lot of people who are like, oh, it's too batting friendly are going to have go, look, he's just whacked his 6. That's a half volley. It's a bad delivery, and the ball before he got a really good delivery and he defended it because this pitch is still tricky, right? So we should get more runs this year than any other year because of the amount of bowling injuries we've had. Plus we have the sub, and teams have been freed up. So I think it's worth looking at all those. Anurag Sharma says, what is interesting is Mumbai had like 3 new ball bowlers in the last match where Hardik took the ball twice. As this is swept up in the air.
That's a beautiful shot.
Gets it past the fielder for another boundary. But Bolt
It's a
bowled
6.
only once. And it was a 6, was it? Yeah. Bolt bowled only once and gave Shardul the 6th over. But now who is going to bowl with the new ball? Well, they'll have...
Deepak Chahar has come in today, so
Yeah.
you've got Deepak, you've got Corbin Bosch for what it's worth. If you
He
really
probably
want
won't
to
bowl
go
with the new ball, will he? It'll probably be
Yeah.
Deepak and Shardul, I would have thought today.
Oh yeah,
think
Shardul, of
Hardik.
course. Hardik
Hardik
isn't there
also.
today.
Hardik's injured.
Oh, Hardik
Deepak.
is
Oh,
injured. Yeah.
that's why. So Shardul it is, of
The
course.
Sky is
Yeah.
captaining, no? So Hardik is
Yeah,
not there.
yeah.
Athaf says, KP's on the broadcast now. Scientists switch to this. You can listen to us the whole time if you want. So just it looks like just in the last couple of minutes they've changed their intent a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
only
It's giving
targeting-
me that same vibe because in that match also they picked their moments when to hit, when not to hit. It was not like bang bang or like kind of conservative and then bang bang. They were just very selective in that match.
Can we just cut Deepak saying bang bang and just use it so I can use it as my ringtone?
But also, I don't know to what extent is them sort of deciding to switch gears, or it was just a coincidence that both Vipraj and Akshar rolled on the fuller side,
Yeah.
in quick succession, and both have been dispatched. They know that there's hardly anything for us, anything slightly fuller. Let's ensure that we capitalize on that.
I think you're right. I think there is an element here of they are just waiting for the balls to be in the right area,
Yeah,
and that's what
yeah.
you do in a
Exactly.
wicket like this, right? And
Exactly.
who knows if the pitch will continue the way it is at the moment. But
I
they
think
are.
it should get slower. It should get
Yeah.
slower. It's a day match.
But
the
when they
black
get
belt
balls
tends-
in the right area, they are blocking them at times or
Yeah,
pushing
yeah,
them for
yeah.
no runs, right? They
Yep.
are very watchful of the good balls.
I'm
How
surprised
much
Kuldeep
of
hasn't
Hardik's
bowled yet.
absence?
Kuldeep generally he's never been tried in the power play ever, either by India
Post power
or
play
by,
itself.
Yeah, but we're in,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the,
Yeah, yeah.
almost we're almost in the 9th over now.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
I'm assuming
generally,
he comes
because-
on for this
But
over.
now, since Vipraj was kind of getting into the groove, he had a good first over. You tend to give him another over. This is what they do, and generally they just give him 2 overs. They don't prefer giving him the 3rd over. And
He might bowl a 3rd over today, but yeah, I would assume that Kuldeep comes on for this next one.
I think
61
now
for 2
Kuldeep
at the
should
end
come in.
of 8. Rohit is 28 off 20. Sirikumar is 23 off 15. And the run rate is 7.62. And the pitch it's got something in it at the moment. Market still thinks they're going to score 183. But at the
Okay.
moment, it's without Kuldeep having bowled, you'd have to say it's a big advantage to Delhi at the moment. I'm just having a look here.
How much of this batting mindset is because of Hardik's absence in the team? Do you guys think? I just felt like there might
I
be
just
thinking.
I just think it's more to do with the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, Kuldeep
Yeah,
replaces Vipraj. So
Because they've
They've
got
done
3
the-
additional batters. Sorry, yeah.
yeah, this is the traditional thing that you do always. DC like 2 back-to-back overs from Vipraj, 1 in power play, 1 outside, and then Kuldeep comes in.
And he started with one down the leg side, which is not his best work. Because if you look at their batting, sorry, I've got to bring up their side. They got Shardul at 9 and Deepak at 10. They shouldn't be too worried about.
Exactly.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But then the quality against playing spin, that might matter here. The pitch, looking at the pitch conditions. and
Sander
all.
is
No,
a
no,
good
no.
player
But what
of
I'm
spin.
saying
Yeah.
is, I don't think they're playing slow because
Yeah.
of the batting order. Because I think the batting
Correct.
order is fine. I think that they fixed that at selection by bringing Bosch in, right?
Yeah, yeah. They've got enough batting to come. I mean, even if you just look at batters, they've got Namandhir, you've got, of course, Corbin Bosch, there's Santner who can add value, Shardul,
Rutherford.
Deepak Chahar. Yeah, Rutherford, of course. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think this is the
that's
time they
enough.
should start. They should start
Yeah.
now going for.
Yeah,
runs.
either
It's
one
like-
at least.
Yes, at least one of them have. You'll have to now.
I think they'll potentially play this over out because there is going to
Yeah.
be the timeout after this. So they'll use the timeout to just strategize and decide on what they think is par. And then probably, either one of Rohit, most likely Rohit. I don't think Sky will be the one bashing right now. They'll probably ask Rohit to tee off and bhai kar lo up.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to
think-
go this over. You don't attack Kuldeep's first over because you don't want to give him a wicket and just stuff everything up. I think Shafane Rutherford probably comes in next, right? If there's a wicket
Agreed.
now, so they can get a left-hander in.
100%.
And also, it's a little bit further down. This could be hit for 4. This is a poor ball by Kuldeep, and it just dies on the surface.
Yes.
Um,
But like Jared, this is something which like international teams have started doing against Kuldeep. You look at the New Zealand ODI series, and even I would say his matchups against Head, if you would look at Champions Trophy also and all. So those batters they have not let Kuldeep settle from the first over itself. Like,
I mean, to
which
be
never
fair-
used to be the case.
Oh, he's appealing for this. This could be a catch down the leg side. He tried to sweep this, has Rohit. It's not given out by the umpire, but the wicketkeeper and bowler were pretty certain. Akshar is not. They are reviewing. A reluctant review by Akshar, I would say here.
It from Rohit's expression, it looks that it's little.
Oh.
there's
I think it
something-
hits the
bad?
glove on the way through, doesn't it?
Yes, it looked like.
It looks like
There's
either one,
something,
like
yeah.
either
There
pad
is a
or-
deflection. Yeah.
The deflection was
I thought
too
there were
huge.
2 different deflections, which usually means one of them has to be bat or gloves
Bat,
in that
yeah.
situation.
Gloves, yeah.
Certainly one was off the pad. Yeah,
And
you say
Rahul's
putting pressure
usually-
on him, Deepak. I mean, his first ball was shit down the leg side. The one that was hit for 4 was too short, too wide. Like,
Yeah.
it's not... I'm not sure that is really... Anyway, we're having a look at the review. It hits his pad, and then... Where does it go off his pad?
Does it hit
Oh.
his pad?
Does it his bat?
Oh.
It's very close to his bat, so we're going to have a look at that.
Yeah, it's very difficult to predict this, to be honest.
But I thought
surely
it
not
hit
the
his
glove.
pad. I thought it hit his pad, sat up, and his gloves punched it backwards. But first thing we have to do is make sure if he hit it.
Surely no
No,
gloves.
No
surely
bat.
not.
Surely no
Surely
gloves.
not. And no,
It's
no bat
purely
also
pad.
because
Yeah, it's purely pads.
Wow.
Yeah, it's purely pads. It's a daylight gap between the bat and the ball. So yeah,
Yeah, it didn't
it
come up.
doesn't look like out.
That's still
But-
really bad umpiring, by the way, because the third umpire should be looking to make sure that his gloves didn't catch up with that further on.
Yeah.
If it didn't,
Yeah,
because
it's
it hits the
pure.
pad, right? And so what you should be doing is then rolling the camera
Yes.
forward to make sure that the ball goes past the pads and not up.
you remember this happened with Rahane in that Chennai Test match in 2021, where he was sweeping, it missed everything, and then it hit the back of his
Yeah.
bat,
Oh,
and they didn't even and the partnership was so critical to change the match.
I've seen it happen so many times. There's no reason to have what we just had happen there. It is very, very easy for you to just ask for the next one. Anyway, we've got our first time out. Yeah, I think it's our first time
Yeah,
out.
first time out.
69 for 2, which is the best way to do a 69, of course. Rohit is 34 off 24. Sky is 24, 25. It went off my screen. And
25.
25. And the expected runs at the moment are 183, but we did start at 202, and this has been a difficult wicket so far. We've got a super chat from Absam, who says, Gill has a strike rate of 166 in overs, 7 to 14, last 3 IPLs. People still stereotype him as KKR Gill. His T20 proving as... his T20 hitting has improved massively in the last 3 years. Yeah, the problem with Gill is not the middle overs. It's more that the fact that he can't maximize the front. And so you basically... I was looking at it the other day. They hit a lot of boundaries, but they're all 4s. And every other team is hitting 6s, which means that they end up the power play at 65 for no loss. And other teams might be 85 or 90, and the game's gone at 85 to 90. And Gujarat don't set that up. So he does fine after that. I think he's playing really, really well. But he doesn't win the games early the way that other teams do. And that's one of the issues with him.
And also,
And
like,
also
to be honest, his IPL numbers are not bad. It's more to do with what he has done for the Indian team in T20Is. Like, this is where it just kind of falls off the cliff. Like, because
But he was
in
asked to
last
play a
3
different
seasons-
role for the India team, so I wouldn't even use that. He was asked to he was asked to basically slog harder at the start, right? And that's not really his game.
Yeah, definitely. That's not going to work.
And with Gill, I don't think there's any issue with Gill per se. It's just the fact that they've stacked Gill with too many players who are similar to him. You've got Sai, you've got Butler,
Yeah.
like they all are very similar players. That's where it becomes an issue. And then
I'm
you
on with you
expect
there.
something,
Yeah.
you expect Gill to do something different just so that the side can do better, which of course is not a very reasonable expectation to have. You can't just
Exactly.
say a player do something different. Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, I think 24, 25, 26, all like numbers were amazing.
Yeah.
With bulk also, and that too 150 plus strike rate, which is good as an opener. But
24
again,
was
like,
probably a bit of an aberration, but yeah, I agree. 23 was phenomenal. 25, 26, he like that
But
first
in
season as
24
captain.
also, in 24 also, if you look at his strike rates, they were really
Okay.
good.
Actually, don't
So-
remember. I just remember him having a slight blip. First season as captain. I'll do see the numbers.
Yeah, but his strike
just to
rates
be-
didn't suffer.
True.
that is-
Completely agree.
So do you have the numbers? Like what? were
Yeah,
the
yeah,
exact
I do
numbers?
have. So he averaged 16, 23, 38 and 24, 50 in 25, and 40 right now in 26.
And
Strike
strike
rates
rates?
150, 158, 147, 156, 145 right now.
Yes.
So all good. I don't think you can say an average of 38 and a strike rate of 148 across the season is bad by any stretch of imagination. So
Considering the
that's that.
pressures, considering that he was not able to find the good opening partner till the time
Yeah,
Sai
yeah.
kind of took over almost at the end of the season.
Yeah,
So with
yeah,
all
yeah.
that in mind.
It's been a long time I have seen Rohit Sharma being so circumspect in T20 match. Leave ODI aside, but he's so circumspect today.
It's probably been
It's
a
not
while
a-
since we've seen Rohit play on a slightly difficult surface. That's also there.
And that's a good thing also. That kind of
Yeah.
now pretty much sums it up for us that he has actually
He's out.
worked on his fitness and he's
Rohit
out.
is out. It was short
It's-
and
Ah,
wide,
man.
and he just slapped this straight to cover. And again, as I said, Akshar Patel gets a lot more wickets than most finger spinners, and we're seeing it again here today. Could have been hammered, of course. Was hammered, even, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, this is soft. This is very soft.
Wasn't quite
Oh,
as short as I thought, actually.
Man.
But yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't short, but it was floated wide off. I thought it was
Yeah.
floated, but the speed is 87. That's also not too slow. It just seemed very
Yeah.
floaty for some reason.
Did it grip for by any stretch of imagination? I didn't felt like.
Not
look
that
like-
that
Nothing.
much. I think he just like
No, it-
poor execution from him. Like he just couldn't get the enough.
I mean, his eyes lit
enough
up.
momentum.
It was a bad
Yeah,
ball. He
exactly.
just wanted to go for it. Yeah, that's it.
He just tried to hit it a little too hard.
Akshar Patel is getting all his wickets which are due last season, I think.
Last season, I think he was having an injury also, no? So that also kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
messed it up for him a bit.
So what do you guys make it out now? Like Rohit is gone. Is anyone going to tee off from here on? Already near to finishing off 10 overs. Score isn't
I would
much.
send in Sherfin right now. At the very least, it'll help them, bring in a left-hander and try
Yeah.
and counter Akshar a bit more better. And he's a good player of spin himself. So that
Yes,
also
he
helps.
is a good six hitter even versus spin, so that really changes everything.
No,
Yeah.
the batsman we all discussed already. Like the Shepherd, Rutherford is going to come, but then who is the one who is going to tee off from here on? Jared, any thoughts on this?
I don't think I'm not worried about them teeing off at the moment. They're 71 for 3.
Yeah.
Right. I think what they have to do at the moment is just work out the best way to actually make some runs on this wicket. And being that they've lost wickets at regular intervals, I think what they need, and it's clearly there's been a lot of dot balls. I don't have the dot ball percentage in front of me, but there's been a lot of dot balls. I think at the moment they need to work out what they think the total that they're aiming for is, and then if you've got Shafane or Sky in at the end, they will catch up anyway, right? Those two guys could both score at 2.5 runs a ball towards the end, 3 runs a ball at their best.
I said, Rohit, see, he was just trying to hit it way too hard.
23
Also
dot
from here,
balls.
here I would probably just look at trying to take it till the 12th over or so, go to 90 for 3, 12th over, and then potentially one of Sky or Rutherford, try and tee off from there. Right now, next couple of overs, I don't see any reason for them to. Unless there are bad deliveries, target them. Yeah.
Yeah, is it the difference actually of having a long batting lineup or having long quality batting lineup. Quality, when I say, it's like they know when the situation is not so great for them. Even the lower order batsman can also defend if it's needed. Defend in the sense, not the dead defense. They can rotate the strike and all. Or you are having like pure pinch hitters. So you know that in tacky wickets like these, you cannot afford that because you know the ones who are coming back in the store are in like pinch hitters for me. A difference I am relating it to be like this versus an RCB lineup, let's say, if you take that
Yeah,
into consideration.
but when you say that, like, Santner can knock the ball around, right? And Corbin Bosch
Exactly.
averages almost 40 in first-class cricket. And they could still use Shardul or Deepak ahead of either of those two as a hitter, right? They could, if Rutherford goes out now, they could bring Santner in, and Santner could play the spin as a left-hander, right?
Yes.
They've still got Namand here, by the way. So,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they've
Yeah.
still.
So that's
I
my
just
point.
think, it's not. It's just about how you use the talent, right? And in this sort of situation, bringing Shafane up the order makes a lot of sense. But it might also be that you make a change after this and you try and bring in a random hitter rather than a frontline batter next, because then you don't have to worry about losing another wicket straight away. If you've got extra batting, you might as well use it.
exactly. My point is like, so someone needs to tee off. No worries, whatever be the situation is. That's what my counter argument for what we were discussing for this.
But the surface, when the surface is not the kind where you can trust the bounce, it's hard to tee off, right? Like even if you tell Sky go and tee off, because the surface is so tricky,
Yeah.
gauging the bounce, understanding what pace bowlers are bowling at, it becomes a lot more. It's a very high risk option, and probably right now they
Yes.
feel that the risk isn't worth the reward, so might as well just go around nudging singles till you get to a position. Yeah.
I think anything which has been in the good length from spinners, it's been difficult to hit. So it's not something where you can easily step hit or something. So it has
I
to
think
be a slot ball.
Kuldeep's, and in a way, Kuldeep's actually been a benefactor of the fact that the surface has been tricky because he's bowled quite fairly shit so far. He's not got his lines right, but because the batters are being so circumspect, they're not wanting to take too many risks against Kuldeep, and he's just sort of lucked out because on any other surface, these lines and these lengths would more often than not have gone at least 10 runs, if not more, than what he's gone for right
Exactly. No doubt.
now. So.
That was a beautiful ball by Kuldeep, by the way. And I
Finally,
think that's the difference what a team who is
Oh,
having
this might be
confidence in
out.
their bowling.
Big
No. I think
LBW
it pitched
shot
outside.
here.
I think it pitched outside leg.
It's close, isn't it? It is very, very
It looked
close.
like it pitched outside leg.
The one
Yeah,
good thing
let's
about
do it.
lagging is, now I know what to look for in the next delivery. So I'm waiting
Let it-
for Kuldeep to run in and bowl.
Actually, meet. Oh,
Yeah, definitely
I think
leg
impact is outside leg.
It
By the
looked
way,
like
I
pitched
just
outside the
making
leg
a-
also to me.
Yeah,
it is
I don't
pitched
think it's
outside.
anywhere close.
Wasn't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
hitting the stumps, I don't think.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's outside. It's
Because it was
three
a
greens in
googly
my
that
opinion.
pitched out of the leg, and then it didn't grip much.
It turned a little bit out of legs. So it just. Is it pitching outside too?
Yeah.
Definitely. Because he's
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
bowl googlies to Sky. He's kind of holding on to the
To
leg
be
stump
honest, it
line.
didn't.
I don't think that was a googly. That was a wrist.
It wasn't a googly. It was a stock delivery. So all three greens.
That's why it was
Well,
missing the
no,
stumps,
no.
because it was going the other way.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it pitched outside leg,
Yeah.
and it straightened after pitching. So with
Yeah.
the
No,
angle that
it
he was
turned,
bowling,
It went
It
towards
went
his
into
pads.
Sky. Yeah. It went just slightly in.
If it was a googly, it would have at least hit leg stump.
no, I just thought that it didn't grip much. It just went with the arm.
No, it
that's it.
slightly straightens the other direction. I think.
Yeah.
To back the Jared's point, which we initially discussed, this really looks a suitable pitch
Oh.
for Delhi's bowling.
This is proper. This is
Rutherford.
proper China.
Yeah,
This is proper
Rutherford
China,
just
man.
Launches
And-
this over the offside for 4.
It makes sense also because whenever like Kuldeep is not in the rhythm, he always goes back to his stock ball. He really needs to feel good whenever he has to bring out his googly. Because in last match, this is what he did. In first over itself, to Mitchell Marsh, the one that was hit for 6 was a stock ball. And then the one on which he got the wicket was the googly. So in that over itself, he bowled 2 to 3 googlies. So this is what I've seen. That if he's not feeling good about himself, the ball is not coming out that well, he would stick to his stock ball. So it makes a lot of sense also. That's why a lot of stock balls are coming.
He's
Also
not
backed
been
with a
able to
quality
land
shot.
it properly. Yeah, just
Yeah,
like
this is what he
whenever
does.
he's got.
Like whenever he's not confident enough, like he's not able to kind of get it out right, he would stick to his stock ball. Googly only starts coming out once he's feeling confident about himself.
I would love to see the pitch map for tonight because fuller lengths have been hammered properly, but I don't think
Yeah.
they've had enough of those deliveries. But whenever they've gotten, they've really been very decisive over there.
Nagam has come back on, and he's been slept for 4 first balls. So just a couple of boundaries there. They were just at 7 runs and over. And so those last 2 balls are going to just get them up closer to 8.
I think
7.5.
this is where captains tend to certain time overcompensate for the pitches. Like, even though it's a pitch which is helping spinners, but your good bowlers are your good bowlers, right? So you have Mukesh, you have Nagidi, you have Natarajan.
I just realized Natarajan hasn't bowled yet.
Yep.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly. I don't think so. You need a third over from Vipraj
Vipraj,
after
yeah.
the kind of yeah.
To
Is
be
it the
honest, Vipraj and
overcompensation?
Kuldeep, they're done with 4 overs between the two of them. You could have easily sort of gone to Natarajan right now. Yeah,
It's
but
making
good for
batsmen
Mumbai.
a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did want
they're
them to get to
comfortable.
at least 90. Yeah, 90 for 3 at the end of 12 is where I wanted them to be. I think that would be a nice position for them to potentially look at
Yes.
switching a gear or two.
Yes.
I
And
wonder
they're almost there.
I wonder if Rutherford, facing a leg spinner here, he usually wouldn't go this early, but I wonder if he just goes, I might as well just have a go. Let's have a look. Rutherford. No, he's defended the first one. To be fair, it was
But
a
that
very
was a good
delivery.
ball. It was a good ball.
I'm hoping for it to be the calm before the storm. I'm expecting Rutherford to hit a 6 or 2. Let's see. Enough of the Sierra, goddammit. Show the ball.
Oh, that's a
Whoa,
good ball. He
another
goes
good
back to
one,
one. He
another
should have
good
come
one.
forward there and gets beaten
Yes.
outside off stump. So far, 1 boundary to start this over, but it's 5 runs off 4 balls.
Good comeback.
If he can
A little
land
comeback.
this one and stop him again, they'll be pretty happy with taking this risk, I think. As he comes in for one more. And Rutherford does go for it. It's the big slog sweep. It's very high, though. It's extremely high. And it is caught on the boundary and almost stuffed up as the 2 fielders end up coming together. So Rutherford couldn't go, and the risk has worked. And so we have a situation where another wicket has fallen, and they are now 85 for 4 with 1 ball to go in the 12th over. He wasn't far away from hitting that for 6, to be fair. And it also wasn't far away from Mukesh absolutely stuffing that up in every way
Good
and
catch.
allowing an accidental 6 in the end.
I think they're
Yeah, to
checking.
be honest, it's a
maybe.
good catch.
Or are they?
And the ball was there to be hit.
You say it's a good catch, guys. He ends up catching it next to his body when he really should have just been behind it on the rope. I'm not really sure how he got himself into that position. But I think that's because they were both there.
He ran through, right, Jared? He ran through
I
from
think he
his
was
right.
he was a lot more
So he
square
cannot-
from.
No.
Yeah.
I understand he ran around. What I'm saying is that went very high. He could have got behind that. I'm not sure he picked it up as quickly as he should have. If both fielders could get to it, put it this way, I'm not even sure it was his catch at the end.
Yeah.
Who was the other fielder, by the way?
Oh, I didn't see.
Was it
sorry.
Stubbs or something? If it was,
That was cool, D. Oh, he almost dropped it
was,
too. Then he almost stood on the
it
rope.
Was almost. It was almost to get
It was a
dropped.
catch,
So-
guys.
I'll see that now. I see that now.
Yeah,
It's
he
almost
wasn't.
about to pop out.
He just wasn't all that comfortable with his movements. But it doesn't matter. He's gone.
But it can be a little tricky here in Kotla because of the high stance. It can be the shadows can be a little distracting at times.
It's daytime. You
Yeah,
shouldn't ever drop a catch in the daytime.
I agree, but the shadows can be a little distracting here because
Yeah,
it's a
actually,
short,
this is a good
it's a-
point, Deepak. Yeah,
it's a
you
small
and
ground,
Jared
but-
should. Sorry, you and Jared should make this because I'm very fascinated to know this from the ground to ground how that fielders feel it very difficult on few grounds and few grounds they're much comfortable and under the lights, without lights, how they react. This will be a good point for you both to cover in a proper, a small video or so to our viewers.
So they have gone with Naman, which I suppose makes sense. But I did think that you could make a claim while there's so much
Santner?
spin on for Santner to come in. I probably would have sent Santner in this situation, but I don't think this is a mistake either. I think either direction. Probably if it's just tough a wicket, you expect the lesser quality batter to struggle more, right? So
And
Yeah.
Naman also is a better version of Ramandeep where he has the ability to hit sixes from the very first ball. We have seen that multiple times from him. So that He can actually, even though Santner has also worked on that particular skill amazingly well, his six hitting has become insane. But I think this is when they can expect Naman to go a little harder up front.
Expected runs are now 163. So that is, what did we say? It started at 202. So almost
Yeah,
a 40 run drop. So we expected a little bit more grass on this, dry grass, I should say, on this wicket. But I don't think anyone expected 86 for 4 in the 12th over.
By the way, Sun is
I
beating down
definitely
there.
did not. Yeah.
And I would not say that it's poor batting for Mumbai, to be honest. And
It's a surface, yeah.
you cannot even say that it's exceptional bowling from Delhi so far. So it's like,
Yeah, surface
That
has
kind
just
of a
played
game.
its part, hasn't it, so far?
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. They haven't batted poorly and they haven't bowled brilliantly. It's just that the pitch.
I mean,
has
smart
been-
of DC that way to sort of, maximize your home advantage. You've got two quality spinners, you can sort of tie down MI batters. They've just, sort of used that to their advantage. So, yeah, good on them.
And seriously, I could see their reading of the pitch is much better because I was not expecting
Yeah.
Vipraj to bowl the third over, and he has made the difference here. He's got the wicket, didn't go for plenty, didn't go for much to be honest. So definitely they are reading the pitch a lot better.
I know that it sounds like yet another cliche, but that's the difference between a few inches, right? And I'm sticking to cricket here. It's just, I mean, had that gone past the boundary and Rutherford potentially could have been, in great rhythm from there to sort of kick off and hit a couple more sixes and be the difference for Mumbai. But yeah, not to be the case.
What do you guys think? Shall we give our prediction scores for the first innings? That
Shavan
would be
loves
fun.
predictions of scores. I've never
Yes.
met anyone as much as... You give yours then, and then we'll all tell you how you're wrong.
Okay. I'm going for 167. 6-7.
6-7.
No, just kidding.
It's too much.
I'll go 158. How's that?
Okay.
Since he's already taken 58, I'll say 160.
Okay. Actually,
I'm assuming a 5. Yeah, about 156 is what I'll go for.
okay. Can we
All
put up
three
the
are so
scores?
closely stacked up.
Yeah. Sorry, 166. 70 runs of the last 7, 166, not 156.
Oh,
I'll go to 1.
Oh,
yeah.
you just down by 1 run. Oh, nice. That's nice actually. That's
Down
very
by
close.
1 run. Oh, you went for 167. Yeah.
So Naman has a question.
Actually, I was finished his spell. 1 for 22 there. Naman says, any easy method to find out true average strike rate eco by myself? I think Varun has a link, but I'm not sure how public the link is, Naman. I mean, I'm not saying it's not public. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, there is a link, but you might have to ask a day when Varun is on. Absam says, reckon it's because of fragile middle order of Gujarat Titans? No, it's the style of batting that those guys have. That's all their natural style of batting, to go back to the conversation from Shubman Gill before. No, all three of those players play in that way, and they've played in that way with multiple teams. Nitin says, but Shreyas Iyer has been India's T20 team. Ideally, as captain, not Gill. Well, neither of them are in it at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's a hell of a comment. Anime says, hi everyone, should flat pitch have long boundaries? Yes, but you can't change the size of the grounds, guys.
I've always wondered this argument. Yeah.
I get this a lot. I get a lot of people going, oh, the problem is that, in cricket, we have different boundary sizes. A really good shot here by
Beautiful
Naman
shot.
Dia, who strong
It's a
arms
good shot.
a ball back down the ground for 4. As we've got Natarajan for his first ball, I assume.
But
I didn't see the
Jared,
ball.
you must have noticed in IPL, they pull the ropes slightly in to reduce the size of the ground. Like
They do it
I've
in
seen
every
that
ground in
at
the world.
Yeah, but that means they have still the scope to increase the size of the ground. In
What,
IPL, right?
from 62 to 65 meters?
Yeah. Not
can
even
hit that
65.
I can hit a 6 at 65 meters, dude. Like, unless it's 80, and I don't think any Indian ground's going to have many 80-meter boundaries, then it doesn't really make that much of a difference, right? I mean, you don't really see it until you're looking at, the Oval, Perth Stadium, MCG, Adelaide Oval for straight, it has to be around 75 to 80 before batters actually start to calculate it. 65 to 70, they'll still go. And 55 to 58, as Akshay was just saying, doesn't make any difference, really, does it? So
Yesterday's straight boundaries were long. They were 78
how were
meters
they?
straight boundary. 78 meters straight boundary.
I know I did the game yesterday, but I can't remember.
Chennai, Punjab at Chepauk.
Yeah, Chennai's a decently sized ground, I would say.
Yeah.
All things considered. And this is the other thing as well. Most grounds, even when they have long boundaries, don't have long boundaries everywhere, right? Like Adelaide Oval has some of the longest straight hits in the game, but square of the wicket, you could fart the ball for 6, right? So, you know, these grounds, there's a great website. Akshay may remember it, but there's a really good website.
That's a
where
beautiful argument because I clearly remember in the ping ball test in BGT, somebody asked Ashwin about this, like why they didn't go short to Travis Head. He said like because the square boundaries are so short, even a miss hit would go for a 6, so it was just not worth the risk.
Yeah, there's that great. I did a video on Travis Head explaining to his coach how he plays a hook shot differently in every single ground in Australia because of their ground dimensions, right? Like, you know. So if you look, actually, do you know the name of the website? But there's a website where you can see all the different shapes of all the grounds in the world.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recollect it.
But there's a really good website, and you can have a look. So even when the MCG straight hits are not particularly long, right? They're long compared to most IPL games grounds, but they're not particularly long. But the square hit in the MCG is ridiculous.
Very long. It's ridiculous.
When I grew up, it was very common to see all run 5s. And they changed the grandstand to make the ground slightly smaller. And then they brought the ropes in. But yeah, when I grew up, like if it was early in a game and you had like someone like Damian Fleming bowling outswing and a guy clipped him off his pads through mid-wicket, the chances of an all-run 5 was really high. Right?
Jared, you must have taught the entire Virat Kohli fan brigade about MCG's straight boundaries with that video of yours. Like you explained it, like why that shot was special because of the choice of the boundary. So I think everybody in India must be knowing this now.
Now
Blue
I
Eagle
feel
says, "Oh, sorry, Shaban, go."
No, now I feel how difficult that shot, even the flick, the next ball along the sail leg, that looks also because it's too far. The way you explained it, like it's very large ground towards the square and all. So it just felt like.
So they used to have shield games at the MCG where if they had one of the wickets off to one side, they would rope off the boundary, right? And you would have 30 meters where the fans could sit on the ground, right? So all the way around, there was 30 meters from where the rope was to the boundary, right? And there were like 1,000 people on the ground watching the game, right? And it was still a big ground, even with all that section roped off. It's such a big surface. It's so noticeable how big it is when you've been to other grounds.
So did you manage to hit a 6 on that ground ever?
I never batted at the MCG. They don't just let me go out there.
Any club game, nothing?
No, they don't play club games at the MCG. They haven't for a very long time, maybe over 100 years, I would say. Since it is the Melbourne Cricket Club ground, but they don't really use it all that much. No, I don't think I've hit a 6 at any test venue. I'm trying to think. I played with Neil Manthorpe when he hit a 6 at... Where were we? Cape Town. He hit one at Newlands.
Mine was 160.
Oh, sorry.
I hit. I got a. I'm very good at the oval. If I have a test venue that I'm pretty good at, as he comes down the wicket here to Namandir, good batting, and he hits this over the top from Kuldeep for a 6. Good. Oh, sorry, that was Sky, was it?
Sky.
Sky.
That was Sky.
Yeah.
So did you bat at any of these test venues? Any bat? Any?
Yeah, I've got a really good record at the oval. I think I took a couple of 3-fers at the oval. I smashed Darren Goff back over his head at the oval.
Whoa.
Darren Goff? Was he bowling full tilt?
To be fair, it was Darren Goff with no knees. He wasn't exactly coming in particularly quick. Steve Elworthy bowled 2 balls to me at the oval once. And I struggle with tall bowlers. And Elworthy had that really high action. And he must have been about 50 at this point. And I was nowhere near them. But yeah, most of my best cricket's probably been at the oval, I would say. And then I don't think I made many runs at Cape Town. I played at a couple of test venues in Sri Lanka. I don't think I did much there. Actually, no, that's not true. I took a forfer at an old test venue in Sri Lanka, but I can't even remember the name of it. That was against a very, very bad Barmy Army 11, to be fair.
Understandable.
But have either of you, Shravan or Deepak, played at any test venue?
Never. Like,
It's hard in
we
India,
had
though.
one. Yeah. We had one practice match at our in like the stadium I used to go, like Dhruv Pandav Stadium, Patiala. Like,
Oh, this
if I
is
remember
hit.
correctly,
No,
in
no, it's
'98,
one shot.
Australia played Boards 11 match there in Patiala.
Okay.
This one is hit
98.
over the offside. This is a beautiful shot by
This-
Namin Dia, who they've decided to go for Kuldeep here.
Yes.
He's bowling
But
very
then
slow on this surface, and that was a
Yes.
beautiful shot over wide long off.
Yes, I remember in that Pankaj Ramani scored a 100 in that match.
A name I've
local
never
lad.
heard before. Oh, okay.
Pankaj Ramani was the wicket keeper for Punjab. Averaged around 50. I think more than 50, I guess, for them. And he managed to debut for India in Titans Cup. I think that same match in which Ganguly opened for India for the first time.
Interesting. I mean, this is 98 you mentioned, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I was, I was
96.
born
So
in
his debut in for India happened 96. He scored runner ball 8 in that match, Titans Cup match against South Africa. Like Ganguly opened with Sachin for the first time in that match. And the best memory I have of him is dropping Daryl Cullinan in that Johannesburg test match. Where like him
I'm not sure
and
that's your best memory of him. Like, I don't think he'd be happy with that memory.
but that memory has stayed with me for all last 30 years because I just felt that we could have won that test match. Like South Africa were like 97 for 7.
Yeah.
At
Blue
one point
Eagle
of time
says,
and then-
should CSK persist with Henry, or would you just bring in Overton for him to reduce roll overlap and pack the batting? Could bring in Hassan. Yeah, I think Akil Hassan might be the one I
Yeah.
would go with in that kind of situation. But the problem is he still also needs the new ball, but he can bat a little bit more than Henry. Look, I'm not too worried about Henry not playing well in a particular game. He was really good in the World Cup, so I'd give him a couple more games before I would do that. But Overton doesn't really help all that much either. The problem is that no one can bowl it to death. And that's their other big issue other than just the overlap.
Also, what did you guys make of what Fleming had to say at the post-match presser yesterday? For those who don't know, he went on to say that there's no such thing as finishers anymore in modern day T20 cricket. It's just about every batter going from the start. So there's no power play, and then you consolidate in the middle overs, and then you accelerate separately at the death. You're just going from the get-go, and that's what we're expecting our batters to do as well. Like,
I mean, if that's what he's been expecting his batters to do, we've never ever seen that before from a Stephen Fleming side. So maybe the message hasn't been passed over as effectively. Are they picking the right kind of players then if they want to do that?
Yeah, that's the right question, actually.
Surely Matre has to open and Urville has to come into the side if that's the way they're thinking.
but first of all, who does Urvil come in place of? And secondly, if Matre opens, Gaikwad at 3, I think is more of a sitting duck than he is
Yeah.
while opening.
I mean, you might be right.
So
It is fascinating to watch some of these teams who are set up completely different. Like they don't have that ability to win the game in the power play all that much.
So I was a little wrong. It was not 98, it was 96.
You are disgusting and you should kill yourself.
Yes. So 96, just before the BGD test match in Delhi, which was Sachin's first test match as a captain.
Oh my God, the fielding here, Deepak.
Yeah.
What on earth just happened? It's the day game. I assume there was some spin off this, but you had to expect there was spin off this.
I think Kuldeep must be thinking about his bowling in the last over, I guess.
Yeah, that last over was by far the biggest over of the game.
Yes.
Was this a
So
catch?
I've
Was this a
shared
potential
the,
catch?
Ooh.
Deepak,
it
watch.
It looks like.
Oh no, just bounced before him.
no.
and he-
Oh
yeah,
my
bounced
word.
well. It
Oh
actually
my
spun.
word.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
spun.
it's
He
fun.
He hit the ball up in the air and it lands about 1.5 meters in front of Kuldeep and then it spun. But he had to expect it was going to spin from the way he hit it.
By the
And
way,
also,
did
I
it pitch
think-
on the tracks? I mean, like the other.
It might have.
I
I
yeah.
mean, it bounced. It might have, but it doesn't matter, right? It bounced in front of Kuldeep. But
No.
I don't know. Does the fact that it was also a slow one, especially the NGD special. Do you think that also played a role in the ball sort of curving away so?
Oh yeah, no. He put revolutions on the ball, and then the way he played it was
Yeah.
always going to spin. But if I could work that out, and I'm not very good at cricket, I think Kuldeep should have been able to work it out. It also didn't hit the pitch; it hit just beyond the pitch a little bit.
Yeah.
Sky's brought up his 50 of 35 balls.
35
Expected runs
balls.
have gone up, by the way. Generally, every time today the expected runs have gone up, they've lost a wicket or two not long after. So we'll see how that
It's a
goes.
good partnership. It's a handy partnership.
Yeah. True. They've scored 32 in the last 3
this
overs.
could be LBW. It is. It's
Yes.
kept a little bit low. Sky's tried to whip this across the
So
line.
Jared sold
right
Sky
on
down
cue.
the river.
I told you every time. They might review this. It looked like
they
to me
should.
it's kept low straight in front of the stump.
They should. They have 2 reviews. So I've shared the
assuming-
scoreboard.
No.
I've
This
shared the
looks
scoreboard of that
absolute plum.
match in the description in the chat box.
Oh.
This looks plum.
Ooh. Well done,
deep-
NGD. Well done.
Deepak won't let his game go. Ribu says, was Prithvi Shaw not selected because Nasanka is that much better? Or do you think he doesn't yet look like the Sehwagian rock star he was in the nets? I think they always wanted, looking at the way that KL Rahul played in the first game, I think they want KL to play a little bit more attacking this year. And so having Nasanka there, who, to be fair, has been in incredible form himself, they probably think that gives him a little bit more coverage. Whereas if KL is playing with Prithvi Shaw, I think KL's going to go back to more an anchor role. That's just me from the outside trying to read in. But
Yes.
Actually, that's a fair
That makes
enough
sense
point,
also.
Jared.
Makes sense also because KL trying to hit from the first ball kind of sends that message out. And even if he wants to revive his India team fortunes, this is how he will have to play now because otherwise we don't see him coming back ever into the Indian team as far as the T20 eyes are concerned.
Sky's face looking at that footage where we've got a delay. So obviously the ball tracking is missing at the moment. But
But
Sky's
well done.
Sky's face has given it out.
But NGD as well, 3 slow ones, 3 dipping slow ones, and 4th quick pace on length. Well done. I mean, yeah, very
What's
little time
interesting
for Sky
about that
to
one,
react.
though, is it does keep quite low, doesn't it? It
Yeah,
does
yeah.
skid
Just-
through a little bit.
That's true.
It's not
That's
at all
true.
true. The bounce hasn't been true. Even
No,
the
that's
Mukesh
good.
Kumar's over.
And it hasn't
That
been
was-
terrible bounce
yeah.
either. It's not like where you work, but just every now and again, there's been a ball from a spinner or a quick ball. It just hasn't reacted
Yeah.
right. No, you're 100%. And this one is hitting the top of middle stump, but not like the hard bit, not the Bales bit.
Oh, okay. So it was an umpire's call.
No. It's
It's
free
hitting.
rate.
Below the bales. Yeah. Proper hitting.
I was expecting that too, but then because I back myself after looking at, at the replay that I should predict it right, looking at the ball pitch map and all.
I wonder where that looks like a pitch is at about 6.5 meters.
Yeah.
And is not even hitting the Bales. So,
But
you
then
know,
it didn't raise up.
yeah, I don't think it was a good shot by Sky on this wicket, but at the same time, he was done a little bit by the lack of bounce there.
Yeah. He was trusting it to bounce a bit more.
So I'm
Imagine
assuming
when-
now you have to bring Santner in, or do you send in a chaos hitter here?
I would still go
Santner for
for.
sure.
I would go for Bosch to go and give him the license to go for it. Go for it for
100
10 balls and then see if you cannot do
122
it. Then
for 5. They might not send Bosch in just because it's another right-hander as well, though, of course. 122
Okay.
for 5. We're going to have another a break here. So in Gidi
Timeout,
today,
yeah.
it's got 1 for 24 from 2.3, and he's bowled far better than those figures.
by the way, Engidi has been gold dust. I couldn't even imagine how did RCB left him.
Yeah, but the problem with Ngidi is you get a good year with Ngidi and he looks incredible, and you get a bad year with Ngidi and everyone just smashes him everywhere. There's no in between with him. So
Yeah.
And you could also see where RCB were coming from, in that they were clear they needed a Hazelwood backup, at least going by the videos that they sort of have put up. I don't think Engedi is a like for Hazelwood. I know a lot of people say that. They're just tall. That's it. So I don't
he's
see
nothing
a lot.
like Hazelwood. Yeah.
Exactly.
And-
so they wanted, someone like that.
Yeah, I love the Mobobert's analogy regarding any player. He says like a player's good day must be a good day and bad day cannot be a so bad day. You know, it's like the bad day cannot take you out of the game. So
But most
he's
of these
one
slow,
of the
most of these slow ball bowlers, that's what they have. They have very high highs and very low lows, and and you can't control your wrist, your fingers, your elbow, your shoulder on those rotations. And once you lose the rotations, there was a period where Ngidi was bowling the slow balls, and people have forgotten this, but there was a period where he's bowling those same slow balls to get absolutely hammered, right? And then there are other periods where it works for him. And so, look, he's a big guy. There's a lot of like moving parts to him. I just don't think you can ever assume he's going to be consistently good.
Okay, fair enough.
So, Jared,
then-
now.
Look, Deepak's got his scorecard back. Deepak hasn't talked to any of us for 20 minutes while he's been looking at a game from 1996.
No, I was not. Like my wife had come because we're traveling tomorrow, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
So
Happy birthday? Is it tomorrow? No, later in the week.
No, yeah. But like I mentioned for that tech part where I want to sit down with my friend to discuss about the.
Are you
different
honestly
stuff.
trying to have a business meeting with us right now?
Not me. Why would I? Like we were, I just like my wife kind of bummed in, so I was just kind of having a conversation with her. So all the
27
chores
balls
of
remaining.
the house. I think Shravan can still beat it, huh?
166 is the predicted at the moment, but it's been
Oh.
going.
Back to back days.
It's been going underneath the predicted all day, so that's why I went lower before.
All right, let's see.
Santa's first ball is defended.
It would be much fun if you make a points for this, by the end of the season, we all could come up with this. So it's like nice thing to do. I mean, like just a fun part to do, fun activity.
Absolutely not.
Last
Why?
year we had come up with a bingo card situation where all of us colleagues came up with bingo cards of our own. You came up with random things. So one of the things I had predicted was RCB to play the final and GT's top three to score in excess of 2,000 runs across the season. Just come up with random
Wow.
predictions for
Yeah.
the season. Yeah, I remember those two coming good, so I was happy with them.
I think the top three almost score 2,000, right?
They scored in excess of 2,000.
Excess.
The three of
Not
them together.
exactly excess. No. Did they?
I think 1900 something then. Somewhere
Yeah.
1900 plus for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, 1900 something. Almost 2,000.
Yeah.
Amazing prediction.
2000 would be
And
tagged
that-
too much.
But they almost did. Like they had and remember Butler had to leave at the business end
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
tournament. Otherwise, they could have easily crossed it. And they might have reached the finals also.
By the way, what does the market say, Jared? Now?
I would.
166 is what you last said.
No, not the score. Like
The
who is
odds.
favorites at this point.
Oh,
Yeah, Delhi is a 70% chance of winning at the moment.
Okay.
I think even with such a sluggish surface, when you have to chase 160-ish, I think you can almost be in the cruise control mode, right? Because you would know that you don't have to basically take undue risks and stuff, right?
Yeah,
This
but
is what-
I mean, it's not easy. Every time, a lot of people, when they've tried to play attacking shots on this pitch so far, have just gone out, right? And you're going up against, if they can get anything out of the new ball, they can have something. The issue that Mumbai is going to have here is that they do not have a striking spinner.
Yes.
But I
it'll be
would still
difficult
say
to hit
Santner.
No,
Yeah,
Santner,
yeah.
Santner
Exactly.
will be fine, but I'm saying they don't have a striking spinner. So
Agreed.
if you're defending 160, what you really want is probably someone who's going to get you. You want Chahal really on this wicket
Yes.
rather than Santner. Now Santner still might be exceptional, right? And he can have a great bowling performance on this surface because Akshar's been the hardest to play, and he's the most similar to Akshar, right? But I'm just saying, if you're in a position where they could take on some of your weaker bowlers, take down Shardul perhaps, or take down the new ball, you then need someone to strike, right? And that's very, very hard to do with the kind of spin options that they have in their side.
And to be honest, is exactly the kind of surface that Shardul would enjoy. His cross seamers and him just doing a million different things without even him knowing sort of what is going to happen. And batters invariably trying to attack him and giving away the wicket. So I still don't think it's a game entirely in DC's favor yet. But yeah.
But having said that, Kuldeep went for 31 in 3 overs. Imagine how badly he bowled on the surface.
He bowled, very badly. And this is after conceding just 9 of his first 10 balls. So his last, 8 balls have gone for 22 runs. So he really was hammered towards the end.
By the way, that's the confidence what MI batsmen have because they have Bumrah, likes of Bumrah and all in their ranks. Or else some other team would have panicked by now. They would have started hitting it out of the park. They would have tried to tee off a bit. I think, but they are absolutely sure about their bowling. Like they can
Well,
pull it
also
off.
every time they've tried to head out, they've gone out. So
Yes. Yeah. And obviously, like, I think Bolt, Hardik, in the scheme of things, still I would say Mumbai looks a good bowling attack. Today, I have my apprehensions
yeah,
because
it's
we
not a
haven't
full-strength
seen
bowling
Deepak.
attack, is it?
Yeah, because Deepak Chahar hasn't played much of cricket since long. I think in the domestic
October?
also he hardly.
Was his last
was the
game in
last time.
October?
Yeah, exactly.
It-
Shardul,
Finally a boundary.
Yeah.
no doubt he is a good bowler. He
well-timed
bowled well
four.
in the last match, but back-to-back 2 good games from him is not something which he normally does.
No.
And Cobbin Bosch obviously had a good World Cup. He has become one of the most improved bowlers of late, but still, would you put him up there with Bolt?
Bosch.
No way.
Well, one's
way,
the
no way.
best new ball bowler in the world, and the other one is the 5th best bowler in any team he's playing in.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You cannot. So, like, you just do not have any comparisons. Like, if you consider this bowling attack to like what they had against KKR in the last match.
But this pitch, I love the
131.5.
way DC had come up with this pitch. If this is what they're going to follow the template, they are going to crack this down for sure.
But like it,
Yeah.
Shravan, it also depends. Like, generally teams have done that to Mumbai.
Oh, two
Like,
boundaries
GT
in this
did-
over. Natarajan's going with the
GT
short bouncer there and
Yeah.
got cut away.
Exactly. GT did that to them in the last year tournament when they gave black soil wicket to Mumbai. LSG gave them that sluggish black soil wicket. It's been the case with them almost every time.
By the way,
No, but
another thing. Sorry, you guys first finish.
So no, but the point is like if they are going to have the success, looking at the batting, let's say, imagine if they bat well and they win by some 6 wickets or 5 wickets in hand, they could stick with this pitch for even for
Like-
the teams like RCB, SRH,
They,
and all.
RCB would be the last team where they would like to give this kind of a wicket. They did that last year and it really backfired because even
that's-
Krunal and Virat
Kohli,
kind of
did-
even after a I would say a pretty much collapse in the power play, they were able to cream through the total. So I don't think so because RCB with Virat in they just bossed these 160, 170 totals.
I agree. Also,
Brajesh
with the impact sub options that MI have, they've got Mayank Markanday as well right now. Do you think they'll consider bringing in a spinner instead of Trent Bolt because they've already got Deepak Chahar and Shardul, to bowl with the new ball? That's actually something they should consider.
I'm just assuming we're not going to see Bolt, right?
So like
Yeah,
Brajesh,
no.
this is how you bring in your PR. So Brajesh was just calling me right now. I said I'm in the live stream. He said which one? So I just mentioned now he's sending me the super chat. So Lee, this is how you bring in the people to say good things about you. So hi Brajesh.
Is he like your third personal trainer?
No. He's one of the members of the channel.
Did you get any personal training done today?
Yes. 1 hour.
Weights, cardio,
What? Weights? I do weights only.
no cardio?
No, not yet. I have to start.
What's your preferred cardio?
Take me a second later, but I was like, what, I'm talking to two 40-year-olds, of course.
See, he's 45. I'm not even 40 yet.
You turn for my bad, yeah.
I'm 46.
46
Jared.
now? Yeah.
You look quite young
Now
for
Jared.
46. To be honest.
I don't look quite young. I look quite young for 46.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's it. You look quite young for 46.
For 46. He keeps saying for 46 at the end. He could just say you look quite young, but he's not saying that, guys. He's being very particular with his language. And Geedy is
Lest you
back.
forget.
Is it?
Yeah,
This
it's
is
a good shot.
Geedy's last over. It feels quite
Yes.
early, I suppose. Well, maybe one over earlier.
I think they can have Mukesh and Natarajan.
Natarajan,
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
how it's
yes,
going
yes.
to be.
Natarajan has gone for. He's probably the only person who's really got stick. I suppose Kuldeep
Kuldeep.
went for runs, didn't he?
Yeah. I think it'll be Nattu, Mukesh, and Nattu to close it out. Oh
I
wait, it's just two after this. My bad. Nattu and Mukesh. So
uh, I have a left field guess that Mukesh will go for runs other next over. He will be going for runs
I
more than
think they're going
15.
for a wicket though here by bringing Ngidi back on, which I don't think is a mistake, but I wasn't really expecting it.
Yeah, agreed. Makes sense.
So what seems to be the good score on this surface? I think 170-ish.
yeah.
175. 175.
300
will
would be
a
good.
On which surface, Jared? Any surface in the world, right?
Most surfaces, yeah.
Most
Most surfaces. You're still not convinced with that number.
I told you,
Yeah,
300,
obviously.
360 is par now.
Come on, Jared.
Oh,
Well, if you have a look
that
at the
was
comments,
good.
if you have a look at the comments, 360 seems to be par.
That was a good ball. Pretty mini
139
Yorker
for
also this
5.
guy has.
Yeah, it was a. He's not appealing. He's not reviewing this anyway.
Oh, it looked out, isn't it? It touched the bat, the toe end of the bat.
I don't know. He
Did it?
came from very, very wide on the wicket, and I think, yeah, no, he did hit
No,
it.
no.
You're right.
Yeah, I don't think that was out. Yeah.
Did it hit the bat? I mean, like,
Yeah,
I couldn't see the
he hit
replay.
it.
Ah,
In real time,
Makes
it seemed
sense.
that way.
makes
So I
sense.
think it looks like Shravan is almost out of the race.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
Why 28 of 15? I think that's reasonable. I mean, they can pull that off.
This is not able to get any momentum into this innings.
That's why I'm
A
saying
couple
I
of sixes
said it.
and yeah, just a couple of sixes. The equation comes down to 16 of 13, and then yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
My point is like that's why the next over of Mukesh is going for like more than 15 runs. Just my wild guess. That's
so less of a prediction, more of a hope to get your prediction.
So Akshay, ever been MI fan or like?
No, MI has consistently been one of my most disliked teams. But of course, it always stemmed from a place of jealousy that why on earth is this side so damn good?
Santa's
I
done
can't do
well
anything
here
about
just to
it.
get up and
Yes,
under a
that was-
low
that
full
was a
toss
good
and hit
shot.
that for 4. That was very
was a
important
good
as
shot.
well because otherwise
Yes.
Ngidi was going to have a great over here.
Yes.
So you're
4 over
upset that
34 for
Ngidi
1.
would
You'll
have
take
had
that
a
on
good
the
over?
surface, right?
still any day, any day. Until unless your team hasn't scored 120 odd.
Played, man. Well done, Santa. Well fucking done.
Yeah, Santner has picked up his batting significantly in last year or so. Always a good batter, but like it's gone couple of notches above now, I would say. Another
He has been
example
good, yeah.
of an all-rounder kind of
Late
getting into
development.
his own elements now, or a late developer, I would say.
To be honest,
More
I wouldn't even
Vittori.
say. Like in my opinion, I don't think it's even a case of him blooming late. It's just that CSK for whatever reason chose to have Jadeja, Santner, Sai Kishore, all of them together and not give them any.
Oh, it's not
chances.
just for them though. He's a much better player for New Zealand now. Like they've used him up the order, right? They
Yeah,
weren't using him up
exactly.
the order when he was young.
And he
Wait,
was
what's
hitting
his
sixes
age?
for fun last year.
He's 34 or something, isn't he? Mitch Santner?
Oh, jeez, okay. For some reason, in my
Yes.
head, I thought he was too old. Yeah.
Last 5 overs went for 10 runs each, 52.
He's 34, just
not
turned
too
34.
poor, not too poor. It's decent.
Oh, well bowled. Yeah, I mean, 23 of the last two. I think all of us are in contention, to be honest. Anything like 12, 16, 22, 23. Anything, I mean, yeah.
But
a
Jared might be
beautiful
hoping
shot.
for less than 14, huh?
But still couldn't get it off the drop.
I think I need wickets. I had this partnership ruined me because I thought they'd be another wicket, but they've done really, really well. They've hit 5 boundaries between them, without like neither of them is smashing the ball. Obviously,
Yeah. So this is where I don't understand why people talk so much about Ramandeep and not about Naman.
I don't understand why you hate Ramandeep so much.
Look at the stats. Look at the stats. I just feel that
What a weird player to
Namandeep
have
is
a real issue with.
I think Namandeep is a better fit for that kind of a role. What I personally feel.
Oh,
And
this
they both
is
are
up in the
competing for
air
almost the same.
and is just short of deep mid wicket. He got nothing on that. It's good over so far. It's 1 dot and then 2 singles from Natarajan here. just squeezing them a little bit. They really need a boundary off this before they get to the Mukesh over. They can't end up with a 7 or 8 run over here.
But I do find a lot of similarities in how, they sort of attack the ball, both Ramandeep and Namandeep. And I'll add another name to that, Abhinav Manohar. Just the way the bat comes down, the way they try to, go for sixes especially, there are a lot of similarities.
I agree.
That's a
And this is going to be
beautiful
caught
shot.
at deep mid wickets.
And it is
Yeah.
caught.
He's gone basically. Last over, he was trying to bowl the short, slower ones, Natarajan, and he just got them wrong. And this over, he's got them almost perfect. He should have got Santner out last ball, and instead, he's ended up getting a Namandir out with this one. He clipped it okay, but that actually spins off the wicket, that slower ball, I reckon, even though it was a bouncer, which maybe also caused a bit of an issue there. But again,
I think he would
This
be
guy,
disappointed
Namandir, is
with
the captain.
I mean, he did read the slow one. He did pick it, but unfortunately, he didn't time it as well.
Well,
as
I think, again, it'd be actually quite interesting. I think quite a few times in this tournament, the balls have gone a little bit soft as well.
Yes.
That was off the toe, though, in the end. I think the reason that hits the toe is, if you look at the bouncer again, he rolls his fingers on it, and I think it just spins a little bit. So it ends up hitting, instead of hitting the middle, it hits the end.
True.
They have sent out Corbin Bosch.
Did it happen back to back? The before shot with Mitch Santner? Was it
Yeah.
the top edge or the under top? Was it the under edge also?
The Mitch Santner one, yeah, that was it was lofted. I don't know if it was a top edge, but it was lofted.
I felt it
Hey.
was top edge.
Like,
More
Jared,
like a slower ball side.
is it due to the war or something?
The war.
Like the way they kind of facing issues with Duke balls in county cricket this season?
Oh,
No, because all of these balls would have been made 2 years ago. It's very rare that you get a patch that is made very, very fresh. Maybe not 2 years ago, but certainly they would have been made before the war.
interesting.
By the looks of this pitch, I am expecting Nissanka to come good from their batting end because he might be very acquainted with these kind of pitches in his home
Yeah, that's a good point.
country.
This
Quite a
is
good
a
point,
bit of a
actually.
Sri Lankan wicket, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's a very good point, actually.
Come on,
Little
guys, hit
easier
for
than
20.
that because
Hit 20,
you can
hit 20.
still get some sharp spin on that on those Sri Lankan wickets, which might not be the case on this surface. But
No,
yes.
but we got a bit of pace and bounce off the spin at times, didn't we? Yeah, it's not quite a Sri Lankan raging spinner, but it's maybe the sort of wicket that you see sometimes where the ball just doesn't come on all the way through. Great
Yes.
over, just a great over by Natarajan, 1 for 4, and we just said he'd been going for runs, so that's the thing about Natarajan that I really like is he doesn't get spooked by getting hit early on, and on top of
Exactly.
that, he eventually finds the best way to bowl on almost every wicket he bowls on.
Exactly. And such an underrated bowler. And somehow people don't give him that much due.
Yeah.
You actually said he's the Ramandeep of bowling a minute ago, so
Why did I say that? And why would I say that? I said like Naman, I have a reason to promote him also, right? Because my dad's business partner mentioned that he's the captain of his side, so I was like, why not?
No, it's one thing to
We
throw
have-
someone under the bus. I love how Jared throws someone under the bus, then chooses to drive the bus himself over the person.
forwards, and then I put it in reverse, and I come back again.
dead and buried, ensuring, just completely ensuring there's no comeback.
That's Jared for you. And he would do that
But-
in your investor meetings also. Like he's kind of explaining everything. And because I've listened to that pitch like maybe 150 times and realized obviously, and there's a certain way to it. He's like more of an opera kind of a person, brings in all the drama and everything. Certain time you're kind of flowing with that pitch, and suddenly he would say, now for the tech part, I'll hand it over to Deepak. I was like, ooh. So I'm like kind of flowing, yeah, now makes sense. That's good. Yeah, Jared, you're nailing it, bro. That's it.
Was this a
And suddenly
vibe?
now hand it over to Deepak. And certain times I don't even realize that my mic is on mute.
I
Deepak,
think the
you
best
are on
thing
mute, right?
about pitching a broadcaster media company, right, is the amount of times that we fuck up the tech on our calls.
I think that's par for course, given how
It
he's
is.
yeah, exactly.
Then
how
I always
he's-
say,
yeah.
well, that's why I have a producer normally. They're just reviewing this first wide. It was a slow ball bouncer. Again, the slow ball, it's spinning more now than it did at any other stage. So
That's true.
if Mumbai can bowl a decent spin, they're still got a bit of a chance here. But this one spins as a bouncer, but also goes very, very high. We're just going to have a look at it. I thought it was okay for width. I thought height might have been the issue, but let's just have a look. Oh, God, that
They
One
are
line
checking
cuts would
for
do the
height,
job.
right?
yeah.
No, not the height. Where the ball
I don't think
has
that's a
Oh.
wide, guys. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
not
yeah.
a wide.
Uh,
That's not a wide, I guess.
the first instance didn't look like because the ball has crossed the line way past when it crossed the batsman. That's when it crossed the line, the wide mark.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh, it's very close. It was very close. There is a speck of the ball. It's been looking
There needs to
good.
be something within the line or something touching the blue line. What's the rule? I think I'm confusing between the two.
It should come out of that blue line. At least
Okay.
a
Something
mini
within.
millimeter,
Yeah, there it is.
millimeter,
There
yeah,
it is. Yeah.
something. Even if it's
Something
exactly
has
on
to
the
be
blue
inside
line,
the
that's
line,
still
yeah.
Yeah.
that's still a wide. Mm.
They're reviewing it. Oh, they're having a look at the head high now. So it's not going to be a wide. 192 centimeters. I hope someone's writing down all the heights of these players when we get them, so we don't have to have me, Deepak, and Robbie fighting all the time.
It's not exact. It's not the actual height. It's with the helmet on.
Is it?
Yeah.
And shoes.
And shoes.
I hope they're not wearing those big Hoka trainers then. Every player is 6'5". All right, dot ball. And the next one is slogged up in the air. Just going to get over cover's head. And they'll come around for a couple here.
So
Jared is
surely
going to make this.
Shravan and Akshay are out of it now. I don't expect them to clobber 16 of last 4.
It would be epic
I
if
need-
that happens, but yeah.
And the best part about all these pitches is you can actually make a collage of like all the different settings Jared would come up with. Every single meeting, he's in some other place. The background is always different. It's like maybe some other corner of his house, or no, I have no idea why.
I do
Every
use it.
single time.
I've got a big
Two
house.
things,
I'd like
it
to
says-
use all of it.
No, that's where I've made it a point to just have a blank white wall anywhere I go. It's always a blank white wall. It just makes it easier for me to find something like that.
The first thing I ever noticed in a
another
meeting
wide.
is
I would review this. I would review this again. I don't think they're going to.
they should.
I'm still watching the replay of the catch. I carried the ball.
No. Does it look like? No, I didn't feel. Neither the height wise, neither the width wise.
It's actually quite hard for him at the moment because the ball's spinning so much. It may have actually spun into a wide then.
No,
but I
that's
wouldn't-
a wide. That's right.
You think?
No.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Have,
No.
I wouldn't have given that.
No, but my point is whether the wide where the ball is moving post the post
Yeah,
the
that's what I
batsman.
mean. It's the angle is making it look a lot
Yeah.
worse because of the amount of spin he's putting on the ball.
True.
I can't remember, and this is multiple bowlers now who've spun their bounces. This one's much better, and they'll just get a single. They think about 2. The most important thing that can happen here is for the last ball of the innings, for Mitch Santner to be bounced and for him to forget to run. Why am I referencing that? Does anyone remember?
The
2019
World Cup final. Or?
Yeah, 2019 World Cup final. Everyone talks about all the other stuff that went on, and no one goes back to have a look at the fact that Mitch Santner forgot to run on the last ball of the innings.
That is in normal. I mean, in regular time. You're referring to.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That would have been one extra run, right?
Yeah. I think I heard you only say this. I was trying to think who was this? Someone had actually brought this point up. Yeah, it was you.
This one's forced out on the leg side. They'll come back for 2. So they've got a couple of 2s here and a wide. They're on 154 for 6 with 2 balls to go. Bosch is not really timing the ball. He's only faced a couple, to be fair, but Bosch has not timed the ball perfectly yet. They basically just need him to get 1 6 away here and another 2. They take 8 runs off the last 2 balls here, I think. May
By
not
the
be
way,
enough,
do the
but
job.
they'll take it.
And
Akshay
Jared
still
Yash
in the
is in.
contention. What if they
I
hit
like,
2 sixes?
sure, I mean, I'm all for it. Also, Yash in the chat is insisting to take his super chat. Yeah, if Jared wants to go for it, because
Oh,
it's
Bosch has whacked this. Oh, really hit this hard. It's a slow ball outside off stump, and he's hit it wide mid off, and that's gone for 4.
I'm rooting.
that's a
Yash says, I'm new to the NBA, and my friend with a smile said I should support underdog Sacramento Kings. Yeah, don't. You should actually lose that person as a friend. You should never talk to them again. Anyone who has ever suggested that to any other human being wishes them only harm. Andy says, do you have Arshdeep in the top 5-10 T20 seamers? Don't know, actually. I don't really have a list at the moment, so...
like, do you have 10 pacers who are better than Arshdeep currently? I don't know.
Yeah. Vaguely also.
Oh,
we could rank
misfield.
him.
They got the 8 runs off the last 2 balls here. And that was a misfield. And it's cost me because my pick was 158 and that would have got me at 159. But it's 162, which means Deepak is the closest, I think.
Yeah. Closes without getting over. Let's play Jeopardy rules. So, yeah.
So if they would have fielded well, I think I could have ended up with 160.
Ayush says, IPL can become a 16-team tournament without expanding the annual window by playing double headers every game. Yep, I literally could not agree with you more, and I've said that a million times.
And that would actually increase the interest in IPL also, because then they should even have these double headers at the same time so that it becomes little fun for the viewers also. If one game is shit, they can maybe switch to the other one.
You're singing to me, man. You're singing to me. Naray says, why is batting first such an issue this IPL? There's no one reason. It's been different in every single game. I wouldn't take. It's not like it's due or anything else. This is a day game, our first day game of the IPL, and it can't even be compared to the other games. So I wouldn't worry about that all that much. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll play you a podcast. I say that. I don't know if the team has the podcast. They do have the podcast set up. And we'll be back after the break with many more of the people that are here now and other people that also exist. But a big thanks to everyone who's been there so far. If you're watching the podcast and enjoying it, throw us a like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see you in a few moments for more of Combox when Akshay gets rid of the fireworks, apparently. Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat.
Hello and welcome to yet another edition of an IPL All-Time 11 podcast. You might notice a few changes. That's because there's just Varun Alvaconda with me, Saurabh Somani. Varun Alvaconda, you, as Behram likes to say, can't find him anywhere. I am at Saurabh_42 on Twitter or X. And it's just two of us picking one of the more fun teams, I would say, which is Delhi Capitals. And when I was making my initial shortlist based just on numbers and the sort of advanced stats we have, I thought I made a team which had 8 overseas players in it. So that obviously cannot happen. We are picking 12 people, but it's not an impact sub. We are picking an 11 and a 12th man, and we are sticking to the 4 overseas players rule. And they have to have played at least 15 games for Delhi, either in their Daredevils or Capitals avatar, whatever it is. They have to have played at least 15 games, which is why actually one of the guys who's not eligible is KL Rahul. He's played only 14. I saw that when I was looking at the stats. I don't know if, how do you feel about this, Varun? Are you like prepped? Are you ready to go all Rob Barron rogue level, or it'll just be a normal rogue?
I think you have to go rogue with Delhi, right? One of the funniest things about doing this whole concept for us is you look at some teams and you're like, I completely get why they were so shit for so long. And this is, I think, one of those things where I'm like, I 100% understand why Delhi didn't win. Right?
Yeah.
Like, even with RCB, you're like, okay, they should have won one accidentally. Even Punjab, I felt that. With Delhi, I'm like, these guys should never have won anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like you look at some of their best performers and you see that they've played like 30 matches, 35 matches, and you're like, why haven't they played more? That is a story in itself. It's
Like, old Delhi was.
uh,
If they had stuck with the like early Delhi squad,
Yeah.
they probably win one. But they just let go of
Yes.
everyone.
yeah. The early Delhi squad had AB de Villiers and Andre Russell. Imagine both of them together in the same T20 side.
David Warner.
And they-
How much?
David Warner.
What else?
David Warner. Wow.
Where else
Yeah.
do we want to go? Right? Yeah. So,
yeah. Warner, AB, and Russell in the same side, and they don't retain any one of them. So maybe we'll do a better job. So you have first pick, Varun. So why don't
I'll
you
take Virendra
start us off?
Sehwag to open the batting.
Okay.
Like it's a
Yeah,
bit of
he
an open
was-
goal. This I think for Delhi.
Yeah, this was obviously they're waiting to be picked. Sehwag.
Yeah, true striker of
was a-
49, by the way. Like he's so underrated.
Yeah.
Like as an IPL batter, like I think finally I've been seeing recently Twitter is waking up to how good he was. Like we've been
Oh.
there, we've done that. So like we got there last year, right? And Jared's been on this for like past 3 years or something. So
Maybe Combox has something to do with social media waking up to Sehwag, because we every time Sehwag is mentioned on a podcast, we talk about how great he was as a T20 and one day player. We know he was a great in Test cricket, but yeah.
yeah, I think his Test cricket is a lot more flawed than his IPL batting, isn't it? Like he's so good
Yeah.
in IPL cricket. This,
Yeah.
do you know, like how when we talk about past good players in the IPL, like when we say
Yeah.
they'll be good now, you have to almost adjust the eras a bit. Sehwag is one of them. Like you could just take him for like his 2008, 2011 seasons, play it now, and it's still be a great season now.
Exactly. That's why I always pick him in my all-time IPL 11 teams when there is a restriction of 4 overseas. So I have 2 picks. I'll also go for slightly open goals because I want those to be taken so that we have maximum potential to go rogue later. So I'll take Akshar Patel and Kuldeep Yadav.
Yeah, I had both of them. Like again,
Yeah.
that's one of those things when you look at Delhi, there isn't a lot of like
Yeah.
names that
They
just pop up,
don't-
and these two just
Yeah.
like stand out for Delhi, don't they? Like Kuldeep has
They
been
do,
great
yeah.
for them. One of their better buys, I want to say in when did they get him? 2022, right? In the mega auction.
When Kuldeep 2022, yes, mega auction. Yeah.
Yeah, and Akshar they get in it. I want to say like is it a
2019.
trade or a mini auction? They get him in.
I think actually that's an interesting question.
I think it's a mini auction. I don't because I can't
it
imagine
might be a
Punjab
mini
trading. Punjab retains him in 2018 and they let go of him. Punjab thing,
Yeah.
of course, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Again, great buy. So where do we have Akshar in this team? I think we can bat him at 5. I think that's where I had him.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I did not think of Akshar higher up the order, and I was struggling to
Because
fit
for
people in.
Punjab, we didn't. I
Yeah.
think if we
Yeah.
imagine the players as what they did for
Yeah.
the franchise, we've seen Akshar
Yeah.
bat in the top 5 for them, right? I think it gives
Actually,
us more
that's a-
flexibility.
That's a very good shout. It does give us more flexibility. So I will put Akshar at 5 for now, and Kuldeep at, let's say, 10, or he could go up to 9, I think. Yeah, and they're both, Akshar, batting and bowling. In fact, Akshar might have a claim to being Delhi's greatest player, in some ways. He's the third highest wicket taker for them ever, and runs wise, he is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's the 7th highest run getter and the 3rd highest wicket taker for them. So that's pretty. That's also a commentary on how dire Delhi have been. Like they cannot. If Akshar Patel is your 7th highest run getter and your 3rd, Akshar Patel is a great cricketer, but he shouldn't be topping. He shouldn't be in the top 7 of both lists. You should have had better batters there. Anyway, yeah. So back to you, Varun.
So I could go for the obvious Indian batter, but I think
Yes.
because I expect you to I'm just gonna block the overseas picks. I'll take Chris Morris
Okay.
as the
He was
overseas
there.
player because he
Yeah.
stands out for Delhi, right? I think he was a bit underrated by IPL fans. He's an incredible death bowler, and he also bats very well for Delhi, right? Delhi's the one team where they
Yeah.
actually get the best out of his batting for a couple of seasons. I think he's really good for Delhi.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I don't know if you had him. I'll take Tristan Stubbs because again with the bowling.
I I had both
Did
of
you
them.
have
I
him?
had both of them.
Yeah,
I
same.
had both of them.
Yeah, Tristan Stubbs, you guys will find out in our piece this week. He's what we call the finishing anchor, right?
Yeah.
It is so essentially he likes to take time. He likes those fights and balls. And then how many times have we seen Tristan Stubbs go from like 10 of 10 to 60 or 30, right? He's so good at doing that. Like,
No, and Tristan Stubbs is one of the guys who you expect that, even Delhi, now they know what to do better, so they will hang on to him, and he will have a long career with Delhi. He will eventually rise up those batting charts in just counting stats. Also, he's already good on all our advanced numbers. So, yeah, what's his true strike rate? It must be pretty.
it's actually only +7 because that's, as I was saying, because
Okay.
he starts
Yeah.
very slowly, doesn't he? And then he
Right,
maximizes death. I think there must have been 2024. He had a strike rate of 300 at the death or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, and not just like small samples as well. I think it was like
Yeah.
he faced like a good 80 odd deliveries at the death. So he's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, but +7, I mean, I'll happily take that, man. If he's 7
In this
higher
team,
than
yeah.
the average strike rate at the deaths, that's pretty
Again,
good
as
anyway.
as we've said before, not a lot of options here in this team, man.
Not a lot of options. Yeah.
Especially in the middle order.
Where are we batting Morris? Morris 7?
Chris, I had Stubbs 6, Chris Morris 7.
Right. Okay, so I'll put them there for now. Okay, I had a very rogue pick at 6 when I didn't think of Akshar at number 5. So I had Stubbs 5 and a very, very rogue pick at 6, which I'm tempted to pick anyway if I can. Let's see. Okay, so you have taken those two overseas. Maybe I can block all the overseas options. Okay, I will do my one rogue overseas pick. It's not exactly rogue, but he has played only, I'll tell you how many matches he has played for Delhi. He has played, I think, only 19 games for Delhi, so he just about qualifies. Yeah, no, he has played 23 games for Delhi. I am picking Kevin Peterson.
I initially had him. He's in my
Okay.
short list, I think, yeah.
Okay.
I think once we did this team, I'll tell you why I went away from him as well.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but
now
he
I've
was really
taken
good.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm putting him in at 4 for now. That's or 3. Do you
More
want
than
him at
fair.
3 or 4?
Yeah, I think either or works. I don't think it really
Okay, for now
matters, does it?
I've just put him at 4. And second pick. Okay, I'll just take the obvious one again. I'll go Rishabh Pant for
Yeah,
Delhi.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
he
I mean,
had to
it
be there.
sorts
Like
out
Delhi's
the-
Rishabh Pant was when he started.
Yeah.
How good was Rishabh Pant? What I'd do to get that Rishabh Pant back, man.
That was the Rishabh Pant we all wanted, yeah.
Like, such a shame. Like, this is one of the things where, like, do you remember, like, Sanju Samson fans were really upset that, like, why is Pant
Yeah.
getting picked? Go back and look at how good Rishabh Pant was from 2016 to 2019 in
Yes.
the IPL. I wouldn't have picked Sanju Samson ahead of that Rishabh Pant, right? Obviously, Sanju clears him post-COVID. Like, there's no competition there in the IPL, but yeah.
But yeah, that late 2010s period, Rishabh Pant was amazing for Delhi. He was scoring very quickly and he was scoring big runs. He gives you that wicket keeping option.
No, actually,
and
wait.
yeah.
I would suggest putting Pant at 3 because I think he's better when he comes in the
Pant
power
at
play.
3, right? Yes,
Yeah, Pant at 3.
I had him
but
at 3.
Yeah. That's good.
KP at 4, Pant at 3. I mean, that looks like a really, good batting order if you have Seva, KP, Pant, Akshar, Stubbs. It actually looks not bad. I have one more pick, right? Or no, I've made both. I picked Peterson and Pant, yeah.
So I think I'll finish off our overseas and I'll take KG Rabada, who again
Yeah.
was his absolute best for Delhi. What was it? I
Yeah.
think I want to say there was like a 40 or 50 game streak he had for them where he was taking a wicket every game or something. Like he was
He was-
ridiculous for them.
I think the best KG Rabada we have seen is the Delhi KG Rabada in the IPL.
Yeah, across everything, right? Even for he wasn't
Yeah.
this good for South Africa ever in T20 cricket.
Yeah,
So,
quite could be. Yeah. I put Rabada at 9. He'll obviously bat ahead of Kuldeep Yadav, I think. So
I'd imagine so. Yes.
yeah, Yeah. Okay, so that overseas. Okay, so you obviously had a different overseas pick than Kevin Peterson, but these are the exact four I had. So you have,
So my one of the reasons I was thinking of I wanted to go all in on the bowlers, right? Because I looked at the Delhi's batting and I'm like, there isn't enough batting for me to go all in on heavy on the batting. So it's better for us to out bowl every single team. So it's why if you look at it, I had Morne Morkel as my fourth overseas pick. So you just blast the teams away with the bowling.
Okay. Okay. Monte Morkel was in my very strong consideration set, but I just I just liked what KP had done with Delhi. I saw that century that he had hit for Delhi, and I thought that was like one of the underrated IPL classics. Plus, he was generally, even when Delhi, there was one season, I think 2014, where there were lots of seasons where Delhi finished bottom, but 2014 or 15, they were quite dire. But Peterson was, this was after his England exile. He was still good for them in that dire season. So I was just looking at all that, and Morne, I think, played just that one season for them. Did he? Or how many seasons did he play for Delhi?
He plays three. I think
He
two,
plays three.
like
Oh, yeah,
relatively
okay,
full
okay.
season and
Yeah.
one not so full one for
Right.
them. Yeah.
Actually, now that you mention it, I think Morne might have been a stronger shot, but now it's done.
So I had Shreyas instead of KP and then Morne as the bowling option.
Right. Yeah. So Shreyas for Delhi, I'm not a fan. I mean,
He's
was
not
just-
bad, but again, like we can't be picking and choosy with this team, bro. Like again, if you didn't go KP, there wasn't a lot of choice there, right? So the problem now is I want to leave the bowlers to you because I have no idea who the other bowling options are. So I guess I don't know if this is rogue. I'll take Prithvi Shaw to open the batting.
I had him. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
I had Warner initially, but then I realized, okay, I can't pick so many overseas players. So I had to.
So the other option is Shikhar Dhawan for them. I think with this team, I don't think you need Shikhar. I'd much rather have
Yeah.
Prithvi Shaw kind of blasting the power play with Sehwag, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if there's anyone that could get the best out of Prithvi, would be Viru, right? Because he's like Prithvi is essentially like a shitter version of Viru in the IPL, isn't he? Like that's basically what
Yeah.
they get. Like I do think it's a bit unfortunate that like I think he's just a bit too early for where the IPL was going. Like if he just finished his under 19 era now and was coming through the IPL, he'd be much better utilized, right? Unfortunately for them, he was just too early, especially and with the way India were very antiquated with their mindset. So
Yeah,
unfortunate.
And no, I mean, Prithvi, of course, he has sort of been the author of a lot of his own misery also.
Of course.
But let's see. He had a decent domestic season. He switched to Maharashtra. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Maharashtra. And he had a decent domestic season. But basically, you look at Prithvi Shaw bat and you think that this is a guy who should, whenever he plays domestic cricket, any format, he should be clearly above everybody he's playing with. That didn't happen quite this season. He had a good one, but not that sort of. I mean, it's sort of you expect him to do what Sarfaraz Khan has been doing, right? Sarfaraz has been knocking it out of the park in all formats. For in the Ranji Trophy, in the 50 overs, Vijay Hazare, in the Syed Mushtaq Ali 20 overs, he has been doing it. You sort of think Prithvi Shaw should be doing that, but he hasn't done quite that. He was unsold, right? He's not part of the IPL.
No, he's with Delhi
Is
again.
he? Oh, he's with Delhi again. Oh, okay. So there is a possible redemption arc then. There is, yeah. we
Or at the very least, he'll get some miles in by getting all the bottles for them. So either way.
Yeah. Okay. So now I have to pick. Okay, we have our top 7 sorted unless we slot Akshar in at 8 and I pick my rogue pick there. But I'll hold on to that. What I'll do is
We love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on. All right, welcome back. We've had a couple of deliveries already. Deepak Chahar is bowling. Shavan and Jared are with you. Target is 163, and we've got a couple of singles that have been scored off the first 3 balls as the first wide is delivered. Oh, wait. I say wide. They've appealed for this. It's been given. There might have been a little tickle. In fact, KO Roll is walking. Geez, that just looked a mile down. I'm shocked he even reached that.
I'm yet to even
was a
see
good
the ball.
take.
It was swinging down the leg side, and I just thought it was a long way away from the bat. A really good take by Rickleton, and let's be honest, for Mumbai, an absolute tinny wicket because that ball was utter filth. Yeah, right off the face of the bat.
Yeah.
Fair call. And so there's a bonus wicket that none of us thought was coming.
Yeah.
Twice has Rahul done that now, gifted his wicket away. Very early on this season.
Yeah.
Strange.
People will start to say he's out of form. I don't know if you can be out of form, nicking that ball down the leg side. Anyway,
Oh, jeez.
that is where we are. So fun start to the beginning of this one, and that just it livens the game up a little bit because this could have been a very easy chase, but from two very quality players at the top of the order, and it's certainly not going to be that.
I agree. Good.
And it's
I'm
going
all
to
for
bring
some fun
down
in games.
Nitish Rana. So let's see. A left-right combination might change a bit of fortune for Delhi here.
Left
did-
and right.
So, I just having a look at the odds. I think that changed a little bit. So they were about 70% chance. Yeah, so Delhi is still high favourites. So market hasn't changed all that much. Nitesh Rana gets one that comes back. Don't pick it up off the ground. Let someone else pick it up as that hits the pads. Maybe a little bit of bat on that as well. Very good ball there. The wicket was not a very good ball. The wicket was absolute arse. But that delivery was fantastic and a good delivery first up. Yeah, just off the middle of the bat, really. Wasn't even an edge.
Oh,
Strangled down the leg side. So, lucky one for Mumbai.
Yeah,
Take
true
whatever
bonus.
you can get. And now Nitesh Rana is just defending. The shape of this game changing very, very quickly.
Actually, I think there is too much of noise in that end.
on
There's
mine?
work going on. Yeah.
We might just need to check with Akshay's microphone because, yeah, we're getting a lot of feedback, or not feedback, but extra noise. So Chahar's bowled his first over, 1 for 2. Target is 163. And Bumrah is bowling the second over. Well, we talked about Shardul Thakur and all sorts of things early on, and they're like, no. We need wickets. We need them now. And here he comes.
It's a good thinking. But how do they adjust this Shardul Thakur's overs? Depends on all, like how Bumrah is going to present this over.
Well, Shardul can't bowl before the 4th over now, is my guess.
What do you make out of
Amu
this?
says Deepak Chahar bowled 1 over without getting injured. We'll take him where we can get him, guys. Every victory is, it works for us. And this one is hit up to mid-off. And there's no run, 126. So not very quick. Not sure.
I don't think they are willing to ball quick to this pitch. Does it support that aids more to the batsman if they ball quick? That's what I feel.
Maybe. I mean, to be fair, it's a new ball. You want to use it a new ball as well as you can. So you'd want to see a little bit more. The logo on my cap is the Good Areas logo. So one of the many, many channels you may be watching us on.
By the way,
comes in
hope there's
again.
no background noise now.
No, it's gone. It's gone. This one's lofted over covers for 4 by Nasanka. A little bit toey. And I mean that not in the sexual sense and not in the sandal sense, but just that it hit the end of the bat. But it raced away.
Yeah,
Anyway,
still a
so
good shot.
Got enough middle on it for sure. 133 Ks. That one was a little bit quicker. But
Played.
that was a little bit wide and a little bit full from Bumrah there.
Did Deepak bowl even a single slow one in the first over? I don't think so.
I don't remember seeing one, no.
Interesting.
Oh, Nasanka's gone again here. He's hit it straight out to deep backward square, but he picked that up beautifully and pulled it away, but he's just going to get a single on that one. So he's
That's
certainly not
sharp.
holding back against Bumrah. He's got one of the best pull shots in the game, partly because he is about 4 foot tall, and he basically every ball he can pull.
That's exactly how he started in the
Might be
Asia
3
Cup.
foot. I'm not sure. He's a very short man.
Yes.
I think you should have Deepak, for all conversations around height. I think, yeah, it'll just be
We
better.
did. I think it was Nasanka I was writing about, and I asked Estelle Vasudevan about his height, and so it was listed somewhere as 5'8", and she was like, "He's not 5'8". He's like,
Right on cue, Deepak is here.
here he is.
I
We're
think.
talking about heights, so here's Deepak, the
So
height
he's
whisperer.
definitely not more than 5'7". I can bet on that.
No, he is not. This one is turned on the
You're
leg
talking
side. They
about
take a
Ajit.
single. He's out. He's run himself out, Nitesh Rana. I don't know what he was doing. He was dawdling here. They turn this on the other side for a single.
Seriously.
And he's jogged. Oh, he jogged for a little bit, and he got confused. And Bumrah's walked over, picked it up, turned around, and thrown the stumps down. And they've lost two. I don't want to say fluky wickets, but not normal wickets in a power play. And suddenly Delhi again have got themselves in all sorts of trouble when they don't need to. That's his call
Delhi
as
doing
well.
Delhi
It's in
things.
front of the wicket. He clearly knew that wasn't a run because he starts to stop, and he really should have just said to Nasanka, no. Let's have a look at what Nasanka does.
Not a good homecoming for Nitish.
Yeah, and he was counting on Bumrah probably not either affecting the throw or not hitting the stumps, either one of them. But, oh man, bizarre.
Yeah. I think Delhi doing Delhi things here
Wow. Well, they started off.
decently, but then yeah.
I mean, Nasanka started off decently. I don't think we can say Delhi started off decently. No one else has.
Yeah, fair enough.
The Bumrah
Amu is
throws
saying
are
that
also
Bumrah's
Yorkers.
also Yorkers.
Nice.
Good point.
Yep. So that has changed
So-
things quite a bit.
so-
I mean, without really bowling well with a new ball, they have 2 wickets in 10 deliveries.
So, did anyone figure out how tall is a Garkar? Or is still a mystery?
Now that one I don't know. I think he has
I got
long
to know
arms.
that.
Yes. He does.
So Rizvi is in
And-
as the impact sub again, which we
And
saw
you
You
the
know
Oh,
about
other-
Ashutosh yet
his,
again.
you know about his early years, right? So he was more of a batter. So he was supposed to be the next big batter to come out of the Mumbai school of batting,
Oh, really? That
the
big?
junior level. Yes, yes.
Oh, from
I think
there to
Ramakant
5 ducks in a row.
Yes, I think Ramakant Achrekar was his coach, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
7
he's-
for
he's
2,
from-
slip in place.
from the
Bumrah
same-
comes in and it hits the inside part of Nasanka's bat. And they think, Nasanka thinks about 2, but it's not quite there.
He's also Achrekar sir's student. That I remember.
By the way, that's
Yeah.
when Akash Chopra once said that when he was new to the circuit, everyone was talking about Ajit Agarkar as in like a batsman next to Sachin
Yes.
Tendulkar.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
kind
that's
of
what I'm
hype they
saying.
got.
I mean, he does have a century at Lords, and if I'm not wrong, yeah. And he has a fairly quick 22 ball 50 as well that he scored.
Yes, against New
so-
Zealand. No,
Yeah.
against Zimbabwe.
New Zealand was Dravid. That's the fastest
Yeah.
ever ODI 50 for India.
Yes.
Yeah, this one.
I think his
yeah.
was against Zimbabwe, I guess.
The end of 2 overs. They are 8 for 2. Kaushal says, Kaushal says nothing. Kaushal doesn't exist. Kaushal says, Nitesh just wanted to get off strike against Bumrah. Well, he called it. I think he thought it was a run. He's hit it to sort of just off to the second or third pitch. And he thought it was a run, but why he gets run out is really because he suddenly realized it probably was going to be quite close. And so he slows down, but instead of saying no, he just decides to go through with it. So when it comes down to it, it wasn't like he was overly keen. He was the one that wasn't sure about the run. I think it was Nasanka who thought it was the run. Remember, it's gone to the left hand of Bumrah, so Bumrah had to pick it up and spin. But there was ample time. It really didn't go that far from the pitch. It's probably, as I said, it's not a good run in the power play. It's at that point of the game.
So Ajit Agarkar made a triple century when he was just 15.
Wow.
Now it makes sense why it was so much hyped when he was about to come.
No, as a pacer,
That
he
was
was
a good
damn
shot
good.
to the fielder.
From what I remember, he's still the fastest Indian to 100 ODI wickets. So he's got a lot of such records in his. No mug or anything like. Oh, played, yaar. Straight
But
to
then straight to
mid
the
off, but
fielder.
yeah.
Yeah.
Got 2 fielders out on the leg side. We've got a deep mid wicket here for Nasanka, so that's for the pull shot, and then a deep backward square. And he's got a Yorker from Chahar. That's actually very, very good bowling, which Nasanka keeps.
And
Is it Nasanka?
by the way, yeah, it is Nasanka batting. The deep mid gone.
No, but
went
it's
back.
not him facing, is it?
It is
Rizvi facing?
Nasanka.
Oh, it is
It
Nasanka.
is.
That's well played.
And
well
the
played,
deep mid wicket specifically went back before the second ball. So they had a deep point. The deep point came in and they sent a deep mid wicket out. So I'm assuming, no, okay, he just bowled a leg stump Yorker. I was assuming it to be slightly back of length or something since he had two fielders on the leg side. Interesting.
Did anyone see what the pace was? That looked like he might have taken the pace off. This is down the leg side. Nasanka helps this away for 4. So he's got the 2 guys out, but unfortunately he's got his line wrong here, and so Nasanka gets inside it. One of the we've done a lot of research, Cheyenne and myself, on Nasanka. And one of the things with Nasanka is that he's a bit like Ricky Ponting. He has the ability to pull between mid wicket and fine leg, which makes it very hard to set a field. So a lot of people are good at playing pull shots, but you put one guy out, and that sort of slows them down. Whereas with someone like him, he's also very good at getting inside the ball when he has to, or even hitting it wide of mid-on. And those are the guys that are the toughest to play. If you can play a pull shot in almost any direction. He's come down the wicket here, and Chahar's dropped him. To be fair, would have been an absolute pearl. He came down the wicket, flat batted it straight back to the bowler, who stuck his hand out and got a fair bit of hand on it. And if you're a Mumbai fan, probably not worth telling you that Chahar's now, of course, shaking his hand and make you feel nervous for him for the next couple of games. But it was a good strike. It would have been a great plucky catch.
Yeah. By the way, I think you were referring to the attempted Yorker, right? When you were talking about whether it was a slow one or not. It was a slow one. But I mean,
Yeah, I
I saw
thought
the
it was.
replay. It was,
Was it
a
knuckle?
ball. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
I thought it
knuckle.
was.
Yeah, it's a knuckle ball.
I didn't really. I didn't
this-
see the
this-
pace. I just
this
saw
was-
the way the ball didn't rotate correctly.
Yeah.
So this was Dolly as far as Rob is concerned.
This was also a slow one, by the way.
He should have taken it in his sleep also.
Rob Barron will say that he should have got 2 hands to it.
Yeah. And this was also another slow ball. So good to see that Mumbai Pacers have also quickly.
Oh, Nasanka's just smashed this down the ground. Oh, I say smashed. He didn't get much of it. I thought for a minute he'd cream that, but he's actually.
It is a difficult wicket. Rohit also said that it's very difficult to time the ball on the surface, and you just cannot play across the line. And remember,
Happy to
we were
see
talking about that Kuldeep Yadav DRS that Rohit looked little
Out.
worried. So it has gone viral on the net. So Rohit actually kind of tricked him into it. He gave those expressions. He has said that I did that because I know that Kuldeep has a habit of going for the reviews.
Oh, well done.
Yes,
well
told.
done.
He
I
just
love
said
it.
that in the
told that, I
interview.
think. Yeah,
He just said in the interview also. And that part has gone viral. So Hindustan Times, all the newspapers have already covered it.
Oh, nice.
That's what I said. Like his expression said it all. That's why I was also kind of conned into it. I just felt that his expressions are kind of suggesting that he has nicked it. So he did. He said, I did that purposely, just to kind of.
I'm surprised.
Whoa, what's
players
happened
don't
here?
do that.
Is this just? Was this a dot ball? Wait, have they called it a dead ball? So it was the end of the over. Shardul has thrown the ball back to the keeper, but he's thrown it past him for 4. And I think they have said
It's a
that
dead
it was a
ball.
dead ball beforehand.
Already the guys who are carrying the water has entered the field by the time.
Well, why do we
But,
need people carrying
yeah,
water after
exactly.
3 overs? Would be my first question there.
No, I'm
No
sorry.
idea.
The ball shouldn't be counted as dead. How can it be dead?
That's
so
not a
soon?
dead ball. I disagree with the
Yeah.
umpires there.
Yeah.
Unless
that's not it.
unless he'd have called over. If he's called it, then he's already
Okay,
made that
okay.
decision. That's his own thing. But realistically, in the laws of cricket, that shouldn't be a dead ball. That should be
No.
4 overthrows.
The ball was barely with Shardul's.
exactly.
within Shardul's hand. So I don't think. I mean, if he called an over so soon,
Also,
that's once again
the
incorrect.
ball has to go back to the bowler or the wicketkeeper to technically be dead. The umpires can call it before then, and they have changed the laws, although I'm not sure those have come in. Santner, anyway, 13 for 2. That missing 4 could be quite important later on. And he's got a little inside edge on this Nasanka. Actually, I mean, inside part of the bat, and he picks up another 4 to fine leg. He's scoring a lot to fine leg here.
Not that convincing, to be honest.
I love the ASMR that Deepak has gone for.
I think it's.
No, I said I love the ASMR that Deepak is giving us. Genuinely, not even kidding. Just the chuski, the chai ki chuski, matlab.
Yeah,
ekdam
Chuski,
badhiya.
hai na?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ball actually goes through his leg. He
I was
nutmegged himself
almost
here.
sleeping in the first innings, I must admit.
Oh.
It's very difficult for me to stay awake.
Oh,
from this
reverse sweep. It's almost caught. very athletic effort out there, but he's got it away. Nasanka's just coming for the. Look, we're all like, oh, he's going to be an anchor. He's going to be really important. He's like, no, guys, I'm just going to try and hit everything for 4.
The reason why I picked Nisanka as in the crucial cog in their batting wheels because of this, because he understands the slow key
Whoa.
wickets.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a very tough shot to execute. Again, ball was
Yeah.
well outside leg stump from there to be able to.
But-
yeah, well.
Oh, he's gone for his big pull shot here. He's ticking. They're 21 for 2. He's 20 of them, and he's like, I'm going to score all these runs on my own. I don't want anyone else involved here.
What
Puzzle
does the
Cow
odds
feels like
say
another
now?
double anchor like CSK. I think, as I said before, I think they're trying not to play KL as an anchor. But I love the idea of Prithvi Shaw getting another go. So I'm all for that. But I can see why they've gone with Nasanka, at least at the moment. Cricketing Thing says, what do you think happened here? According to Cricket Info Preview, it's the same pitch where SRH scored 278. We've already talked about it. There was more dry grass. The ball just...
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. You grow a bit of grass. That's the change that you need, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And that was a nightmare also. 278 one.
And the sun
this
beating
ball-
down doesn't help any which way.
Yeah, it'd be
Yes.
interesting to see what happens later on, actually. Sahil, coming in, studs up here, says, is Carroll the most disappointing Indian batting talent ever? He has immense talent, but hasn't performed at the promise he showed. If you'd like to Google a man called Vinod Kambli, I think you can find... There's plenty of Indian players who haven't reached the high heights.
Can
And
we have a
he's-
top
I mean,
10?
You find the
Or a
right
top
person,
5.
and to be honest, you find the right person, they'll also say Virat Kohli is disappointed. You're like,
Yeah.
this is India. This is too many.
Praveen Amre?
expectations.
Praveen Amre you will put in that list?
I would put in
I-
Manish Pandey actually. I
I
expected
wish,
him to go a long way.
Murali VJ?
Vijay?
Murali Vijay. But
Praveen
he was still
Amre
successful
also-
for
Prithvi
let
Shaw,
ball.
Prithvi
Right?
Shaw.
Shikhar Dhawan?
Dhawan, but I think did fulfill his potential. I mean, like he did.
Did he?
He was at test opener for an extended
I think we
period.
can
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
this
but
question from.
I
can ask this
don't
question.
think I've seen many players who pick the ball up better than
How
him
about
before.
Wasim Jafar?
He didn't get
Wasim
enough
Jafar was-
opportunities, to be honest.
But then that's what it is. Like
Karan
in the first
Nair?
class he had 10,000 runs.
And
Yeah,
even,
Karan
he
Nair.
even I think
scored-
our friend Robbie also might be a case for this.
No, but
With
when
his,
we say unfulfilled potential, we're talking about players who didn't really do well, when they got a chance. Like Jafar, for instance, I think in whatever limited opportunities he got, he did do well for
He did well.
India.
He did do well.
2 double centuries and whatnot.
Averaging 30 something in tests.
England, we'll also have to cut him some
Yeah.
slack there. If you go to England first or there, it is hard. And I don't think he ever got a chance after that.
Shardul Thakur is on for...
Prithvi Shaw is definitely a name I would consider for that. Unfulfilled potential, at least as of now.
now. Put it this way, as you said, as of now, Karan Nair and Prithvi Shaw are not that, on pure talent, aren't that far away from KL Rahul. Look at the difference in production. You couldn't even put KL Rahul in that sentence.
I would somewhere add Mayank Agarwal as well. Because after the 2020 and 21 IPL in particular, along with the Ranji Trophy, a lot was
Fair enough.
expected off of him.
I also think there's a lot of guys in the 60s, 70s,
That
and
was
80s
some
who
shot.
made a lot of runs.
That was some shot. This guy just knows how to bat on this surface.
Big pull shot
like a
from
different beast.
Sanka. 10 rows back.
Okay.
In my early days, I was a huge fan of Lakshmipati Balaji and Srishant when he was new. But I was so disappointed whatever has happened later on with Srishant's life. But then I was expecting him to come good, to be honest.
I'm not telling you another Srishant story today.
Irfan
Irfan is a good
Pathan.
friend of Srishant. So
Irfan
Shravan, be
Pathan still
careful.
had his...
Like you
I'm
be
not a good
careful.
friend
There's
of
a
him
very
at
high
all. I just
possibility
interviewed him.
that Jared might.
Oh, is it? So, okay,
upset with
okay.
that.
Noted.
I'm not
Noted.
a friend. I am not a friend of any cricketer. I hate them all equally. This one is drilled back down the ground by Nasanka.
But-
He is on fire.
Fire.
But you said that you have a secret man crush on him, right?
No, I think he's one of the more interesting human beings I've ever met.
When he was just kind of showing off that when he ripped off that,
Man.
I think that pet
Glass
house or
written over.
something.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I would never say I have a man crush on him. He's basically a walking punchline and kind of on himself. Okay,
That's
I'm going to
always
tell
the
you
vibe
one. I'm
even
going
I
to tell
got.
you one more. Oh, I almost nicked this through. I'm going to tell you one more Sri Sun story today. Then, right? So the fix situation, if you remember, when he had
Yeah.
to do the fix, he had to wear the towel on in his trousers. Right? That was the whole
True,
thing.
true.
So if that was me and towels ruined my life, I'd be very, very nervous about towels for the rest of my life. But when you go in to use his bathroom at Sri Sant's house, he actually has the cricket towels all lined up for you to dry your hands with.
Details I did not know I needed, but sure,
There
here
you
we
go.
are talking about
Yeah,
what
yeah, yeah.
is in Sri Sant's washroom. I don't think anyone can top a story like this. We're done. We've peaked.
Oh, Nasanka again gives himself room. It's one bounce four. Just a reminder that at the moment, they are 38 for 2, and he is 35 off 19. He is going all out. I actually think with Nasanka and KL, I think they've actually told them, go play your
Man,
shots.
that was some shot.
Yes.
That's
This is
some
what I was
shot.
saying. Like, I've not seen Shardul kind of giving you performances back to back. So this is where I was little skeptical about MI bowling, but DC have
Why
done them
are you
the
bowling
favor.
pace on? Oh,
But Shardul
See,
is
that's exactly.
Shardul is a 5.5 bowler, right?
Yeah,
If you
exactly.
get 3 overs out of him, you've done really, really well. You're not going to get him
Oh, that was
consistently.
a good one.
Yeah,
Came back really well.
his best ball is fine.
who is Mumbai's bowling coach? Is it Paris Mamre? Who is with MI?
I don't know actually at the moment.
Like, who's the genius with
Was
no
Bond
second.
with them for a while?
Bond is now with RR.
Yeah, Bond.
Malinga was with them.
Now with RR.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Bond was there previously. Then Malinga came in a couple of seasons ago.
Malinga is the
Malinga's-
bowling coach.
Oh.
Current. Yeah, Malinga is still the bowling coach. And Munaf Patel is bowling coach for
DC.
DC.
Yeah, that I know because he was
Why
doing
w-
a session with Prithvi Shaw today. So there was some viral clippings going out there.
Wait,
16
what is
runs
a
off
bowling
that
coach doing
over
with
is
Shaw?
So
just
I think
crazy,
now we
by the
should
way.
ask Jared one thing. His
Ask me
top
3
five
things.
top 5 man crushes on cricketers.
Why just
know if I-
Jared? Let's open it up to Deepak and Shravan as well. I mean, all of us later. But yeah, Jared can start.
I don't know. I
Jared
just
Jared has the luxury to meet them in person, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
We
That is
haven't
true.
seen that.
which is kind of why I don't know if I have a list. Do you know what? If I was going to put anyone quite high, we're having another sub come in here, are we? So Rohit's off for the game, and I assume this is Mayank coming on to bowl. Yeah, Mayank Makandi.
Oh, lovely. Yes. We spoke about this first innings. Good to see.
Of all the cricketers, I think I feel most comfortable with, I would say Jeremy Coney, the former New Zealand captain, would be up there. One that I'll try and get him on a watch along here. He would be hilarious in a watch along.
He's coming to stay with you, right?
He's staying with me in a couple of months. Yeah, he would be quite high up on my list. I don't know if. I mean, they're cricketers. Cricketers are, if you're a top level professional athlete, you're really, really competitive, and it generally means you're really competitive at every level of conversation. Bumrah coming on for another over here.
But I think Deepak's finally found Jared's kryptonite, something that would, calm him down and shut him up and not say anything very clearly, or else he would be agitated. Yeah, you know what? This is what.
Yeah,
it is,
because I've
so-
had enough conversations with him to understand this.
Yeah.
This is where
Look,
So are there
I'm
more
very
things that
rare
he's
for
not
cricket. I would actually prefer not to hang out with cricketers rather than hang out with cricketers. Yeah, Jeremy Coney, Steve Harmison is someone I really like, and I, spend a lot of time with. I get along pretty well with Bumble.
nice.
David
Loved
Doyle.
his voice. Genuinely
Martin
loved
Crowe,
his voice.
Yeah.
Martin Crowe, when he was still with us, is certainly someone that I had a really good relationship with. Robbie, yeah, that's boring, isn't it? Take that off.
That took a bit of time.
that seriously took some time.
I don't think of Rob. I think of Robbie as a co-founder, the way he should be thought of. I think of Robbie as a podcaster. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not gonna. Oh, Mark Butcher would be another one. I'm pretty close with Butch.
Oh, nice.
I suppose those.
I
two
just
guys.
got to know that recently that he has his band also. I had no clue.
Yep. Do you know?
is
I've
it?
never seen him. I don't think I've ever seen him play live either.
Yeah, I just
Butch,
saw.
Butch doesn't live that far from me, actually.
Where do you stay in UK?
I'm in Beckenham, sort of Crystal Palace area. Just yeah. So if you know where Kent play in the city, I'm just near their ground.
So outskirts of London. Yeah.
Yes, southeast. Yeah, it'd probably take me about 40 minutes to walk to Crystal Palace's ground.
I mean, I was at Woolwich, for like a month last year. So because
Where
that's
were
also
you?
somewhere Woolwich, that's also
Oh, okay.
southeast-ish.
Yeah. That's a bit more
So,
northeast, but yeah.
yeah.
That's
I
not
want
too
to say
far from me.
okay, my bad. Yeah.
No. That's all.
Um,
Fascinating that they bought Boomer on here, so they just think that they have to get in the Sunker, right?
Yes.
Deepak, you cannot escape from your own question. Now it's
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Man
Who are your
crush?
man crushes?
I haven't. I've just met Robbie. That's it, right?
You've
No,
met other
on
cricketers.
no, you don't. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to have met them. You can have a crush on. I mean, a man crush on anyone you see on
I-
screen.
in that case, me and Akshay directly disqualifies.
Yeah.
Actually, it's bold
Why?
to India A players. He's got man
No,
crushes.
He might have
I've met a few cricketers for sure because of interviews and whatnot. But either way, like I said, I don't think me having met them or not met them would have anything to do with whether I like them or not. So yeah.
I really have to think deep for this, to be honest. Never give this a thought.
Is that a sign? Is that a reflection of what you think of cricketers in general? That no one's even
Oh, shots
considering?
fired.
Yeah, like for me, it's been like this. Like, to be honest, I don't like to follow their personal lives ever. Never. I've never kind
Yeah.
of got into the gossip part of
Fair.
it and all.
And that's it. When you
Fair,
meet
fair.
them, they're not cricketers anymore, right? Like,
I get what you mean. Yeah.
and I think they changed quite a bit. That was a very interesting over because it's only gone for what, 4 runs, and yet I don't know if that's not a win for Delhi, getting rid of a Bumrah over in the power play and not losing a wicket.
Yes.
Like, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Of like, there's only a couple of cricketers that I felt genuinely. So Martin Crowe, I really struggled to be friends with him, and he really, we worked together, and he really wanted to be friends. But I struggled to be friends with him just because, like, he was like my hero when I was a kid, right?
Oh.
And it was so weird to kind of like become friends with your hero, and I never really got around with it. But I don't have many cricketers that are kind of even like that are kind of on that level, if that makes sense. So Dean Jones was another cricketer who I was friends with when I was a kid, and then I met him as an adult, and he was no longer my hero, right? And so that was a couple of good balls here from Santner.
Like, to be honest, it's the same with almost all the celebrities. The life is so competitive that to have a normal
Yeah.
relationship or conversation with them is not easy. Like, to be honest, I must admit that Robbie is very different from that. Like, to be honest, I've not seen
Robbie's
him.
very different to most cricketers, and most of the guys I've mentioned are probably very different to most cricketers, if that makes sense.
He is like his. One thing I've understood about him is, and really admire a lot about him is, if he sticks to a certain belief and if he would present it, he would actually live it. It's just not for the sake of it. Like, for example, if you would say that he wants to be part of Combox because he wants to change the way the cricketers don't have that autonomy and they want the autonomy back to the cricketers, you would see that in his every action. That he would never like you to criticize some cricketer or you should have some empathy for them and all those things. Like, he would just have that consistency throughout. It's not like he would just made it up just for the sake of it, which is very rare.
Yeah.
And
Rizvi just got away a boundary off Santner, which does change this game a little bit. They go for another big appeal down the leg side.
so
Santner thought this was out. Rickleton tried to sell the umpire, and then Rickleton came down to Santner and went, "Yeah, he didn't hit it, mate."
Sky, look at the reaction. The Sky is like as if he was kind of
It
expecting.
looks like a wide.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard the theory about, like, with famous people, you basically, your maturity quite often finishes when you start being famous, right? So if you
is
get
it?
famous at 15, your maturity is a lot lower, And if you get famous at 45, then obviously you're already an adult and everything else. And it's not a complete rule because there are obviously people who are very different. But there is an element of like a lot of the cricketers that when I meet them, when I start to know them quite often, they might be 30, 35, but they're actually still emotionally much closer to early 20s. And you do
I get
notice
what
that
you
a
mean.
lot. And so if I'm meeting a guy who's my age, but is actually like, what am I going to have? Do you know? It's like I've been out drinking with like younger players, like very young, famous players before, and we've got nothing to talk about because I'm like a 40-year-old dude and they're like 20-year-old guys, you know, on the prowl. There's no conversation to be had, right? So it's
I
not like,
resonate with that.
yeah,
And it's across the thing. Like it's even in the entrepreneurial world, if you see somebody kind of gaining success at an early age, it's very difficult to strike conversations with them. First of all, they think differently, like as Jared said, because fame does different things to you, and also the kind of problems they must have solved, the thought process that they have, it's very difficult for them to kind of resonate with your thought process. This
exactly. Makande has come on and he's dropped the court and bowl. To be honest, it was whacked back to him, but he has dropped it. He got both hands to it. Yeah, the other thing I would say is really famous people. So we're looking well beyond most of the people I would have put on my list at the moment. But those sort of uber famous people that I've spent time with, generally they actually live like politicians a little bit.
Yes.
Everything they say is very guarded, even in a very private one-to-one situation with you. They're usually trying to work out how to get, like, why are you interesting to them, or why do they need to talk to you? And they're also, a lot of those really famous people are incredibly quick at processing information, right? And so you feel like you're halfway through the sentence and they've already moved on to the next thing that they want to get you to.
That's a brilliant point, actually. That's a very good point, because the information processing ability is next level. And they would also gauge, like, this is what they would do. Like, they would just open up a discussion and they would always come prepared with a mindset where you kind of fit into the scheme of things.
Yes.
Even if that is like 20 years down the line. So they'll basically build the relationship in that way, that this guy might be important for me, maybe 10 years down the line. So this is how well structured they are. And
you
very
get a
calculative.
lot of those very famous people, and a lot of people who are very good politicians, and like I'd even put people like Darren Sammy and Jason Holder into this kind of box of, they're very good at like having a surface relationship with everyone they meet.
Yes.
Right. And it's only when you know them deeper that you understand that they're a completely different person to what you've seen. Right. And that's just, that's not digging those people. It's just that they work on a political, and I've met a lot of, high level politicians in my life as well. So that's what I mean. Famous people are just a little bit different. And look, I didn't get into cricket to hang out with famous people. I went out of my way not to do that. But occasionally I have, against my better judgment, become friends with some of them.
Okay.
And also you have to understand, because like the margin for error for these people is so small that they actually become, and more fame you get, more guarded you become. Because you, like, for example, if somebody is already a billionaire, right, and is running an listed company, and I'm kind of having a conversation with him or her, and I kind of take that screenshot and put it up on a Twitter or something of that, so that's going to be I would say, a career-ending thing for them also, because this is the level of, I would say, volatility that they have in their lives. So they have to be really skeptical about.
True.
And most of the time they're well guarded also. They kind of run through their PR machineries and all those things. So they have been narrative fed, and they have to live up to that narrative. All those things, like pretty.
I mean, again, strictly from the other side, of the line, because of course, me myself would never ever be able to imagine as a nobody, what it must be like to lead a life of so much attention. But it does feel like everything is very transactional for them, because on a daily basis they meet so many people who just want something off of them. And I'm specifically talking about Indian cricketers, because they more often than not are just deified. They're looked at as someone else. They're put on a pedestal. They're just given way too much attention, which means, of course, one is they don't let their guard down so easily, because they just feel everyone is talking to me for a reason. They just want something out of me, and that is the perception you get. And which is why I even understand. There have been times when even I've been slightly put off with a few cricketers that I've had the chance to interact with. But over time, I've realized, that's the only way they can survive. Or else they'll find it very difficult if they try to have a deep relationship with every person they meet. So
Corbin Bosch has just come into the attack here, and the first one's been mishit up in the air. Look, I'll tell you something really cool that Mark Butcher told me. So I'm doing a name drop, and then he's doing a name drop in this story. But he said as you get more famous, and he was trying to explain to me because I was starting to get to a point where I was getting stopped outside of places and stuff. He said as you get more famous, what you have to start doing in situations is introducing yourself to everyone. And I was like, but I don't do that now. And he goes, no. He said, Brian Lara told me this. Brian Lara got to the point where everyone was always talking at Brian Lara and he didn't know anyone. Right? Because they all knew him, so they would use his name and they would chat to him. And Brian couldn't tell if these were people he knew or people who knew him. Right? He had no relationship to any of these people. And so I've been told that if even now, if you meet Brian Lara, like if you're in an area where like maybe a social gathering where you're all standing, Brian will just go out of his way to introduce himself to people. As this one is flipped up in the air, dropped a deep backward square there.
Dropped.
Bye.
Dropped.
It was sorry, I
was
did
not-
see. Was it Chahar?
I hope we get to see the actual ball before Jared gets to see the replay. So that we can at least say who was it.
Is it Naman? Naman? Yeah, it is Naman, I think.
Yeah, it is Naman, dear. Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to. The reason I didn't pick up the fielder is because I went back to make sure who was actually facing on that ball.
It was
By the
Naman.
way, with the past conversation, what we had just now, just to calm it down, I mean, literally down, like from the pure fan perspective, I would absolutely love to see Faf as in person, the way he looks, man. He's like, seriously, he can be a man crush to any of them.
Now there's a
He
man
looks
crush.
so awesome.
Yeah.
He looks seriously awesome. I mean, like
That may not even
awesome.
be a man crush, actually. That may just be a
Yeah.
crush the way you're
Crush.
discussing this.
Yeah, the way he looked. The level
Shavan, if you could have sex with any man in the world, would it be Faf?
No.
Okay,
Not
who-
by any stretch of
Would it be
imagination.
Deepak?
No, not by any stretch of
Robbie?
imagination. I'm very straight in that way.
That wasn't the question. The question wasn't how straight you were. The question was if you had to have sex with a man, would it be Faf?
No.
But
Okay.
don't you
Then
think Faf
who would it be?
Yeah, exactly.
The follow-up question is you have to pick a man.
He's too hesitant.
I might have ruined it forever. Anyway, this was whacked away over square leg.
For a
Just a
six.
beautiful pickup shot to Rizvi. By Rizvi, and he's picked up a six. The big issue with this six is that Rizvi moves to 17 runs. That was only his second boundary, and there are
17
now
of
runs
18.
coming from both ends.
And this is what Rizvi does because he's a little slow off the blocks, but once he gets in, he has made it count. And even at the end of the IPL last season, he was kind of trying to get into his own.
But the issue here is that Nasanka is still going, right? The last thing you want is the bloke at the other end to start scoring as well. And that is actually what is happening here. It is quite quickly getting away from them. What have we got? We're almost at the end of the 9th over. Bosch is bowling to Nasanka. And he's just drilled this one down
coming
the
back
ground.
to that Brian Lara story. So what would he do if he would just walk
He
into a
introduces
meeting
himself to everyone so that then he gets everyone's name and a little bit of information back about them. So now he can start to pass, And then if Robbie does this. We talked about this on air the other day, and then Robbie would go, "Oh yeah, I remember you." Brian could say that once he's got the name back. Obviously, he doesn't remember them because he's met 10,000 people, right?
But to be honest, this is where I feel that Robbie underestimates himself. He has a very good memory. He remembers many of
Yeah,
those
but
things.
your memory works very differently to Robbie's. So in Robbie's case, and this is a very normal thing, quite often someone will say, "Oh no, we have met," and I'll be like, "No, we haven't."
Yeah.
And then they'll start to talk to me and be like, "Oh, okay, I know who this person is." The problem is we can't get it straight away because we're meeting so many people who are introducing themselves to us, and it's just, and then after a while they'll say something and be like, "Oh yeah, there is a memory back there." It's very different. And for Robbie, and that's what I mean, the higher you go up that level, right, the more people that you meet and the more people who treat you like someone they know, and it gets really tricky for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And still, he really maneuvers through that really well because most of the times he would
Except
be
for the
able to
fact
even.
we've already outed him on a podcast.
Is he there?
But
No, I'm saying we always out him as saying on the pitch where he goes,
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you all. And the person's like, we met before. And he's like, oh yeah.
But he would be able to get to the context then. Yeah. We were discussing this and that. So he would understand the context quickly.
Yep. We've got a couple of
Considering
super
the fact
chats.
that-
Gian says, Shaw's list A stats are Sehwag-esque. Yeah, they're great. Absolutely.
They're great. No
I'm,
doubt about it.
I'm on them. Blue Eagle says, Jared said there wasn't much respect for Hardik in Indian cricket before he won as GT captain. Was that because of injuries or off-field stuff? Off-field stuff, I think him and his brother are very different kind of guys. And, you know, you only have to look at
100%.
Sreesanth and Vinod Kambli. There's been a lot of guys who are a bit more Hollywood, I would say, in their attitudes. And Indian cricket hasn't always accepted those guys very well. You know, every cricket culture has like a type of personality they don't get along with, and I would say that he had that. Once you stick around for a while, that stuff doesn't matter as much anymore because you become part of the, you know,
But I don't know if I would say he had that. I would still say he has that in the sense the daggers
good
are
one.
still at him, you know. In
Oh
terms
no,
of
I
how
still
he's
think they're
looked
there,
at.
but not when he was. Put it this way: every time I would talk to a player when he was coming through, they would slag him and his brother off. That doesn't happen anymore.
Oh,
I'm saying is Dom Sibley, the Wasim Jafar of English cricket. I would say Dom Sibley got more opportunities than Wasim did.
Yes,
In that
even I would also
sense.
say that.
Dom Sibley, by the way, should have been playing Test cricket for the last 2 years. He's been much better in the last 2 years than he was when he was picked for England. But because of the way he plays, they won't pick him anymore.
Yes.
Nothing annoys me more than that. Somebody
And
says, follow up for Jared.
He scored a triple hundred also, na? For Surrey. Don Sibley, couple of years back, or maybe last year, I guess. Where they scored some 800 or something, I guess.
Yeah, he did have a big score. I saw him when he was about 19 or 20 make a double hundred, I think, for Surrey. So he's made some big
But
scores.
just
for them.
recently, last
No,
year
he
also,
made
I
big runs recently again. But I'm saying him making big runs in county cricket is quite like he's had a few very, very big innings all the way through. Samit says, follow up for Jared. From interviews for Art of Batting, which was the most insightful? Probably Chris Rogers or Jimmy Adams. Maybe I think I would have at the top one. Who left you starstruck? I had actually interviewed Brian Lara before, very briefly, and I'd done some stuff with him, but I don't think he remembered me. This one's cut away for 4 there. Really
that was
getting away with this game quite a lot at the moment. But I got Brian Lara at the end of the day when he was very tired and grumpy. And so that was an interesting interview because he misunderstood one of my questions and got really defensive. And it took me a while to sort of bring him back. Starstruck. No, I don't think I was starstruck by anyone I interviewed for that book. I've just been doing it for
Dravid?
so long now, Samit.
Dravid, maybe?
But I know Dravid. It's not. That's the guy I'm least likely. That was one of the more comfortable ones, right?
But you already knew him for one long time.
Yeah. The players that I actually got most excited about was finding the guys who played in the early 1950s and early 1960s, right? Who were still alive and still able to tell the stories. Those were incredible. Who's the most fun to chat with? I would say Bumble was great. He was a lot of fun on that topic. Like that's right up Bumble's alley, that kind of story. And Mark Waugh was a lot of fun. I thought Mark Waugh can sometimes on TV doesn't always come across like as good as he should. But when you just talk to him about batting and it was him talking about all the guys he played with, I thought that was really good. Any answer that surprised you the most? The one that surprised me the most was when AB de Villiers said that when he's batting really well, it feels like Mitchell Johnson is bowling underarm.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And Akshay's face will tell you how surprising that is.
I was trying to think if I heard that wrong, but oh wow, that's something.
And he wasn't saying it in an arrogant way. He was trying to explain it. Once he gets into his processes, everything sort of slows down for him in a way that it doesn't. Well, he wasn't saying it doesn't for other people, but we know it doesn't for other people. And Bob White, top edge and caught. Short ball, tries to pull it away from mid-centre.
Finally, Sandner has a wicket.
Yeah.
And I actually wanted to bring this up at some point in time before the strategic timeout. The first 9 overs, they bowled only 2 bloody overs of spin. Like you saw what happened in the first innings. Why did you bring in Corbin Bosch? Santner, Markanday both had bowled 2 decent overs. finally, I mean, you see the rewards. Chalo.
And it also, Nasanka had got slowed down a little bit as well. He hasn't faced that many balls.
Yes, he was off strike for
Yeah.
quite a long time. now.
Yeah.
Rizvi was kind of getting
yeah,
majority of the balls.
Well, Rizvi's faced 23 balls and Nasanka had faced 30. And Rizvi almost faced all of his in a row. He tried to pull that. It was a little bit too full. He is brilliant at that shot. This time against the taller spinner, it doesn't work for him.
Yep.
And this is what we see with him. He is, with his sweeping, this is what I saw in ILT also, that he never shies away from all these attacking sweep shots.
Options, yeah.
He was playing for Dubai
Even
Capitals
against-
itself, right?
Yeah, even against Noor Ahmed, he was trying to take him down with some attacking sweep shots. When Noor was kind of bowling well, not like what we see from him now.
And one more question, like to what Jared said, about what AB de Villiers said. That aside, I mean, the player itself aside, this is something I saw in an interview last year. I'm forgetting the name of this guy. He's a neuroscientist or something. He did an interview with Shubman Gill, Sai Sudarshan, and Josh Butler, the GT top three. They talk about the batting, but from a neurological perspective, how does the brain function when you are in the middle? Because you don't have the time. Cricket is, funnily enough, a very instinctive and at the same time a very slow sport. It's both happening at the same time. So when muscle memory takes over, what you said, it's I don't know how else to put it. I mean, apologies if it's too sciencey, but you know how time dilation happens when you get closer to a black hole. They just slows down, things slow down. That's how they explain it. Like they say that when we are in the zone, everything slows down. You stop hearing things. You just let instinct take over. You're not even thinking about the shot you played. People look at the highlights and they're like, how did his hand move this way? We don't know. You ask us, we have no answers for it.
It's almost like driving also, no? Once you kind of
Sometimes you
When
get
you're
zoned out.
certain times you don't even realize that how did you even manage to reach from point A to point B. So the subconscious mind takes over. So it's all about muscle
Always,
memory, years and years of this is what I personally feel about batting. I might be completely wrong here. Like good batters would kind of assess the conditions, would feed all that inputs into their head, and then they'll just allow their subconscious mind to take over.
Yeah. That's exactly what
Once they
Butler
have
said.
this is what exactly looks like. Like once they'll have all the possible different pieces of information with them, then something extraordinary needs to be done to kind of dislodge them. That's why like people like Bumrah and all become so special. Like one such instance would be Perth Test match where India won. In the second innings, when Head was kind of going bonkers, it felt like as if he's kind of finding it too easy. And then suddenly Bumrah comes up with the old ball, gets the ball to move off the surface, and Head's ending up edging it. And Manjrekar on commentary was all gaga about it. I couldn't even understand at that time like why it is so special. And then I kind of tried to decode it. Like the reason is because Head was in his zone. Something extraordinary had to happen to kind of come up with something which is normal processing or his muscle memory would not be able to process well. So this is where that little bit of deviation
shot.
of the surface was something new for him, and he nicked it to the keeper.
One second,
two
just coming back to
boundaries.
the game.
Innovative.
Two
Why
boundaries in a
on
row
earth
here.
is Bosch here? You genius it.
I could not even understand his selection, to be honest, in the first place. Even though
But-
they wanted to cover up for Hardik, I mentioned that in the first innings also. Would you put him in comparison with Bolt?
Whoa.
So he's basically
way-
Rizvi's played a big
That's
drive
some
just
shot,
over
mate.
the top of mid-off, and then he's helped one on its way over the keeper's head. And those are two very important shots because they just got themselves back into the game a little bit there, Mumbai, with the Nasanka wicket. And now the pressure has gone straight back onto them. Why are they not bowling enough spin, and why are they trying to get through Corbin Bosch now, I think is the questions that we have.
Yeah. And also, Paris Mambri, it says he's the bowling coach. And what's Malinga? Like, what are both of them doing there?
And also, I think like with Corbin Bosch, maybe if you need Yorkers at the end, he can give you that. So you could have kept him for like maybe an over or two at the death. Because he has a good Yorker, right? He can really nail it consistently. In this phase of the game, I'm a little skeptical about him, to be honest.
So they bowled 2 overs of spin in the first 8
9 overs.
9 overs.
Yeah. And
By
then
the way-
another over now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a question regarding this.
That's
Short
Oh,
wicket
beautiful
too
shot by
easy. That's
Rizvi.
getting too easy. That's rubbish, to be honest. That was.
Are you saying he's a worse bowler than Trent Bolt now, Deepak?
This is what I said at that time, and I was giving a comparison that how could you even compare him with Bolt when I said like
I don't
when
think
I
it was
was
a like
kind
for
of trying
like
to run it
replacement.
through.
Nah,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
this
It
is
was
what I was
tactical. They
mentioning.
said that. Didn't
Yeah,
they?
exactly. Because
Also,
they were
that's some
missing out on
bat swing.
Hardik Pandya. Yeah.
bat swing was amazing, to be honest. The
This
bat swing
is
was
where you
also.
could try to overcompensate for one particular skill and massively kind of compromising on the other.
Caution
And
says
also
what?
the thing is,
Oh, sorry. Oh, he's gone again. This is up in the air. Is this going to be caught? No,
No.
Gas gets over Long On's head for another six. He hit it
Game,
really straight.
set, and that was this.
We cannot say done, but yeah, game is set for sure.
Yeah, almost.
I can tell you
almost
this,
done now.
coming into this over, they had got themselves back to basically about a 33% chance of winning Mumbai. And now it's down to a 15% chance of winning.
Yes. So that's
Mumbai?
almost the
Okay.
game done there.
Why is
He's
Rizvi
bowling
rated
pace
so
on
highly
into
by
the
Delhi
slot.
management? Well, I mean, to be fair, he made runs in the first game and he's making runs here, so they're onto something. Unknown says, who from current 11 has a chance to be captain after Sky?
Tilak probably. I mean, I'm
Samson.
assuming MI is what he's talking about.
Samson,
not
I would
India.
say. Samson. No, India, obviously.
Okay,
Samson.
okay.
Really? I thought he meant Mumbai.
Yeah.
No, I think it has to be Samson, I guess.
Well, Tilak. Wouldn't
say it
Tilak
has to
be the most
India.
logical one on age?
Yeah. For
in
MI, yeah.
Mumbai? In Mumbai? Or for
Even
India?
for India, wouldn't he? Or Shreyas?
Samson for that matter. Samson is exactly the same age as Shreyas Iyer.
Also, it depends on like how this season goes. If who knows, out of nowhere you can see Ishan Kishan's name booming if he could do a little well, because age is on his side. So Kishan.
By the way,
might
the
be a good
doctor's name
shot.
was Sid Warrior. Thank you, Deepak, whoever's mentioned it in the comment. Yeah, the doctor's name was Sid Warrior. For those who haven't seen the interview, again, a very fascinating chat because it was not run of the mill. They had a very serious conversation on it.
Yeah, so just to get back to that, because it was really fascinating before they completely changed the game in the last couple of deliveries. But yeah, look, a lot of it is just what AB was talking about there is what Josh Butler is talking about as well. Is AB was saying that once he gets to a point where the only thing that he's thinking about in this incredible bubble is, okay, he's going to bowl this ball because of this reason, with this field and whatever, it means that he's literally just slowing the game down. And so he's just facing the ball. Whereas if anyone's ever played cricket, think about what your first 10 balls are like, right? Your first 10 balls are, your head is going, is this another six? Big six. Game, set, and match. And that is Rizvi's 50 of 31 balls again. He loves to catch up, this fella. And he's on his way to doing it. But this game is probably done now. Yeah, so
By the way, yeah,
you get to a point
sure.
where you are essentially, kind of building not building, but taking away all these other things. And so you're in a flow state, right? So you can be in a flow state when you're driving a car, when you're riding, there are all these different ways to get into a flow state. And that's what he's talking about. Then on top of that, what someone like AB de Villiers and Garfield Sobers has is they have the ability to predict so much more than, he's hit another six. He has hit another six. Good hit, actually. They have the ability to actually put themselves into a situation where once they do that, their natural skills are so much quicker than everyone else's. And what Bob White was telling me, who played a lot of cricket with Sobers, is that he would look at Sobers and Sobers wouldn't be ready. As in, Sobers wasn't in a good position, he hadn't moved his feet or whatever. And then by the time the ball had come down, Sobers was waiting for it still. Right? So some of that is a combination of his eye and the way he's reading the game, but also AB de Villiers and Sobers are incredible batting athletes, right? So the speed at which they get ready is quicker than someone else. If you move slowly, like I'm trying to think of someone, but if you're someone who moves slowly, then you have to get ready really, really early. Whereas those guys don't have to do that. So they can play catch up and still be ahead of everyone else, right? And if you look at guys like Inzamam ul Haq, who are really big fellas who are not very good, they have a really, really quick first half a step.
Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, Rohit, Inzi, Jesse Ryder, right? Arjuna Ranatunga, all those
Arjuna
guys,
Ranatunga.
they're not particular. Over 5 meters, they are slow. You don't need to be quick over 5 meters in cricket. You just need to be able to get into that position and have that first quick half a step to get into that position. And it's a bit like basketball. They used to check how quick people were from one end of the court to the other. It's how quick is your first step in basketball is way more important, right? And that's one of the things the more batters I watch, the more I realize that a lot of those great guys, that's what they were really good at, is that ability to be like, okay, so I've found my flow state. Now I just need to find the right position. Great. Now I'm in the right position. I'm in the right position. I'm in the right position until, as Deepak said, something puts you off. A little bit of extra seam movement. A ball bounces a little bit more. Someone swings it when you weren't expecting it to swing. But up until that point, you're just going. And that's why you see a lot of these guys, when they get into flow state, they're so shocked when they're out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Because it hasn't even entered their mind for the last 40 minutes or a couple of hours that they could be out.
Could be out. Exactly. That's a very good point also, because yes, that's the reason they're so surprised that how did this come off? Like,
It's almost a
something which
form of hypnosis in a way. You are in a different state altogether, and
Yeah.
then suddenly you're jolted back to reality. So, yeah.
I had this
something
thought for a
similar
long
to like,
time actually.
maybe like that snake ball that Akhtar bowled to
Lakshman?
Lakshman
Like,
and that
yes.
test, because the kind of surprise, and even with Virat also you see that, right? Whenever he gets out, there's that expression on his face.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that was more in that 2018 to 1920 time. That was a
18,
much
18
more.
remember that
18,
goal
remember,
from Adil Rashid where he got bowled
Adil Rashid,
in
yes.
third
He was
ODI?
More in early
stunned.
2021, the test as well. Like again.
Oh,
it-
jeez.
yeah.
What is
Absolutely.
Rizvi doing here? Bumrah's come back on. He's hit the ball straight to short third and just run. He would have run out David Miller by meters then.
Okay. By the way, I had this question because we are talking about the skill of batting. How difficult for a batsman to switch his mindset from
I believe
pulling
we're
to
talking about
ramping
the
the ball?
art of batting, not the skill of batting.
No, but then you're explaining
I'm
the
joking,
skill.
I'm joking.
No. Well done, the JK. Well done.
That's how you promote.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Coming back to the question, actually, how difficult for a batsman is it for someone to pull a ball and then ramp the same ball? I mean, like, if they're getting to know that, okay, this ball is going to climb on me, so better to go for a ramp rather than going for a pull, where the chances of getting out is much lesser. I always had this thought, like, why they feel it's very difficult for everyone to do that.
No, so ramp, you have to make the decision before the ball's bowled, right?
Oh.
So you're not making a decision between those two different shots. In that stage, what you're really doing is you have to plan to play the ramp beforehand, right? Unless it's a spin bowler or it's a very slow bowler or a slower ball that happens. But generally, so you're making that decision beforehand. That's why quite often you will see people go down to the wrong ball. Because what they're trying to, they're still using their batting skills, but what they're trying to do is go, look at this field, look at what he's bowled, look at what has just come beforehand. He's most likely going to bowl this delivery now, so I'm going to get down and get ready to ramp it.
Okay. But the initial phase of what Shreyas Iyer had, like, he has this clear-cut issues with short bowling and all. So for the pace bowlers and all, he can still stay in his crease and then just scoop it over the wicket keeper or something. That would be much
No,
comfortable for him. Even if,
that's not a ramp. That's
no,
like
I'm saying that if for the players like Shreyas Iyer, who always know that this is going to come to me at any point of time. So rather than thinking about it multiple times, when the ball comes, he can still go for that option of scooping it, where it's easy, the less chances of getting out for the top edges and all. Like, will it be difficult?
But
for
it needs to
players?
be a shot. I mean, just
Like, what-
I think.
what I have seen I with the batters, like somebody like Kane Williamson, somebody like Shreyas Iyer, what I have seen, like methodology-driven batters, it's about the insane level of muscle memory that they build over the years. So they're very clear with the lines and the lengths also. Like, if it's outside off stump, I'm kind of cutting it over third man. If it's into my body, closer to my body, I'm going to pull it. You have to go back to first ODI in 2025, where he was about to be dropped. Then Virat got injured and he played. He played these two shots of Jofra Archer. One was into him, he pulled him for a six. Another one, next one was little outside the off stump, he cut it over. So they consecutive sixes. So that's like years of training. And they get it from the release point also itself. And there's a beautiful video, not on cricket, but on football by Castrol, where they have done this thing with Ronaldo. Like, they switched off the lights. The guy was kind of taking a corner. He had hit the ball and they switched off the lights. And still, Ronaldo was able to
Yeah,
the
we had
goal.
seen that video. Yeah,
So
true.
all that is all about like the initial cues you take because of the years of training. So from the release also itself, he would judge until unless the ball is misbehaving off the wicket. He would judge that. Obviously, you have for on a ODI wicket on a true surface, you have to back your instincts also, right? So it's into the body. He will pull little outside of some. He'll ramp it, or he'll try to hit.
I can relate this with the billiards part because when we used to play a lot of billiards, now I play snooker, but then when we used to play a lot of billiards, there was a time when you get bored to the board because you're like every day you're playing for 4 hours, so you know like you're going to play it. And there was a time like you will be given a chance to see the ball only for once. You spotted your point where you're going to hit it, so it's purely about the concentration and the hand shouldn't shake at the point of strike. So, and that point of time they'll just close your eyes and then you'll hit the ball and it will
No,
still go the
exactly.
same place where it goes. So I can absolutely relate now. Thank you so much. I always had this like why people always tend to be double-minded when it comes to the pull shots, and then given that the Asians basically a little bit skeptical on their pull and all.
Another 4 here. Just as Mumbai, but not slowing it down, but trying to drag it back. And unfortunately, that ball just got stuck in the wicket and he waited for it. And it was a really, really good shot through the offside.
They just
By
had a
the way-
brilliant Bumrah over. That's it.
Yeah, and
nothing
Rizvi was on 11 of 17. He raced
Exactly.
to
I was
57
about
of
to say that.
32. Yeah, that's like what
38.
46 of the last.
38?
Yeah. No,
38
no,
or
like he was
before that?
57 of he was 57 of 32 before the Bumrah over. That's like what in the next 15 balls he scored 41 runs. Well done. I mean 45 runs. Sorry. Yeah.
That's basically momentum
Even
shift,
with that
match shift.
Bumrah over, you take that 3 overs out of this equation, the rest of the bowlers have gone for 100 runs in 10 overs. On this surface, 110 is like just not acceptable, to be honest.
No, the bowling plans have been really, really poor. And even when they've gone for the wrong bowlers, none of them have actually understood what the surface is and what they need to do to sort of get the most out of the surface. They've bowled way too many pace-on deliveries. Corbin Bosch, again, I'm not sure what was the reason. Sure, you brought him into the 11. Fair enough. Nothing wrong.
Oh.
You've
Another
got
boundary.
two spinners.
Oh, it's a 6. I
So,
thought that was a 4.
Yeah, that was 6. So Rizvi's kind of finishing it off.
Yeah, it's
them.
over. 100% now. If there was any chance, just as Mumbai thought they were, bring it back in. No, I think you're right. I do think there's an element of them sort of just. I just don't really understand the bowling today. I don't really understand
And-
their thought processes.
This is also one of the
6
reasons why
overs.
I'm not backing MI too much. In general, I don't think too highly of their bowling attack. It's just Bumrah and then, just prayers. There aren't too many other options. Yeah, they can look at it and be like, you know what? Yeah, this person can complement Bumrah and get me those wickets or stem the flow of runs or do something at least.
And 5
But then
overs,
earlier they had Bolt and Bumrah combination, as in like they
5
could
over
control.
68 on this surface, imagine. From Corbin Bosch, Shardul Thakur and Mayank Markande.
Almost
Yeah, but
14
that
run
should
rate
be
per
their
over.
5th bowler, right? If you've got Hardik, Vittori, Bolt, and Bumrah, they're not going to bowl 5 overs all that much.
Wait, why did Vettori come in?
Vittori, sorry, Santner. Same
Santner.
guy.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Even
I
you
went-
get do confused with same way.
I went the
we do.
original version, and then I forgot that they cloned him.
That was a good one actually. We always get confused with whenever we saw Santner. It's like always the childhood things are like Vettori looks like absolutely the same.
Yes. And when like I was doing a season preview of MI, I was little skeptical about their attacking spin options, and people roasted me for that. Like they kind of said like they had so many people, and I said like Gazanfar is not even their 3rd best spinner of Afghanistan right now, and I'm not sure how well Markande would be able to come up because he hasn't played much of late in IPL, and Santner is your defensive spinner. Viljaks is still a part-timer, so like where are your wicket-taking spin options? And look at this surface now. It hasn't changed much in the second innings also. It is gripping. It is giving assistance to the spinners. But look at the difference between the two sides today.
Yeah.
Considering
Even
the
when-
fact that Kuldeep actually had an off day.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, like we had this discussion in one of our Hindi previews when we were discussing about MI, that if you look at the recent times, we had more foreign batsmen who are spin bashers, and then we are having some counter argument with Deepak and all. Like right now, from the past 2 years, if you see, every team has a spin basher who is a foreigner. I mean, like putting a few teams aside, like putting, let's say Chennai will have Dubey and RCB will have Patidar and all. Few teams have for sure Indians, but then when I saw Puran, how Hetmeyer has evolved over the time, how Klaasen is there as always. So I always felt like, how is this even, getting the art of hitting spin turned out to be a foreigner batsman's pro than Indian batsmen. That was an interesting thing we were discussing on the other day. Jared, anything you can add on it? Like, what was the recent change, mindset, or?
Oh, I just think I think in general players have just worked out methods around the world to be able to hit spin a little bit more. And so if you have a look, I think it probably starts with that sort of Josh Butler, that back foot kind of shot. I think now that people can sweep for power much more than maybe it was more of a technical skill before. And Indians don't sweep as much as the rest of the world does. Like,
Yes.
there's a lot of countries that are, Indians and Australians generally don't sweep, whereas the rest of the world do sweep quite a lot. If you look historically at the data as well, you could see that.
But why so? Like, any rationale for this?
Yeah,
Because they use their
that's
feet.
funny.
It's like,
Okay.
'Cause they use their feet.
They
to
use their
spin.
feet.
hey,
So
is it also
Countries
is
who
it
don't
also-
use their feet sweep, and countries who sweep don't use their feet.
Is it also to do with the kind of surfaces we are kind of brought up on? Because in India, at early level there are unprepared pitches, so they're uneven bounce. I remember.
But why would that be India and Australia though?
That's what I'm kind of confused. That's why I said I wanted to have.
I just think different cultures teach cricket in a different way. So when I came through, I always opened the batting, so I didn't face spin much. And when I faced it, I was already set, right? So but if you brought a spinner on, I would just try and hit every ball for six, because by that stage, that was the part of the innings I was in. And as I got older and I became more of a bowler, and I would have to come in and face spin, and I didn't know what to do, right? And all I was ever told was to use my feet. Right. And it took me about 5 years to work out I don't use my feet particularly well, but I could sweep and reverse sweep and lap sweep and slog sweep. That's the shot for me. But I was encouraged not to play that shot. Sweeping was seen as a failure in Australia.
I clearly remember a junior level match I was opening, and I was not wearing the helmet to a spinner. Went for the sweep, got banged, hit in the nose. Like,
I
this
could still
particular
see it.
part was split.
Come on, Jack.
And
By
I
the
don't
way,
think
guys,
so I've ever been able to.
Samir Rizvi and Miller, sorry to cut you off. They've been in a 50-run partnership. Miller's contribution 1 of 5.
Yeah. And the funny thing about that is that a similar thing happened with the Sanka before. They've basically only had 2 batters score at this innings, and they've scored on their own.
So what
And
happens
Sky
in
has
these
gone to
150 runs?
Shardul, man. Like, I can't believe, like, I get it. See, Markande, I know that he got hit for a couple of sixes, but I don't think he bowled too badly. Shardul, Deepak, they've all bowled badly. Like, it's... And Rizvi is a spin hitter. He's genuinely a lot more competent against spin. So, sure, of course, he's going to go for his shots. But your best chance of getting him out is via a spinner. Like, I don't know. It's just, yeah.
Earlier in this earlier in this watch along, we were discussing about the same. Do they offer a pace while the fast bowlers are bowling? So we were all thinking like that might fire them. Like if giving pace on this wicket would counter fire to the bowlers. But then it clearly seems like I think Bosch tried to bowl few pacey deliveries. So as Shardul was not in his normal form, I think. But I expected Shardul to extract more in this pitch, to be honest, like because it's no dew, nothing. But it didn't pan out that way.
A few super chats here. Blue Eagle says, thoughts on Matre and how high is his upside? I worry about how repeatable his batting is at the moment because of the hitting across the line. That would be my biggest
I think I
question
lost you
on
there.
him.
Sorry, how what?
Repeatable. His batting is.
Repeatable, all right. Yeah.
So one of the things I'm looking for when I'm analysing someone is, can they do this forever? And you look at some of his best innings, and there's a lot of hitting across the line. He might be a player who always hits across the line. But generally, you get found out over a longer period. Prudvi says, I watched an anime called Kuruku no Basketball, where I first heard about the zone where you are in a different plane of existence. Imagine my surprise when I found out it was real. There's also, remember when they made The Matrix, they then made this series called The Animatrix between the first and the second movies. There's a really good thing about a sprinter, an American sprinter being in the zone in that, who basically runs so fast that he runs it out of the Matrix. That was like one of the first times I had really tried to, come to it. He ends up in a hospital actually because he's completely breaks himself as a human being. Pritch Rai says, talking about art of batting, how common is it to have players like Sehwag who don't move their feet to seamers while moving around a lot to spinners? It's very normal actually. If you have a look, we were talking about this with Robbie the other day. Most people bat completely differently to spin than they do to pace. It's actually rarer to be similar against both because they're so different in the way that you go about it.
Delhi unit is looking absolutely different with Rizvi having his form of his life. I mean,
All
like,
he needs to do, all he needs is 20 balls at the start of every innings, and he's fine.
Yeah. He looks
No, but-
absolutely comfortable post 20
On for
balls.
100 here, Samir Rizvi.
Let's not jinx it.
71 of 42. Well, he's going for it. It's a big bash here over covers another one for 6, I think.
By the way, I'm 3-0 when it comes to my jerseys. So teams, if you want to win games, you know what you have to do exactly. Pay me some money and I'll make sure your team wins. Just putting it out there.
Oh, nice.
Kaushal says, bowl out Bumrah. Yeah, you have to. I mean, the game's already over, but if you're going to do.
Oh, what was that? He's just slapped it past extra cover. He's literally
Ridiculous.
slapped
Over extra cover, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a crazy shot. Siddharth says, CSK tanking, or are they just shit or injuries? Injuries has certainly played a part. I think they came in with a couple of senior players to see how the season was going to play out. And if it didn't work, they were going to move on to something else. Sarth says, it's Michael Neese the Shardul Thakur of Australia. Michael Neese is probably a better bat and a better bowler than Shardul Thakur.
I'll take offense on
Better
behalf
bat?
of Michael Nisa.
I think he's a better bat.
also?
Well, in their career, who would average more in first-class cricket? I'm pretty sure it'd be Nisa.
Because Shardul Thakur off late has done well in first class. I don't know like how much that has impacted his average.
Does he average
overall.
20 in his career?
Yeah, I think he averages Schmeri. Let's
It's
check.
28.32 first class average.
What, with the bat?
Oh, with the bat. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Like
he
Michael
averages-
Nisa.
Bat. It's 20.72. It's just
Yeah.
21.
Michael Nisa averages 27.4 with 5 first-class hundreds. Who are you picking?
Ooh, any day, Michael Lisa.
And
And
then-
that too with the kind of numbers that you're getting in county these days. In Australia.
In Shield
these days.
and in County.
Yeah.
And then in first-class cricket, he's got 440 wickets at 23. What's Shardul? About 28, probably 29.
28.
Yeah.
The big difference is which one of them is going to. Bumrah's back on, of course. The big difference. Oh, beautiful guide that is just stopped by. I don't know who that was down there. But a nice little pluck save as that was going past. That actually was Shardul. Which one? Like Michael Nisa can play as your fourth seamer, fourth bowler, I should say. Shardul, you probably want him as your 4.5 or your fifth bowler, right?
Only time
By the way, did you guys
I
know-
saw him as a fourth bowler was in Test matches in 2021 South Africa, where he was even better than Bumrah on record, like I would say. Took a
Yeah, but
7
over
for
his
Bumrah.
career, I'm not like Michael Nisa would sometimes be good enough to be your second or your third best bowler, but you wouldn't want him as that. You want him as your fourth best bowler, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know Michael Nisa also played in the IPL?
Was it
Yeah,
early
he did,
on?
no?
Yeah, early on.
Yeah.
2013. He's played just the one game, but it's an iconic game.
Was it?
No idea.
Did he played for the Kings?
Yeah, he played for the Kings versus RCB. If you guys remember, David Miller, 100 needed of the last 6 overs, chases it down.
That's why he's RC boy.
Oh.
Yeah. So Nisa was a part of the Punjab Kings bowling attack. I remember that was the first time I heard of him. Yeah.
I remember when he started, everyone thought he was going to be a T20 player because he can bat, and because he could bowl with the new ball. And it just, if you have a look, it just he never made any runs in T20 cricket, and with the ball, never really did all that much. He could be okay on some good surfaces, but yeah,
I mean, he replaced the bloke
So,
called Nathan Remington in the squad. I don't know. I
Nathan
think
Remington.
Yeah,
now we're getting
exactly.
deep cuts. That is a deep cut.
Exactly. So I don't think I can blame Nisa over here when there was Remington waiting in the wings for Punjab.
Oh, okay. Who was the coach of Punjab that year?
It was an Aussie. I'm trying to think. I want to say Gilchrist, Hussey. They had a bunch of Aussies. I'm forgetting who their coach was. Let me.
The only reason I'm
Maybe
asking
was
that
it?
is because Nisa and Remington are both from Queensland, and I
Was
would
he-
hate to think
Was he
that
Adam
just a-
Bogues? Adam
No,
Bogues was there? No, not.
No,
Adam
wait.
Voges has never coached in the IPL, has he?
No. I don't think so. He in BBL or some?
He's a coach. Yeah, he is a coach in Australia, but I
Coach
don't
in
think he's done much
Australia.
overseas.
Oh, I'll head off. I'll join the second live later on. Just need to do
Deepak,
It
some.
was
it's
Darren
been an
Greenman.
absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yep. See you.
Always an
Thank you,
amazing
Deepak.
learning experience as always.
I could be wrong, but I think at that point Darren Lehman was
Yeah, it was Darren
maybe coaching in. I wonder if Darren Lehman was another 4 here, by the way. If Darren Lehman wasn't coaching in Brisbane at that time for the Brisbane Heat, so he's picking.
Yep, he
So
was 11 to 13.
So he's just picking Queensland players back to back there.
Was Faulkner? No, Faulkner was from Hobart, or was he also from Queensland?
Nah, Faulkner's Hobart, yeah.
Okay.
I
Faulkner
don't
was
think
also
he-
part of Punjab before.
Yeah, but Faulkner was a big name player, right? Like he was a
This
World
was
Cup
way.
winner. and-
Yeah.
No, he was a part of Punjab Kings in 2012, even before he made his Australia debut.
Oh yeah, but he was. Faulkner plays for Australia before 2012, doesn't he?
I don't remember.
No, he
I
didn't.
want to think his.
We
debut
might need
series-
one of our producers to look up and see that Akshay's face is wrong here.
All right. In that case, I'll wipe the egg off my face. But no, 2013 he made his debut.
Did he?
There you go.
Ah.
Oh yeah, 2012. Apologies. 2012 he made his debut. But again, technically, I still am correct because the auction happened before he made his debut. He made his debut in Feb.
Yep.
The auction in all likelihood happened before. So Punjab. I mean, again, even
I think
yeah.
though the difference is, I mean, Faulkner was considered a potential international,
Fair.
like and a major international player. I suppose Nisa was, whereas Nathan Remington, I can't remember anyone ever talking him up. I'm trying to find his T20 stats. They're not too bad, to be fair. I mean, he goes for runs, but he took wickets, but he couldn't really bat or anything. But yeah,
But who's the most obscure player that way in terms of overseas names? We spoke about Rob Quiney the other day. You know, him
well,
hitting a six.
do they have to have played or can they be on a squad?
Squad. I would take that. Remington never played. He was just a part of the squad. So yeah.
Wasn't Bert Cockley? Bert
yeah,
Cockley
yeah.
is, I think, the most random person ever. If Shavan would love him actually, because I know he loves attractive men, as he was saying before. Big strapping men. Bert Cockley was a big piece of man meat. Maybe too masculine for Shavan actually, because it sounds like he likes his men a little bit more femme. Pretty
under
like
the
a
radar
woman,
today.
but built like a man. Shavan was telling us earlier, wasn't he? But yeah, Bert Cockley, I think, is still the most random player I think ever to be involved in it, because how many games would Bert Cockley have even played professionally at that point?
He played for Punjab, by the way. So I don't know if we're seeing a pattern over here with Punjab Kings going for random
22.
Australians.
I mean, to be fair, Bert Cockley would have been a goat if he could have just kept his body. Not a goat, but he would have been a really, really good player. He was big, he was strong, he bowled well over 90 miles an hour. He's quite clever. He's now, he works for Major League Cricket and has been working for the last few years. But yeah, I've always thought of him as the most random overseas player. I'm trying to think if there might be a South African.
Gulam Bodhi is the name I was going to pitch.
Gulam
Again,
Bodhi is a good
yeah.
one.
No
Who was
reason for him.
who was the other guy that went to play for Canada? He
South
was a
African?
wicketkeeper. Davy
Jacobs.
Jacobs.
Mumbai
Did he
Indians.
play?
Yeah, he played.
Yeah,
He's
Mumbai
an
Indians, yeah,
MI
correct.
legend. He won them the Champions League in 2011.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I would
yeah.
remember him.
Because he's
So-
quite a random cricketer. Like that's a deep cut.
Aiden Blizzard, David Jacobs opened for MI that season. That I was like, what's happening? And they had this guy. I don't know if I'm getting his name right. An Indian domestic lad. His name was Sarul Kanwar. Sky was a part of the squad. Sky had never played for MI. They told the CLT20 committee that Sky is injured, so we have no Indians to play. So let us field 5 overseas
I
players.
remember that.
Yeah, MI fielded 5 overseas players, except Sky was playing a club game a week later. Just then.
I remember. I reported on it. And I'll say this as well. That's how long I've worked in this business.
Fair.
That was one of the things that kind of ended the whole thing, because they were
Yeah,
just like, the other teams were like, well, what are we doing here? Like, and then the interest wasn't very high as well. Everyone sort of lost interest after. It was a real mistake. I still don't know how they managed to do it.
Seriously, yeah.
But
Samir's
fascinatingly,
gonna
how
get-
did this Dan Christian Stein, like I was expecting a lot from him, to be honest, when he joined even
Yeah, but
RCB.
Dan Christian had started in lots of different leagues around the world and had played a lot for Australia. We took more talking guys that are like fringe player, not even fringe players for their country. Like Bert Cockley was not even a guy who was on the radar really when I followed Shield cricket really closely back in those days, and I would say that I was one of 5 people in the country who knew who the fuck he was, right? And suddenly he's in the IPL. Like that's quite a jump up.
But I'd also add Abdul Razak, the Bangladeshi left-arm
Abdul
spinner.
Razak, yeah.
It's quite an
No,
interesting one,
it had no.
Oh, we got a
reason
wicket.
to-
Oh, some Rizvi's out.
Oh, in the 90s.
He's gone out for 90. He just
Yeah.
scooped that one up in the air in the end. I think it was quite full from Bosch. It was a half volley, really. He tried to get up and under it, and he only got under it. And Tilak took the
Rizvi made
catch.
sure that Ashutosh Sharma would be warming his bench with
Yeah.
those 2
But
innings.
no,
I
it
don't
was
see
good
him
knock.
getting dropped. I'm not seeing him getting dropped for this next 14 matches, 12 more matches. What Delhi?
I
has
mean,
to
I'm
play.
guessing they're just playing the situation, right? If the situation is 16 either of the last 4 overs and a wicket falls, that's when they'll probably just decide to send in Ashutosh instead of Samir. Like,
Yeah,
that's how they're
I
probably
think that makes
considering
sense, doesn't it? You use, again, as we were saying before, you use players to their strength. Andy says on a flatty, Mumbai would be massive favourites versus DC. They were favourites in this game, guys, and it didn't go particularly well. But I get your general point there. The Clasher says why Mumbai chose Deepak Chahar over Rahul Chahar. I don't think that either of them is going to win you all that much these days.
And one's a pacer, the other's a leggy. I don't even think they chose one over the other.
I mean, the problem with Deepak Chahar is just fitness, right? But as a player, he can hit sixes, and he's a good new ball bowler, and he's not terrified of bowling at the death.
Agreed.
I'm
completely
okay with
agree.
that. Siddhar says
Also-
more man talk,
More
only
man-
on Combox. Shavan, you have not said what type of man that you would sleep with if you had to sleep with a man.
No. Let's
Gun
not
at your
go there
head.
then.
Gun at your head. Because I always
He's-
everyone's most people are wrong. Most people always pick like a very feminine looking man in this situation, right? And I'm like, but that doesn't make any sense. If I have to sleep with a man once, I might as well just actually take the most rugged looking man just to
Yeah,
see
I
what
have
it's
a
like.
name.
You've got a
I
name?
haven't. Yeah, I've got a name. Do you have a name though?
I don't know if I have a name. I have a type. I'm not sure if I have a specific man in mind.
It actually made for an excellent conversation starter on first date. So that's how I decided to come up with the name. It's just,
This is now the most Combox conversation ever.
Exactly,
Who's your name?
Exactly. So there's this guy called Hrithik Roshan. He's an actor. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah,
Bollywood
yeah.
star. And it's not even Hrithik Roshan, period. It's Hrithik Roshan from a very specific movie in a very specific scene. Just in that scene alone, I'm like, yeah, you know what? If I had to be gay for someone, this is the guy in this very scene. I can send a screenshot to Jared if he really wants to know what I'm talking about.
No.
But
I I trust you that you've made a good decision. Shavan, of course, is too afraid.
No. I usually love Chris Hemsworth a lot. I mean, like after watching Thor, then I was like, I had become. A
You
huge
like a
fan of-
polished ab, don't you? You're big on the abs. I think.
Yeah, might be.
I
Might be
think
because
if I was going to sleep with a man, I think I'd like someone with a little gut. I don't want someone who looks better than me physically, right? Like at the very least.
Oh, why did
well,
so?
the guy from Stranger Things, the big dude, David Harbour, that kind
Oh,
of.
okay, yeah. But then he's a very good actor, no? Isn't it? Yeah, I love his.
He'd have to be a good actor to want to shag me.
Oh, nice.
We've also got some really good random IPL players here. Shane Harwood and Ashley Nofke. So Ashley Nofke is probably one of those people who, if he plays later in his career, would have been a very, very good T20
Very good,
player. Yeah, he's probably just that he was a bit old, I think, at that point, and by the time he sort of has his breakthrough. But he was
he was a
He actually
replacement
did-
player, by the way.
yeah, he didn't play much, but he could absolutely like he doesn't play much T20 in his life. He could smash the ball when he batted, and very good, tall, accurate seamer. So I don't know. Think like I'm trying to think of a player like sort of MS
Chris
Dhoni.
Morris? Oh,
No, I was
okay.
thinking more like an MS Dhoni bowler
Got it.
with Deepak Chahar's batting, maybe slightly better than Deepak Chahar's batting. Maybe that sort of next level,
Understood.
maybe
Yeah,
Mitchell Stark's level batting. I'm trying to have a look at Nofke's record.
Not
just
bad.
quickly.
Yeah.
Where's
Nofke
Nofke?
played the first ever game of the IPL, by the way. RCB KKR, Makalum 150.
Did he?
Nofke, yeah, he was a part of RCB's team that day. He
And so-
replaced my favorite pacer of that time, Nathan Bracken. RCB had signed him. I was so looking forward to watching RCB only because of Bracken. I was a
Correct.
big fan of him.
Ah,
Had broken
I
his
could
knee by
remember,
then. So
yeah, Bracken, but I couldn't remember who was the one he was replaced with. I was thinking for a long time. I was stuck with that thought actually. Nice one,
Noki.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
Noki.
Abdul Razak, there's a very interesting story, but again, this is more of a rumor. There's no way of confirming it because the first ever auction wasn't televised. But apparently, the rumor goes that RCB wanted to pick Abdul Razak, the Pakistani all-rounder,
Yeah.
tailor-made for T20 cricket, and they misheard. And Vijay Mallya, being Vijay Mallya, he doesn't go back on things, baby. He's decided. So the player's been sold. They don't even ask or request a change. They just went ahead. The guy was there with RCB for 3 years. He was there 2008, 9, and 10. I was like, okay, fine, you bought him one season. Let go of him the
At
next
least
year.
play him.
Don't play him.
Did he play a game?
He played a game as well for RCB. That's
Yeah.
Did he
beyond
play a game?
bizarre.
Single? I couldn't remember
He played.
any single game.
He's
So
played.
talking about random players, the Shane Hart, another 4 has just been clubbed by David Miller here. He is 15 off 15, I think, at the moment. So Shane Harwood is fascinating, right? So Victoria did this really interesting thing. Basically, Victoria was always had a lot of faster bowlers, and then suddenly everyone was like medium fast, right? And all their bowlers were getting injured, and all these different things were going on. And they basically said, this is ridiculous. So all these rumors about these guys playing club cricket who bowl faster than the Victorian bowlers, right? And so they went out, and one of the guys is a guy called Mick Lewis, who went on to play for Australia. He played in the 400 ODI game, the world record game of the Chase, right? And Mick Lewis, I played against Mick Lewis just when he got brought into the top level of cricket. And he was bowling at a friend of mine, and he walks down after 2 deliveries and says, I'm not going to get you out. I'm just going to hit you as much as I can. Right. And this is a guy who'd never played top level cricket before and suddenly just dominated. Right. And the other guy they found was Shane Harwood. Shane Harwood was playing club cricket in the country. See, well, at least Mick Lewis was in Melbourne. Right. Shane Harwood was like a 28, 29-year-old playing club cricket. And then he plays for, they get him in front of the speed gun and he breaks 150 like the first ball he bowls in front of the speed gun. Can you imagine being a club fucking cricketer and having to come up against a guy like this? And Shane Harwood was also out of his mind. He was so aggressive. He was the one, he got suspended or fined, might have been suspended or fined, because he got a wicket once and he did a fake like machine gun thing. He's out of his mind, but because he was fast and he had a great Yorker, again, if he had played from a young age, I think he would have been a fantastic bowler, but he came on very late. But yeah, and then the third one they got was Dirk Nannes. So they ended up with 3 90-mile-an-hour bowlers from nowhere, right, just by looking.
Whoa.
Mick Lewis is the one who went for 113, right? Versus South Africa.
He plays like 6 ODIs. I think in one of them he defends 6 runs to win in the last over, and the other one he went for the most runs ever for about 15 years. It's a fascinating career. Went on to coach my old club, actually.
But about what you said, on Shane Harwood, so I'm assuming Shane Harwood also played for Victoria?
Yeah.
So I can see why Shane Warne went for a Victorian.
No, 100%.
Aaron Finch, do you know the story of how Aaron Finch was picked for Rajasthan Royals in 2010 before he was even a thing in Australia?
No.
So, this is a story he himself narrated last year. Hilarious. I was laughing my balls off just hearing that. So, Aaron Finch was talking to this guy. He tells him that, okay, in 2010, Damien Martin gets injured. He's an Aussie legend, big player. Shane Warne needs a replacement. He calls the head of Victoria. He's like, I need a T20 player. Damien Martin's injured. I preferably need a batter. Who have you got? He says, I've got this left-hand dasher, fantastic batter, very disciplined. He's young, up and coming. His name's Matthew Wade. You can expect big things from him. Okay, who else do you have? He says, okay, there's this young bloke. He's very fat, chubby. He doesn't work on his fitness. He's extremely, how do you put it? He's not disciplined. So you might have a problem. So Shane Warne apparently said, he drinks, he smokes, he fucks. I need him in. So Aaron Finch is brought into Rajasthan. This is Aaron Finch's
Absolute Shane Warne style.
Don't quote me
No,
on
it's
it, just to
absolute
be
Shane
clear.
Warne style.
No. I mean, if that's what Finchie said, I mean, Finchie's a lot of things. I don't think he'd make that story up.
Exactly,
But that's how bad it was. I don't think people realize, like, just how, like, as we said with the Michael Nisa one before, it was, what was my first question? Who was the coach, right? Because you could follow all of those decisions back. And, I used to write about this, but no one cared about the IPL. So I'm writing these articles going, guys, this is ridiculous. These guys are getting paid huge money and they shouldn't even be in these leagues.
Not just Australia, even South
So
Africa.
the match
for that
is done and
matter.
dusted,
Oh, yeah.
guys.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that was the
just-
last one, wasn't it? The
Yeah.
game is
Just one
over.
thing.
How long
Yeah,
have we
go
got
for it.
before the next game? So we could chat about this game actually, but let's finish
Yeah.
the super chats first.
Yep.
Dhoni versus Goni, serious and a joke answer needed. I always thought MS Goni was more attractive than MS Dhoni. In fact, I might change my person to MS Goni just from before. Simple Guy says, should IPL select based only on merit, no limit on overseas? Yeah, I don't think they need a limit on overseas players anymore. I'm sure enough Indians will get selected on merit to keep the Indian field, make it a truly global product. More teams, longer tournament. 100%. We can have more teams. It can be a higher level of cricket, all these things. So definitely.
Interesting. So basically a version of Premier League or any of these football leagues.
Yeah, if it's going to be the best league in the world, why do you have limits on what country you have to come from?
I agree. In fact, just one thing to this, a very big pet peeve of mine with the mushrooming of so many leagues has been the fact that there is a very clear talent overlap. In football, if you're a part of one team, you don't go in. If you're playing for Barcelona, just because you're not a part of Premier League, you can't go and also play for, say, Crystal Palace. My question is, why does a butler play for Pal Royals, Rajasthan Royals, then Barbados Royals, then whichever team they've bought, just because the management happens to be the same? You have to limit. It has to be exclusive, whatever talent pool it is. If you're going to go the global way, have multiple global tournaments, but no dude can play more than one tournament.
What? So you're saying every player can only play in one league?
Yeah, exactly.
But then you've got. But then you don't. Then I would sue you. Because I
You
can't
being
play.
you,
I
I
have a
mean-
different thought.
If I was a
process
player,
on
I would
this.
sue.
Okay. But that's my question, right? Like, if you don't, then what are we watching this game for? If it's the same set of players, if I'm going to watch the same players in the same combination, if it's Puran, Rashid, all of these guys playing for the same team together in different leagues, what am I paying for? I'm just paying for watching all of these guys together play in New York, then Cape Town, then London and all of it.
No, I get what you're saying, but what you're really saying, I think, is it should be. It actually should be that there is a longer league. The issue is you can't. The reason you can't do this in other sports, right? So the only other major sport that I'm aware of that has this issue is women's basketball, right?
Okay.
And so in women's basketball, the WNBA is not quite as long as the other leagues, and then they get paid an absolute fortune to play in money laundering leagues in Russia, right? And there's a bit of money in China as well, and so they quite often go and play in China, right? But that's because the league isn't long enough and they're not paid enough. If the IPL was a 6 or 7 month league, you might get a little bit of other cricket being played. But if you factor in playing for your nation outside of that as well, there isn't a lot of time for you to go off and play in other leagues. If it's set up that the premier tournament in cricket is 2 months long, what the fuck are you supposed to do for the other 10 months? Sit there and play with your nuts? You got to go do something.
But I have a counter argument actually for Akshay. The point here is if I could associate one player with my franchise wherever they go in, I mean, like, see, that's, I don't know, like, that's how I would support because RCB doesn't have any other franchises. I don't know whom to choose up with. But then if, let's say, someone from RR is having consistently supporting Butler from different franchises, and then if he's also in this, just an assumption, if he's in the same franchise, I would say even for the player's point of view, the level of loyalty or the respect or the association with the franchise would increase the most, because when you keep on wearing the same jersey, I mean, like, for the same franchise, it's same like you're playing for the same country every single time. You're not switching between Barbados once and then.
I get your point, but when it comes to sport, I'm in general, I'm pro capitalism, I'm pro money, I'm pro individualistic desire. So I couldn't give a flying fuck about loyalty and all of it. A player's playing cricket only because he or she will make money off of it. It's a career they've chosen. They're not, and very few, like Virat Kohli has earned the luxury to be loyal. It's not like he's being loyal at a cost. He's not sacrificed anything. So expecting everyone to sacrifice just so that they can maintain that loyalty, who cares? I mean, again, at the end of the day, viewers want good competitive cricket and something different. Like, if an SA20 is going to mirror the 100 or the IPL or the MLC, then there's a reason why there are enough fans of the Premier League and the Bundesliga and La Liga and whatever the different Serie and all of these, because there is also enough talent out there. Another reason, and I mean, this is something I've thought of, it isn't possible to have exclusivity right now is because cricket's talent pool is very, very, very limited. We just have 2 or 3 major countries that produce enough cricketers, and it's spread itself too thin. So until enough countries participate in cricket, until you find enough cricketers globally, this won't be possible realistically. With football, that's not the case. You've got 200 countries playing, you've got enough players, so it is still a realistic possibility. But yeah, it's an
Yeah.
issue.
Actually, the combination looks very different. Actually, we just want to see like how he performs with a different set of players. That's true. That's a different point of altogether. But then, as you said, we need many players, lot many quality players for that to happen.
Siddharth says the Premier League also has a quota of homegrown talent that have to be in the squad. I agree with the Jared idea. Yeah, I don't know much about football, but the NBA is the best competition in the world for basketball, and you can have a team with no Americans in it. And also, this is I actually think it will be fascinating because there will be owners who will want more Indian players, right? And there'll be other owners who won't care about that at all, right? And how does that grow your fan base? Does it matter in the future, or does it just matter that you win? Like, there are all these different things that you can look at. And there are a lot of Indian players who are playing in the IPL now who are obviously not of IPL standard, right? They're there at the moment because, every team probably has, the worst teams probably have 3 or 4 of these, but a bad team might have 1 or 2 of these every time. If you have a proper, if you back SMAT, right, and SMAT expands, because that's the other thing. SMAT should be funded by the IPL. It should be a much longer competition, and it should work really, really well. And these kids should be playing, a game every 3 days over a long period of time. Probably also having a competition running while the IPL's on, so you can drop people off to go and get form, and bring people back from injuries and all these sorts of things if you want to.
Yeah.
In that situation, it makes a lot more. You don't really need the limit on overseas players, right? And it depends on what you're trying to be. And at a certain point, I think it makes sense to start the league with that. There are other issues as well when it comes to the ICC specifically, which is at the moment, no league is really supposed to have. Every league is supposed to be a local league with overseas players in it, and so you would have to change it. If you change that, do you change it for everyone? Because remember, actually, you might remember a couple of years ago, it wasn't the IL20. I think it was the one before that. Yeah, there was what was it called, the X League or whatever, and they weren't going to have any local players. It was just going to be overseas players, and all the boards went nuts. Right? I'm not sure that would happen today.
Even the ILT20, because of that only, right? They resorted to 2 local players and 9 overseas players, which is essentially a global league in and of itself. Yeah, and even IPL, for that matter, if you guys remember, early on this last point, they had the catchment area rule. So every team was assigned a catchment area. For RCB, it was Goa, Karnataka. So they had to sign at least 4 players from these regions to ensure that, fans also can associate themselves with the teams, and the teams in turn are also developing talents, and there's some sort of a feeder system that it leads to. So there have been ways, of course, but it'll still be hard.
Yeah.
Just giving an update on RR versus GT. Sorry, GT versus RR. RR has won the toss and choose to bat first. By the way, we are going to see a different captain today from GT's perspective. Because Gill has pulled his muscle, so we are seeing Rashid Khan as a skipper for GT for today. And
which muscle?
There are 2. He had just mentioned as muscle spasm, so we don't know what muscle, which muscle spasm it is. By the way, Kumar Kushagra is playing in his place. And by the way, and then for RR, there are 2 changes. Tushar Deshpande comes in for Brijesh and Shubham Dubey in for Bishnoi. So these are the latest updates from that game.
Sorry, I heard the first one. So Tushar Deshpande for Brijesh, that makes sense. And then who was the other one?
Shubham Dubey in place of Bishnoi, Ravi Bishnoi. Yeah. That middle order all rounder.
Why am I not seeing that here?
Shubham
I've got a
Dubey
team. No, I've got a team in front of me. Oh, okay, that's as the impact sub. I got it now. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Did Ferreira play last game?
Nope. I don't think so.
No. Actually, he was in the contention, but he was not needed to play. Actually, that was the case.
Okay.
So
I think at toss time, Parag had told that Ferreira will play, but he was a part of the impact subs. Yeah, it never came down to it.
It was never needed. So
Gaji says double headers daily for the IPL. I'll get it out eventually there. I just think eventually they'll play 2 games at once and maybe even multiples. They'll still play. on the weekends it makes sense to play the 2 games stretched out, but during the week I think it makes a lot more sense to play 2 games at the same time, and then save the biggest games for Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday nights, those sorts of things, and have another. You almost have a safety game being played at the same time, which is not as important. Or you can make sure that you have 2 or 3 nights a week where you have 1 game. But the issue is that if we're going to have a lot of one-sided games, which we always are in sport, you need another game so that people can flick over. And I do think it's a bit of an issue at the moment.
By the way, it's a decision. Just reminding guys that this is a nice decision from Rajasthan Royals. We must think about the pitch also. They have opted to bat first. So yeah.
Oh, have
it's
they?
a different
Okay.
yeah. So that's a different day. And by the way, yesterday was the first day before yesterday, I might just correct me if I'm wrong. I think SRH was the first team to win while
Yeah.
defending. So yeah, that's also a different outcome, which was not so regularly what we watched for the last 1 week or so.
Yep. So that is interesting. Let me just get you the odds on those games as well, so we could see exactly where we are. So it is Gujarat versus Mumbai, pretty even. Rajasthan slight favourites, but nothing all that special. And the expected runs is almost identical to the game we just had here, which it was massively different, which is 201 runs. So it was 202 in the game that we have. Reminder, our game ended up at 162. So
what kind of pitch is
way
been
away from
offering? Is it a black soil or something that sort of?
I didn't see the pitch. To be honest, I knew I wasn't covering this game.
Average score on this pitch is 216. Come on.
Let's have a look.
How come this?
Four of which have been won. This is being played on pitch number 7 in Ahmedabad. 4 of which have been won by the team batting first. So not a lot of data in
Fair
there.
enough.
The average first inning scores in these matches is 207. And the weather is expected to clear. Has it been raining over there? Do we know?
No idea about that. Though there was a slight drizzle overall India. I mean, like randomly in different
All
states.
of
we
India.
have
That's
drizzle.
a hell of a drizzle.
Yeah, but then not consistent basis. Like once you see today in Bangalore, tomorrow in like Chennai or somewhere, like that way. But it's not rain as in rain. It's just a drizzle. So that shouldn't disturb the match timings or the match any which ways. By the way, you guys heard how Rian spoke after the last match. I like the way he addressed the press, to be honest. Like, I have my own reservations when he had become the captain, but then, yeah, to be honest, I have to accept that he's talking some minds over there. Did you get a chance to hear him or Jared?
Yes, I've now forgotten what he said, but yeah, I did actually see it. What did he say?
So here's like basically I have asked. I went with my plans. Why didn't you give Ravi Bishnoi the other over, one more over? Where my analyst was saying that you should have given him an over. So his counter argument was that I was expecting the other batsman is. I couldn't remember his name. Like he might take him down. So he had his arguments, but he said like still I have this open mind of like that's what I thought. That's what my analyst thinks like it in a different way. So I'm just open to learning and then how it goes. So if the same decision I would have taken, if they would have scored 200 and we would have lost the match, you would have bashed me and quoted me as a bad captain or something. So
Do you know what I thought? Yeah. I actually thought he sounded very mature, and this is the guy who, when we all heard about him, was an Andrew Tate fan and everything, right? And I was listening to him just thinking, this sounds like a very mature guy. And a lot of what he said is true, right? Like a lot of it is reactionary from that perspective. I like the fact that he said, the other interesting thing he said about the analysts, if I'm remembering correctly, is he said that after every game I go in, I check with the analyst to see whether he agrees with my decisions or not. And that was a big thing that I tried to train with captains, but they don't really, it's a tough thing to get that kind of instant feedback, even when you're winning. And I felt a lot when you were winning, that was actually the time you needed to have those conversations. Because when you lose, everyone asks everyone, right? Suddenly everyone's got the conversations. But when you're winning, it's actually very hard to have those conversations and to bring them across. So, yeah, that's it for us today. First game, as always, we still haven't had a real close game, I would say, in this
Nope.
IPL. But Mumbai batted first. They made 162 on a wicket that was a little bit dry, a little bit more bite in the wicket. Certainly, it was expected to be a 202 game. It was 162 that Mumbai ended up without brilliant bowling and without terrible batting, I would say. But they got stuck. Delhi came out. Nasanka smashed a bunch of balls to start with. Rizvi got very slow, and then he smashed a bunch of balls. So they basically won it with 2 batters. But they ended up winning with 11 balls to spare. So fairly convincing win there for Delhi. We will be back in about 15 minutes with a whole different team. Well, actually, these guys might still be coming back. I'm not coming back. I won't be back for the second game is what I'm really saying. But thank you to everyone. Please like and subscribe. Comments, all these things really help. Also, combox.tv, and you can sign up for the beta testing of our app and to find out if we might be coming to India soon to do a bunch of these things live. So if we are, if you're on the email, you will get special treatment. And by that, I mean a lap dance from me. Anyway, from Shaban, Jared, and Akshay, thank you very much for hanging out
See you
with
guys.
us. And
Thank you.
And our second team, and I do mean our second team, our A team will come in for the other game this afternoon.
For you, it's
Cricket fans are smarter than ever before. But what they're offered is clickbait, lazy punditry, and SEO noise. Combox is for people who actually love the game. Smarter analysis, real conversations. Combox, the game lives on.
Episode 104 of the Crick Picks podcast. I'm Varun Alvakonda and I'm joined by Saurabh Samani and Shahan Ahmed Khan. Today's episode of Crick Picks is on the greatest IPL innings ever, or at least our favorite, the best, whatever the hell you think it is probably that. And our job is very simple. It's just to annoy you guys with our picks. Gentlemen, any thoughts?
We're going to miss a whole lot of innings. So I think your objective of annoying people will be met, more than met, because I'm sure the comment section will be filled with, how did you not pick this? How did you not pick that? So I'm
And as
looking
always,
forward to
comments will be calm and reasonable about it as well.
that. They always are.
They always are, yeah. So yeah, forgot to say, this is a snake style. Is this a snake style draft? This is a snake style draft.
It is.
It goes 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. I'm going first, I think.
You are first. Shayan is second.
Yeah.
I'm third.
Yes. So I'm just going to go purely vibes with this. I'm taking Tala's 84 or 48 versus RCB in the famous
my
game where they
God.
lose by 1 run. Yeah, I don't care about objectivity with this podcast. I'm going with my favorite. It is by some distance my favorite MS Dhoni innings in the IPL. And the 2019, you'd also say, was the last time MS was an actual batter in the IPL and not like a post-credit scene, like not a cameo, right?
So your first pick is something that didn't make my list.
That's fair. I think that's understandable.
Yeah. Which one was this? This was in Chennai. Oh no, in Bangalore.
Bangalore, yeah. This is the one where Neely chases 26 versus Umesh. I think he comes
Oh
in.
right, that match. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So you have picked in a losing cause. The first pick, the
Yeah.
greatest IPL innings is in a losing cause, and it's not a century. It's yeah.
Yes, sir.
I like it.
Yeah. All
Who's
right
next?
then.
You're next, Shyam.
Yeah. It's my turn. I'll go with Chris Gale 170 pretty much. I was expecting Varun to pick that as the first obvious one. Not just because it is the highest score, but because it is also the fastest IPL 100. And getting there in 30 balls back in 2013, that was just something really ridiculous to me, I think. And it was also, I think if you remember that game, I think it's Bhuvi and another bowler, I can't remember who.
Luke Wright.
But they don't go for any runs, but still, yeah,
Luke
Luke
Wright,
Wright,
Luke
exactly.
Wright.
I was thinking, but I was not sure. Yeah, so those two didn't go for any runs, and still RCB managed to score 263. So I think that was quite
And
ridiculous.
we can
And
all blame
even that
Dilshan
was
for
the
them
world.
not making 300.
Yeah, and that was also the IPL record for quite some time, right? I think until the recent seasons, them getting there, and it was a pretty big deal. So the whole thing of 263 and 49 was always there with RCB, that they had the highest score and the lowest score. And Chris Gale was, funnily enough, part of both of those innings. And I think 175, I think that has to be the best innings for me.
I think
You know
that's-
what
we
would
have
be-
to put it up there, right?
Yeah, that should have been the first pick, Varun. But
Yeah, exactly.
Have to go rogue sometimes.
you know what would be great is if RCB get the new record, which is 263 plus 49. So they make what would that be? 312. That would be the new record. They breach 300 and they do it with 263 plus 49.
Indeed.
Uh,
Impact of plus 95 for that knock, by the way.
Oh wow, that is
is that I'm assuming that's the highest impact ever for any IPL knock?
Yes.
Yeah, has to be, I think, or at least
Okay.
close.
So is it my turn?
Yes, you have 2 picks.
Okay, so I actually made I did some amount of research before this. I used the help of Cricket Force Smart Stats. I was very kindly given the list of highest impact innings by Smart Stats. So I used that to help me whittle it down a little. I still have more than 15 that I want to pick, but I at least, got hold of some of them that were not maybe so famous. So what I'll do is I'll pick the first one will be one of the open goals. So I'll go Suresh Raina's 87 in the 2014 qualifier 2, which actually would have beaten Gale for the quickest 100 if that run out hadn't happened, if George Bailey had missed. And or Varun wants to blame Brendan McCullum for that. That is completely fair. We can blame. Actually, it's the season to blame him, right? So we can actually blame him for whatever has happened. But that was hitting of a quality and cleanness and level that I don't think has been replicated in the IPL. Like, of course, Gale and the McCullum in the first match, and there have been a lot of Abhishek Sharma, Travis Head, Heinrich Klaasen. All of these guys' knocks have been there, but a lot of that you feel is slightly finesse married to brute force or power or something, or or Andre Russell, Pollard, whoever. This one was just clean hitting, but it didn't seem like, when I was watching it didn't seem as if there was a lot of power. Of course there was, but it just was so clean that it just sort of whistled off the bat. It was amazing to watch, and I thought, which was unthinkable then, that he would chase down 230, and I thought, like, here we go, Chennai make yet another final, and everyone is going to say again that, oh, it was fixed, because they barely made it to the playoffs that year. I think they like in many years they sort of just scraped through and made it to the playoffs, because that year
they were good that season. What happens is there's another knock which may or may not be picked that moves them from 2 to 3. I think they were always well ahead. I think they lose 3 in a row, but they were never out of the playoffs race in that season. I think 2012 that is when RCB bottled it. 2012 is when RCB bottled it and easily let them through, basically.
2010 is when Dhoni punched his helmet and got them over the line in the last match and all that. Right. Okay, my mistake. But for my money, Kolkata Knight Riders and Punjab Kings, or Kings 11 Punjab as they were called, were clearly the 2 best sides in that IPL, and they deserve to be in the final. But Raina single-handedly would have prevented that if he wasn't run out. So Raina 87 is my first pick. And for my second, there are a couple of open goals, but I'm thinking I'll pick some of the non-open ones so that I get those picks in, and I'll leave the open goals to you guys. So actually, I'll pick a Virat Kohli knock. It's a Virat Kohli 113. Quite astonishingly, but it is not the 113 he scored against Rajasthan Royals, which came off 72 balls. It is the 113 he made against Punjab in 2016. That was the reason I'm picking it, is for 2. I don't know if it ranks. Of course, it would have had a good impact, but I don't think it ranked in the top 10 also for impact. But it was in a 15-over match. He made 113 of 50 balls, and he did it with a hand that was so badly cut that you can't hold a spoon with that hand. So I have seen, images of what the injury was like. It was terrible. It was just, and I remember at that time, 2016, thinking that his season is done. Instead of the season being done, he just came out and hit a 113 or 50 balls in that knock. I think he had some 11 stitches or something, if I remember, and all in this small portion of the hand. So deep the cut was that it needed 11 stitches in that portion. So just for that, which doesn't count, in any impact scores or something, like how, with what sort of injury you have done it, and RCB were also facing virtual knockouts in all of their last few league matches. They needed to keep winning to qualify, so there was that added pressure. So just because of
4-4.
that, and because we can't have this list without picking one Virat Kohli knock unless we want our houses to be stoned. So I'm doing the honors and I'm picking that one. That is my it's weird. My favorite Virat Kohli knock is 113 and my least favorite one is also 113. So I'm picking the one I like.
Understandable. It's back to Cheyenne again.
Yeah, I don't think I would have picked it so high, but I would have probably mentioned it as one of the innings that I have a personal
I agree.
connection with.
It's not.
I remember following that season very closely.
I love that knock, but I don't think it's
not.
It's in the top 10
fourth.
for 15, I think.
It's not fourth for me. I just picked it so that it's there in the list.
That's
so
fair.
that yeah.
Understandable again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Looks like I have the next one. I think I'll go with the final innings. I'll go with Shane Watson 117 in the 2018 final. And what makes that innings ridiculous is that of the first 10 balls he didn't even score a run. And correct me if I'm wrong, that was the other season. 2019 was the season where he was not making any runs and then he turns up in the final, right? I think he still had an impact in 2018. But the fact that, stepping up against that SRH bowling attack, which was very much, I think, back then.
We love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on.
Rashid, that later point.
Hello. Welcome everyone. Welcome Rob. Welcome everyone for Watchalong of GT versus Rajasthan, because it's GT's home game. And just to give a context, Rajasthan had won the toss and elected to bat first. We have our openers on the crease, and also as ever we have our Rob on the panel with me today, and I'm expecting few more people to join though.
Cool. How you doing, Trevor?
I'm good, Rob. How are you?
All good, thanks. Looking forward to the Suyvanshi show. I only need 20 minutes of him. That'll be enough. 20 minutes will be fine. He'll score 70 if he's in for 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. That's you being very confident or bullish, can I say?
I think
or the odds say so.
it's Siraj to Jaiswal first, and I want a single because I want to see Suyvanshi just tear into him and see what happens. I'm quite surprised, aren't you, that they decided to bat, because everyone else is chasing, and the reason why they did it is they said, well, it's early in the tournament and we want to get some practice batting first, right? That's
okay. No, actually, to just give you a little bit of context on that, they are playing on pitch number 7, where the many teams have won batting first, and the average score has been turned out to be 207, if I'm not wrong. That might be one reason. So just to back that thought, yeah, what happened with all the market and everything with the last game, by the way?
Well, as ever, it always thinks Mumbai are going to win, and it really did. I think any team that is used to having Hardik in that doesn't have Hardik in, it gets very upset from the balance. Is that 1 or 2 first ball? Single first ball. That's what we want. Let's see some Suyvanshi. We're either going to get a wicket or a 6 in the next 2 balls. But yeah, basically, Trevor, in the history of as regular watchers of me talking nonsense will know, Mumbai are always too short when it comes to the market. But today there was a reason to take them on, and that was because Hardik wasn't playing, so their balance was really upset, and they kind of played like it, didn't they? Like they didn't put the hammer down with the bat enough. Sky was trying to sweep everything. the pitch had enough in it. But Rizvi did his thing, right? That was another brilliant knock. He looked in trouble at the start. It was a slow start as Suyavanshi just casually plucks one off the pads for 4 for his first ball. So his strike rate's 400, so it continues to go up.
You're
poor
spot
ball
on
from
with your
Stuart
predictions,
down
by the
the
way.
leg side. But I want to see the Suyavanshi 6 in first over thing continue. But
By
yeah,
the way,
Rizvi's
just to
out, what a knock.
Yeah, but just to counter that, I just wanted some bowler to bowl him some hard lengths out of off. Just see if he has evolved as a batsman or like they still have that. Yeah, please carry on.
I think the plan that people think they should do, I mean, nobody really knows. He's 15. There's not enough sample. That one tucked him up a little bit, is to bowl wide outside off and make him fetch it. But with the bat swing that he's got and the job that he's been asked to do, which is hoof it, so he has a very clear role, go out there and whack it. I haven't seen many weaknesses in him yet. He's going to give you chances. As in the first game, he scored 50 or 15, but he was dropped off the first ball. And everything becomes very different for his season if he's caught on the first ball that he faces, right? But because he smoked it everywhere, he's now got license. Once again, his adrenaline will be up. He'll be feeling great about himself, I assume. It's very difficult to get into the mind of a 15-year-old child who's just had another mo at 1. And away it goes for 4 more. Yeah,
So
he
Siraj
just
has been already taken down.
he just looks fantastic to me, this kid. And if you err even slightly, it's the speed of his hands, the power he generates through the ball from the bat swing. I'm not a technical cricket guy, really. We need Robbie on for this. But it's just ridiculous to watch, isn't it? Like how much he can, we watch people 10, 15, 20, 25 years older than this kid, unable to do what he does from ball 1. This is teeing it from ball 1. He's just walked in. He's 15. He's 15 last weekend. And he can smoke proper Indian internationals everywhere. It's crazy what we're watching. It's crazy.
By the way, on that point, actually, he instilled that fear, what we had associate with Universe Boss long back when he was in early 2000s and all. Whenever the Chris Gale had come into picture, everyone was very fascinated with this part of like, he whacks the ball everywhere around the park. So I think it's very early to say this, but he still instilled that fear. Like if you're going off the radar, I'm going out for sure. That's really a great skill to have.
Agreed. Yeah, there are certain bats that, regardless of how long you think they're going to be there or how good you think they are, you have to get them out. And Suyavanshi is in that category, right? Gaikwad, you don't have to get him out early. He's not going to kill you inside 3 or 4 overs, Gaikwad. But if you don't, like I say, if Suyavanshi bats for 20 minutes, if he faces 30 balls, right? If he faces 30 balls in this game, they've won, right? Because he's probably scored somewhere near 100. And GT, particularly without Gill, who's got muscle spasms, they said, GT, with Butler being in the form that he's in, and Sadhasa not being the ball 1 smoker, he's a brilliant player, but he's not Suyavanshi in terms of his start. How are they going to gun that down? Hetmeyer comes in 3 and goes mental. Like it's difficult. They don't have a Hetmeyer, do they? This team have the Hetmeyer. It's difficult to see how GT can prevail if they don't get Suyavanshi out quick. It's such a big part of the game.
I absolutely agree with that. Because I could name few teams which have this set of problem with opening pair where they are either the players or no one is a basher, to be honest. Like basher is not a bad term. I just wanted to put it in a double quoted way. But then if you see every team who was successful at this point of time, like take an RCB or in fact, MI or anyone who are trying to have one person who will be going all guns blazing the moment the game is about to start. Having said that, one first over is done and RR has scored 10 runs without any loss. Suryavanshi is on strike.
So you've actually just had a look at one there, just casually took the easy single, which he didn't do the other day. I mean, that's how many is he going to score today then? 160? If he'd actually, because the thing about Chris Gale is he's if you ever get a chance to read his book, it's brilliant. He's so smart, Chris Gale, such a clever cricketer, and I don't think he got enough credit for how good he was at thinking. And so when Dale Steyn came on and bowled the first over, he just left it or blocked it. He went, no way, this is 94 miles an hour and it's swinging. I'm not getting out to this. This is a guy that's got triple hundred in Test match. He can play, Chris Gale. And he identified his battles. He was like, no, I don't need to try and be the big guy against your best bowler. I don't mind a maiden. And he had multiple maidens in the IPL, Chris Gale. And he didn't care because he knew you had to bowl your left arm spinner to him at some point, and he would just belt him for 4 sixes off the over. And if Suryavanshi, I don't want to see it right now for the 15-year-old. I want him to just belt everything and see how he gets on. But if he's doing what he did for the under-19s at times, I watched a fair bit of that World Cup. It was him and Matre, wasn't it? If he can pick his battles a bit, the ceiling for him is higher than anyone we've ever seen in cricket because he's 15.
100%. Yeah, 100%. But do you think, Rob, because he's quite young, so the longevity will also take a toll, right? Take a beating because he has to maintain himself with the fame, with the money, and especially if you're an Indian, we know how it operates. Like he cannot have a personal life altogether. So many things will come into picture. I mean, like when it comes to as an Indian athlete, and that too if you are a cricketer.
Yeah, I mean it's way beyond rock star stuff.
Yeah.
But look at what Virat's done throughout his career. He's kept everything going. He's still really fit. He's still amazing at fielding. He still runs everything down at his age. He's managed his cricket career really well. And so the three guys that have had the biggest spotlight on them in my lifetime, Dhoni, Sachin, and Virat, right? And all three of them optimized their cricket careers. They all played till they're pretty old in cricket terms, and didn't let the cricket suffer. Now that is a testament to their character. As Suryavanshi belts one down the ground, doesn't quite get it. It's 4, but he didn't get that at all. Because if he gets it, it's 120 meters. But Rabada bowled on a length, going away from him. He didn't quite get it, but about 4 bounces and into the rope. But yeah. Isn't it incredible, though? Isn't it incredible, Shravan, that those 3 guys all optimize their cricket career? Because in this country, in England, when we get the big star, the media does their absolute best to destroy them. People like Paul Gascoigne in football, they hounded Wayne Rooney. They did their best to ruin him. Any big star that England get, they try and smash them down. I don't know enough about celebrity stuff, and I don't care about that stuff. But for the spotlight that was on those 3 that I just named to be so big and for them to prosper as much as they did in their cricket careers, that's a really, really good effort, isn't it?
That's true. That's really true. That's the testimony of their dedication or the commitment towards the game, to be honest. Like, that's what we actually bow down for. Like, wow, because talent is abundance in India. All the one and the other player in your street, if you would see, you will be in awe of his or her talent, whether it's batting or bowling. But then you should have that kind of discipline and the testimony of like to last that long. By the way, by the end of 2 overs, we have Rajasthan had like 17 runs without loss, and Jaiswal is about to take a strike. Siraj back for his 2nd over. What do you make out of Rabada's bowling, Rob? Wow. My goodness, what shot it is! Like, wow.
It's Jaiswal getting the first 6 is actually a surprise, isn't it? When these two are batting together, and who'd have thought that? Like, when Jaiswal came on the scene, he's a mega high octane fun opener, as he puts the second ball of the over away for 4, and then somebody, Jaiswal's a young kid, and his opening partner is 9 years younger than him. It is mental. Sorry, I've forgotten your question there. Who was it about?
So I just wanted to know about like what do you make out of this Rabada's first 2 games?
I think I've said this on lives and on podcasts and stuff before. I think Rabada is a product of being really, really good when he was young and not managed particularly well by his board and by his country. Similar with Jofra Archer. He's been hammered into the ground. Shaheen Sharafridi is another one. And because he's so good, when I first saw Rabada, I was like, oh my God, he is everything. He's everything you want. And he can bat and he can field. He's everything you want in a fast bowler. And South Africa got very excited because I don't think coaches and management and stuff, I don't think they care too much about 10 years' time because they probably don't have their jobs in 10 years' time. So they want to optimize their results now. So they ask these kids to play everything. And so Rabada plays all formats every time. There's other reasons why he does that in South Africa, but all formats every time. He's leading the attack from a very young age, really. When he came in, he still had the old guard was still there, you know, Philander and everybody. But they're like, can you play everything? And because he's so good, all the franchises want to get hold of him as well. He's won a purple cap in the IPL a few years ago, hasn't he? What you're seeing now, I think, is a tired guy, someone who's tired, and he doesn't look anything like his normal self, which is a shame because, you know, I think we're seeing that to I know he's had his shoulder issues, but they're caused by playing constantly. Rashid Khan is not the force that he was a few years ago because since he was a kid and he was amazing, you know, something we'd never seen before, somebody from Afghanistan just ripping it up everywhere. Everybody wanted him, right? So he has to play all the time, everything, constantly on planes, going from one tournament to another. Jaiswal just sends one into the sky. Bit lucky, but 4. Very good start from Rajasthan again. And this is a train that you can't let speed off too fast. Like, you've got to take one of these chances that goes up in the air. I mean, this isn't a chance, but they will give you
Especially
chances.
if you're Gujarat.
It's good to see Jaiswal joining in with the whacking because he didn't last time, did he?
Yeah. But then this is a good move from Jaiswal because last match he had a lot of criticism coming his way for playing little, 100-ish strike rate or something. But this is what the maturity actually means. I was so happy him playing the second fiddle, to be honest. But then second paddle. But this is what the maturity I expect, at least from Indians and all. Hello everyone. We have Robbie joining our Watchalong.
Hello.
Hi Robbie, how are you?
Rob, how's it going?
Hey, mate.
All right. Hey,
As of
how's
now,
it
it's
going,
going
brother?
all 6 and 4s.
Yes, much. I think much needed for. Oh!
Gone
Did you guys
or
see that?
dropped. That's dropped.
Just fell short. Oh, do you have something to say about dropping catching with gloves on?
What timing, mate.
If you've got a massive pair of gloves on, right, it's presumably quite easy to catch compared to if you haven't. Like, Butler's moved quite well there. Has that not carried, do you think?
That will be a
I
little
think
harsh, isn't it?
Just has. It has. It seemed like it has carried, but obviously, it just didn't stick, right? You have to move laterally before trying to get your glove on the ball. It's funny, right? We say that it's easier to catch with gloves. Well, it is if you're fielding in the outfield. But if you're keeping behind the stumps, there's only a particular way in which the ball comes to you. And oftentimes the ball doesn't slow down before coming to you, or you don't have the time. You just have to work on instinct.
I think if you get a Skyer, that you've got ages to be under, you want a massive pair of gloves on, right? But if somebody fired a ball out of a cannon at you, I don't think the gloves would help that much. I think you want to use your reactions and get your hand to it.
Is my voice very soft today?
Yeah, it is little soft. Okay, by the end of 3 overs, RR 32 for 2.
Go back and come back.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just come back.
But it sounds really nice, to be honest. Like, it's coming very soothing way.
We're 32 for none and off 3. And Jaiswal is outscoring Suyvanshi at the moment. 178 plays 155 in the strike rates. And those two strike rates, if they both face another 20 balls, will not be the same. But I don't know whether Suyvanshi having a look here or the lengths that they're bowling are tying him up a little bit.
Yeah, Robbie is back.
Is this better, guys?
Yeah, all good.
Yeah,
Robbie, where are you telling your bowlers to bowl to Suyvanshi?
You want to go full and hopefully get the ball to swing a little bit. If not full, if the ball's not swinging, then you want to go back of a length or short hard at him outside the off stump.
Okay.
Exactly like that, but more outside the off stump.
Robbie, what exactly is the reason Siraj is suffering from this line and length? It's just the newness to the tournament, like over the time he will be like it get adjusted with this tournament, or anything you picked up on?
I haven't picked up anything. Honestly, I've just seen him bowl now, and that's so wide. But he's he's never really been the best kind of. What are his T20 numbers? He's never really been an out and out kind of T20
Yeah,
bowler.
let me
has he?
give you
Who do you
his
want?
T20
Siraj?
numbers. Siraj, yeah.
Siraj.
Yeah, so I've always
So
thought if Siraj gets the ball swinging early and he gets on one early, he can be brilliant. But if he doesn't, his head can go down quite quick. Like
so
Yeah.
his
so the number goes
considering
this way.
how
Yeah.
talented he is, his numbers don't jump off. I'm looking at them here, right? His last 82 innings, I'm looking at either IPL or internationals. He's averaging 40 in the power play at 8 runs and over, which is bang average. And then middle overs averaging about 28 at 8 and over. And then he goes at about 9.5, 10 at the death, which is fine. But these are average numbers. These aren't elite Indian pace bowling numbers, are they? They're just like pretty standard.
Oosh.
Run out chance there. He'd have been gone.
Gone for all money. That.
You've got to take your chances. You can't let Surivanshi and Jaiswal have lives. The game is going to go.
Whoa, my goodness. By the way, it
Bumrah's
feels
run
very
out
good.
early.
Lives?
Sorry.
Bumrah's run out earlier. Very good. He's gone by 2 yards there, isn't he, Surivanshi?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
The thing is, this length is what you bowl to Jaiswal. But for Suryavanshi, this length is a very dangerous length. You want to be fuller because he goes high, really high back lift, right? So you want to be fuller for Suryavanshi, but more good length, slightly back of a good length, almost test match lengths for Yashasvi.
Like they've actually, it sounds mad because they're going at 10 and over. They've actually calmed these two down compared to what happened last time. They're not out of this game yet. 10 and over is fine for these two in the power play. If these lot have only got 58 after 6, that's a right result compared to, you know, what their ceiling is for power plays. What did they get last time? Let me look. 74. We've had a few 80s already in this IPL.
But I'm absolutely happy to see Vaibhav Suryavanshi playing in a different gear today. I know Rob wouldn't like it. He wants him to go all guns blazing, but I just wanted to see Vaibhav Suryavanshi, can he last for some 10 overs and see if still he can score that 40 ball 100 or something. Just
bang. Wait till you see this shot, lads. So Rabada, desperate to get out of the over. It would have been brilliant if that wasn't a boundary, that last ball, but he's dropped it short, and Jaiswal was onto that so
What a shot that is.
very delayed. Whoa. That's some shot, mate.
It's a proper shot.
Have you been in
Today
the
we
position, Robbie, where you're like bossing it as the opener, and then some kid comes in to join your team who there's loads and loads of hype around? A bit like Jaiswal's got now, right? Jaiswal's only 24, and this kid is 9 years younger, and so last time Jaiswal went, all right, then I'm just going to take a single every ball and let him do his thing, and he's going to score at strike rate 300. But today he's come out and goes, well, actually, I'm still Jaiswal, right? I still want my place as Indian opener. He's playing much more aggressive. He's playing beautifully, by the way, today. Have you had that experience where somebody's come into your side who's like the new kid on the block, all the hype's around him? And if so, what did he do? Ashok Sharma in, by the way.
I actually haven't had the experience of having a youngster come through like that where they at some point become competition. KL Rahul maybe, first class cricket. But by then I was already 27, 28 or 20. Oh, gone if he's taken it.
Sorry, I'm going to explode, I think. That is
yeah.
That is a
Oh,
drop
it's gotta
catch,
hurt.
a misfield, another misfield, and then another misfield and 4. And I
Oh,
think he rolled over the ball in a place where you really don't want to roll over the ball. So genuine edge,
it's 4.
drop from Butler
Did
again.
Siraj hurt himself? I think the ball got rolled under his body. Oh shit, man, that will be painful.
Should be taken there. Butler set off too slow. He's jumped way too late. And these are huge moments. These, like I say, you can't.
True.
There's one chance each now and a missed run out. Right? Is that Siraj that's gone off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the
Yeah.
ball got rolled under his body.
Yeah, painful
That's
one of those.
painful. Yeah, painful stuff. Imagine if that touched his groin area while rolling. That's like,
I don't think it did because he's talking, and if it had, then he wouldn't be able to for a while. I'm just watching it again now. Maybe it did actually. So he's made a proper mess of it. It's one of those injuries. It's really unfortunate, but his technique of jumping there, he's jumped like he's diving forwards with both hands and
Yeah.
both legs, like he's doing an intentional belly flop into a pool. And you
Yeah.
have to slide side on with your arm on the floor doing that. So you've actually is tucked into the next ball for an absolutely incredible shot. My God, this is what I wanted to see from Suyvanshi. So Suyvanshi was taking his time a minute ago. Wait till you see this shot. He's just absolutely belted it.
I didn't saw
The
it yet.
pickup off
It's
that
yet to
shot.
come. Oh my goodness.
It's the hands.
No way do you ball
Right
this
out of the
lad.
middle. I want to see a hot spot of where that hit the back because that looked to me to be
The
exactly.
ball was
how you
bowled at
pick it up.
137 clicks. The ball was bowled at 137 clicks. How fast his hands are.
The talent
How
that this kid has got.
What
Ridiculous.
finesse he got, Rob. Like, look at the finesse. Oh, how at the last moment he just changed the shape of his bat. I mean, like the face of his bat. And he's so good at this. Man, Jesus. So just to give a backstory, so we usually, say we have this malts in India where you prepare it out of pulses and grains and all. So where does this the place where the Suryavanshi comes from? They prepare a certain something called a sattu. What we call that's a malt basically. So that's very high protein and high fiber. So some of the other one kept on saying that he had enough sattu to have this kind of power. Hi, Robbie. Robbie, I was just explaining him like what Suryavanshi
What's that?
is.
Yeah.
The Indian malt.
Did you see that last 6?
Yeah, the uppercut.
Just beautiful, right out the middle.
Oh, yeah. Shashi Jaiswal tried to do the same, but just went above his bat.
Got some wheels, this kid. Ashok Sharma, 147, 149, 150. Yo, he was trying to get out. He was trying to save himself there with that one.
Jaiswal is
Oh,
not
by
having
the
enough.
way,
Yeah, go ahead, Shravan. Sorry.
the shot which was played by Suryavanshi, that was 150 clicks, guys.
And he's
Fuck's sake.
just picking it up over what deep third.
You know what? When he played, it felt like it's just 130, 135 clicks. So it's like he timed it nicely. He got all the time in his world. Robbie, it's the same case with all the best batsmen or the young generation. Like they have that extra, minuscule of time. So, did it happen with you too?
Absolutely.
I mean, okay.
So, I don't think you like what creates extra time. Like you have to understand. See, the ball comes at a certain pace. I think what creates extra time for a batter, it's the initial movement and the timing of the initial movement actually creates the extra time for a batter. It's not someone having time or not having time. That's why they get good. It's how well you time the initial part of your I call it the foundational piece of your batting, like which is the initial movement, right? At the point of delivery, how still are your eyes, and how still can you keep your eyes, and that part when you see batters in good form, batters in good form, batters who are scoring runs, batters who we feel have a lot of time. All of these guys do their their foundational piece of that initial movement really, really well.
Yeah.
Has my
Prati
volume
Krishna
dropped
bowl.
again,
You
guys?
sound really good when you're up close like that. Perfect.
Okay.
They're letting Prati Krishna bowl in the first half of the game today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's now. It's
nice,
good
isn't it?
now. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
By the end of 5 overs, RR has scored 57 for no loss. Suryavanshi is striking at 200 and Jaiswal at near to 200, 180. Oh, the ball just pings off his bat, isn't it? How it happens for few batsmen, Robbie? Like how that some batsmen have this, like when the ball comes out of their bat, it just pings. It's like you have that feeling of like it just blasted over the bat, even if they are just finishing it, touching it.
Good bats, buddy. Just good bats.
Seriously, I was not expecting this answer. I was expecting something, to pick it up.
You get good bats
Okay.
at that level. You get good bats, and if you're doing well, you get even better bats. So
Okay. That was a good hard ball from Prashit. Oh, Rob, I think your message has been delivered to Ashish Nehra. Last time you cribbed about that Prasidh Krishna hasn't been
Yeah, well,
allowed to ball till
you've
the.
got to let your best bowler bowl while the game's in the balance. But the thing is, they've had their chances to get rid of both of these now. They missed the run out. All right, it wasn't easy, but he would have been out by 2 yards if he hit. And Butler's put both of
Shot.
these down now, and now Jaiswal is climbing into Prasid. So basically, they
Clubbed
kind
it.
of have to go Rashid Khan next, don't they? And then they've played all their cards. And if Rajasthan are none down, that it's probably the scariest. Them and KKR probably the scariest team to be none down against you, because one of these can go absolutely berserko if they face loads of balls. Like Suryavanshi is not going to slow down after the power play; he's going to speed up if anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Jaiswal tends to slow down slightly. His strike rate drops from like 165 to 145 after the power play, and then he goes again towards the end. But I can't give you any numbers of what Suryavanshi does at the end because he's never got there. Even when he got his 100, it was only 35 balls, wasn't it? He's not got to over number 15 yet. Imagine if he does. How many is he going to score? Is he going to get 200?
I don't doubt that, to be honest.
Won't be long before somebody does it in a big game.
I feel like it might happen in the IPL itself.
Yeah, one of these real roadie ones, because you've got quite a lot of mega blaster openers now, Robbie, haven't you? Quite a lot of them. Like if Finn Allen bats a whole 20 overs, he could get 200 easy.
There are about 5 or 6 guys that you can tell that these guys could do it, right? I think the likes of Finn Allen, Tim Seifert, Travis Head, Abhishek Sharma, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, maybe even Yashasvi, because he knows how to score these daddy hundreds. It's something that he does. So if he gets going, has momentum, there's a possibility that he can do it himself.
I would want to pitch in one name, Phil Salt. Also, I have seen him doing that against South Africa. They had that record score of 300 in 20 overs.
So Phil Salt has got a lot better. He added 2 things to his game about 18 months ago. It was the ability, he turned a lot of his 4s into 6s. He was just a 4s guy initially. His 4 percentage was so high. It was off the charts. And then he started working on his power game and going aerial. And the other thing he added was the ability to bat past the power play, to go on, which is something Prab Simran's worked on a lot for Punjab. He's developed that game of like, when the power play's finished, you don't just have to hit it to somebody on the rope or keep trying. You can work out how to carry on scoring quickly. And Phil Salt has definitely got much, much better at that. And he's an elite T20 opener now, Phil Salt. When he started off, with all the resources England had at the top of the order, a lot of people questioning his place, but he's developed quite a lot. He didn't have a great World Cup, but it's very small sample sizes we talk about here. But they've ended this power play, right? 69 for none off 6. And I thought Rabada bowled 2 really good overs. Ashok bowled quite well, very quick,
Yeah.
and they created 2 chances off the bat and 1 in the field, and now they're staring down the barrel because without Shubman Gill there as one of the 3 big run scorers, it doesn't look like they've got the side that's going to chase down 240, and they are going to get 240 if they don't start getting wickets soon. Is that kind of number we're looking at here?
By the way, it's a blessing in disguise. We know I have seen quite few instances where Kumar Kushagra is also a certain kind of a batter where he can go for bashing. Even he has that finish of going putting the ball in the gaps. He is not outright six hitter, but he is good with finding boundaries and gaps. Ravi, what do you make of this decision of RR batting first? You expected them to do so, and I mean,
They've got the slightly better bowling attack, right? I think if you look at the bowling attack that across the IPL, RR is one of those teams that actually have a slightly better bowling attack compared to a CSK, compared to an SRH. So maybe they're giving themselves a chance to defend a score. I feel confident about that. But Kumar Kushagra, he's a good kid, man, and that kid can bat. And I think he's gotten better over the last couple of years, which is nice to see.
yeah. But by the way, I didn't expect for them to score less than 75-80 if these both haven't lost their wickets. That's also a surprising factor for me, because nowadays 12 run rate per over is quite common if you didn't lose a wicket. So I'm not saying it's low, but it's still little unexpected having these two on the crease.
Like I said, I don't think
these
they bowled
nerds are
that badly. If they'd have bowled badly, they'd have got 90 in the first 6.
You can tell
Sorry,
he's from
Ravi.
Deepak's school of cricket, right, Rob? And he's just never satisfied. He got 70 runs in the power play, and the guy turns up and says, "I'm a little disappointed. These guys could have gotten more." Sheesh.
Because that's what they're capable of, right, Robbie?
So I guess this is
Irrespective of
different for different teams, Robbie, right? So when you played IPL and you're opening, is it up to you? I don't know the answer to this. Is it up to you as the opener to decide what a good power play score is? Is your coach telling you, or a captain, are they saying, look, we want to target this score for this many wickets down, or today it's the good pitch, so you're just going to belt it, or today it's tricky, so I want you to say it? Do you get those instructions, or does that differ by team, or is it just up to you?
No, it's not. It's not instructions. It's more consensus, Rob. Because everything is dictated by the nature of the pitch, right? If the nature of the pitch is not good, then it's futile to try and get 60, 70 runs on that kind of a track. If it's too paced, if it's tacky, if it's seaming around a lot, here we go.
He's gone. And that is a drag down from Rashid Khan that Suyvanshi has not got hold of and hit straight to Glenn Phillips. That's a rubbish ball.
What would you call it? A drag down? He hit it off the front foot, bro.
I don't know. I'll have to see it again. That looked like a rubbish ball to me. That he just maybe it turned a little bit. What do you think?
I thought it was slightly back of a length.
Yeah.
But obviously he's got one gear, right? So he's gonna go hard.
I think this is exactly what Rashid wants after so much of beating has been done on his bowling. I think this is the kind of start Rashid is expecting. Now he might find his right lengths and lines.
I don't think he was expecting it, Sir Shravan. I think he was hoping for it.
That's true. That is true.
That's
true.
It's been a little bit of a lull, right, from Rashid Khan over the last year and a half or so. You'd love to see a guy like him bowl at the peak of his prowesses, and we haven't seen that in the last year and a half.
Probably when
Most
you were
certainly,
also at
actually.
your prime, like 2018 time was your like proper. I have seen that not 2018 time, like when you had come back to the season. At that time, I think this guy was in his prime, Rashid Khan, and like you guys had a different team meetings and all for him to how to read from his hand or something that sort of. It's all normal.
Yeah, no. So you discuss bowlers. You're discussing, you say,
Okay.
okay, how do you approach him? He was quick through the air and quick off the wicket. He's quite skiddy off the wicket. So you'd always look to play him like we would categorically decide not to play him off the back foot. Try and play him on the front foot as much as possible. Right? The more you play him on the front foot, the better yourself you're giving a chance. The better chance you're giving yourself to score runs against him. And then he starts. He's got two lengths. One length is the back of a length that he got Vaibhav out.
Yeah.
The other one's too full, like it's almost like an over length delivery. So those are his two lengths, and because he's not the tallest guy, he doesn't get a lot of bounce. So and that lack of bounce, obviously, you can't get under it very easily. Yeah,
Fair
so
enough,
you kind of
fair
have to
enough.
force him to bowl that over pitch length.
Okay.
By staying on
As
the
a
front.
batsman, which length you would prefer to for him? Not only him or any spinner, as in like for you to go gung-ho.
Ball pitched up, buddy. Pitch the
Any
ball up.
day. Okay,
In
but
the slot.
why do people usually say that giving a half track or dragging down the length for a spinner is much bad the way it seems to be, it's like in a negative lens rather than pitching it up or somewhere, like what's
Well,
exactly the
it's
reason?
not negative length. It's just that at that level you don't expect them to bowl the short ball, right?
Okay, that's a surprise factor.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ravi. That was a good point. Fair point, to be honest.
I'm just looking at the
Okay.
matchup
Rob,
stuff
what
that
are-
I've got.
what are the
And
numbers saying?
Rashid Khan loves Hetmeyer. He's got him 8 times.
Ooh.
Prasid's getting another one here, which I'm actually quite surprised by.
Yeah.
So he's used him as basically all 4 at the death, backloaded in the first game, and now he's bowled 2 of the first 8.
It's like the pendulum swing.
Rob, what is the number saying?
Which number, sorry?
Market. he meant,
What
I
is
think.
it? The
The
number
market
saying?
thinks it's about 60-40 in favour of Rajasthan. And
Oh.
it started off as a 50-50 game, and then the no Gill news came through, and that's 5% off straight away. I'd have thought it'd be a little bit more than that. And then the run line now is just over 200 is what the market's expecting. 204, 205.
Okay. Crickbus says similar to that. Crickbus says 65% to RR and 35 to GT post power play. It's like it's the same.
What's happened to Shubman? Any idea?
They said it was muscle spasms. I don't know whether it's the same thing he had. Was it South Africa where they said he had something wrong with his back? But yeah, muscle spasms is what they said at the toss. I don't know any more than that.
Okay.
Changes their side so much. I don't know whether Joss will open with Sudhasan or Kshagra will go up to the top.
No. Kushagra 3. Joss will boss it at the top of the order.
Prasid's joining the dots this over. Because
Actually,
Jarrell,
that's a good idea, right, Robbie? Give Butler the chance to open. We never know.
of course. Prasid's stacking up some nice dot balls here.
We have to see will that lead to a wicket or not. But yeah. Robbie, what do you feel? How suited is Jurel for this one down role for RR? You convinced with that?
He's good. He's good.
Okay. Okay.
I don't
Andy
think
B
we've
is
seen
saying
full spectrum of Jurel yet, because we've seen him bat in the death for RR, and we've also seen him bat as I'm seeing him bat at the top of the order. So I think we'll have to see a decent sample size before making a call on how good is or how well suited he is at this position.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I did.
Andy
at
B
some
saying
point,
did.
but Yeah, I did Andy at some point. However, it was the auction dynamics more than anything else. It's not like they didn't like him. I think in the auctions they couldn't get him back. I'm not sure. I can't remember if they went for him for a little while before DC picked him. Um, but DC have done some decent homework in picking players. They've actually done well.
That's good shot. That's some shot, mate. Oh, cheers.
Very high, very dangerous shot. That like high risk shot, but got the reward for it, didn't he? Like I don't mind the high risk shots if you're playing that shot and the best you can do is one because there's a fielder there, you should put it away because backing away and showing Prasad all three stumps is definitely dangerous. But if you're backing your talent and there isn't a man there stopping the four, then four's a good enough reward to get for it, right? That was really, really good. And they needed that to keep it ticking over.
Yeah.
Still
Having
10
said
and
that,
over.
by the
though.
end of 8 overs, yeah, 80 for 1.
So Rizvi came in and he kind of had a season, didn't he, for Chennai a couple of years ago? And he came in and he hit his first ball ever in the IPL for 6. And he didn't play a lot. Like he didn't get to have a bat. And he only got sort of, I don't know, what was his best score, 20 or something? They didn't quite see the best of him. And he looks the absolute business to me. I think in both innings, after like 8 or 9 balls, he's only been 1 or 2. And that is so often curtains for people. Like from a betting point of view, I am always on people's unders when they're 2 off 9. Because I think anyone that's 2 off 9 is going to play that big shot soon just because they're feeling it, right? Under particularly young kids who are under pressure when they're 2 off 9. But he's shown none of that. He's like, no, I'm going to wait for the ball that I like and I'm going to hit it for 4 as another one goes through Butler's legs. He's not having the best of days, Joss, is he? 4 more. Yeah, I don't think that one's his fault, but bloody hell. It'll be angry Joss when he comes out to bat.
Yeah,
Ravi,
he's not having the best day, is he?
Ravi, these are the kind of situations where you know like something went bad in the different innings when you are doing a different skill set, like when you are fielding or keeping or something. So it depends on player to player whether they feels themselves much more motivated when they come to bat or the ball, or it will deplete them in a sense.
Well, it depends on how you kind of respond as a player, right? I think if you're staying in the present, then you're like, okay, if you're trying to do your best, and there are going to be times where things are not going to work for you. You can't operate in life without a margin of error. There has to be some form of margin of error, and as a nobody wants to be, having a bad day, on the ground. But it happens sometimes, and you got to kind of take it in your stride. And if it kind of, and this kind of, if you feel like this, I'm so distracted by the private chat today because
I understand.
of
I understand.
the audio, because I think the audio is still not turning up apparently.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
really
I
that
mean,
bad?
like it's not. No, it's not bad actually. What the problem here is like all our 3 audio levels are not matching apparently. So that's where they're trying to make a
All
sync
you
out
have
of
to
it.
do, Robbie, is stand on your chair and shout as loud as you can for the rest of the game. Just do that.
Well fielded, mate. Well fielded, Ashok Kumar. That's. By the end of 9 overs, we have 92 for 1. RR has scored. Ideally, this isn't the score which instills fear in opposition, but because it's GT, other side, they will feel the nerves already.
I think
Why do you say
considering they
that?
have such clear plans, don't they,
Uh,
GT?
uh,
Such a clear strategy. Not having Gill is a massive deal. It'd be very interesting to see how they go about things. I agree with
Ravi,
Robbie. I think you go Joss at the top.
yeah, Ravi, the
Yeah.
point here is like they have this mindset of like we will solidate first and then we'll go gung-ho. That too also only if we feel like or it feels like this game should be 100% in our pocket, that's when we'll go all gung-ho and all. Looking at their middle order and everything, it just feels like if some other team gives them the score to chase about 210, 220, they'll be little panicked from the any other team, is what I feel. You please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, like, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, there's the kind of personnel they have. I don't think it's a conscious plan, but I think the kind of personnel that they have, that it's just the way they actually play. What a shot that is! Oh my God!
Lovely hands.
How about that from Jurel?
That's nearly gone all the way.
Oof. It's gone all the way, I think, but
He absolutely climbed into that, didn't he? He's going to feel a lot better about himself
maybe
now.
not.
I hope they
That's some
don't
shot.
throw Ashok away after this, because he looked quite good the other day and he's
Yeah,
bowling
yeah.
fast here. They just need to, you know, find a way of harnessing this pace, because he's got something, hasn't he? He was unlucky in his first
He certainly
over.
does. He certainly does. The only thing wrong right now are the lines. The lengths are fine. Even the previous ball, the length was fine. It's just the lines. The lines are off.
But still, he's bowling at 141 clicks. That's high pace. How
That's
difficult
close.
it is.
How about Arya getting man of the match for facing 11 balls yesterday and being impact
I love
sub?
it.
So he doesn't have to field, just chills out on the bench, comes in, faces, scores off 10 balls, gets out, and is man of the match. I absolutely love that. Should be, and he had the biggest impact though, right? But he played for 5 minutes, and it's the right call to give him man of the match. But that's where we're getting with cricket now. Like, if you're really, really good at 10 balls, you can get in an IPL team.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I don't know if you'll last. You'll get in an IPL team, but will you last? Doesn't your performances need to have impact right now, right? If your performance doesn't have an implication on the game, then you can find yourself to be replaceable. Now, for example, what Sarfaraz Khan did yesterday, right? I have an issue with that kind of an innings, right? Because you're dominating, right? I understand that kind of an innings if you're batting right at the top of the order or you're batting at the death, right? If you're a top order batter, middle order batter who's batting through the middle overs or the middle phases of the game, that is when you need to be a little bit more, not circumspect, but a little bit more calculative with the risks you take. He just gotten 3 4s in that over and then went for the 4th. He could have very easily just rotated the strike and made that a 15-run over and still would have been a win for CSK, right? And I think those kind of innings, although has an impact in the interim, in that moment, but doesn't have an implication on the match.
Yeah, that's one where it's up to the whoever's job it is, whether it's the coach or the captain or the management or whatever, is they've got to give, I go on about this all the time, they've got to give everybody a role and make sure they know what it is. Because like you say, if you're Finn Allen or Suryavanshi, your job is to get rid of the power play. And there are some people, Arya probably, even though he's got his IPL 100, didn't he? Was it against Chennai? His job is to go out there and smoke the power play as hard as he can and give you a good start, a positive start. Whereas,
Yeah.
and the guy that's batting in the last 2 or 3 overs must smoke it everywhere, right? There's nothing else you can do in the last 2 or 3 overs. But if you're in that bit between kind of 12 and 15, so we saw it the other day with Shabazz Ahmed came in as the impact sub, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't know whether he should be rebuilding the innings or he should be belting it everywhere. And he ended up getting 15 off 16 and they got bowled out. Now, that didn't help them in any way, shape or form. It was the other guy's fault to some extent, or, they basically had 3 number 11s and all of them got out whacking to fielders in the deep or whatever. But this is, who's that on, Robbie? Is that the coach or the captain or himself to go, right, this is what my job is here. I can't give my wicket away in the 15th over because of this. So I'm not, like you said, Was it yesterday, that innings from Sarfraz, where he went 4-4-4 out?
Yeah, it was. It was, yeah. Was yesterday. I wouldn't blame the coach or the captain for this. He was almost walking there, guys. Did you see that? I
Yeah.
think they will go up.
Mind you, Rohit started walking off. I thought that was genius from Rohit earlier on. When he walked off, made them review, and then he didn't hit it. So he just conned them into the losing a review. He looked guilty then, Jarrell.
Is he? Okay.
I do think Butler's just gone up because he caught one though.
Robbie, I had a similar feeling about
Pad.
Shivam Dubey, the first match when they played, the CSK played against, after hitting for a 6, when he went for one more and then he got out. I understand then when you said, like, in death overs, if someone would have played that kind of innings, it's still fine. But then I had that feeling of like, oh, he's now the senior most, one of the senior players who already won 2 World Cups back to back, played some crucial knocks, expected people or the team franchise expect players like him to, perform the day when they are in a bad state or something. You felt the same, or like you were like okay with that, or one odd day or something, that sort of.
Ask me that question again. It was so long. You lost me somewhere along
So
the way.
Dubey's knock, when he
Okay.
came in and they were 50 for 5 in the first game,
Yeah.
and they're going to get miles below par. Basically, do you think what he did and came out and basically said, I'm going to hit every ball for 6, it's the only way, I'm just going to counter attack, and he got out to Jadeja, bowled it slightly
Jadeja.
wider, didn't he? I think the question is, did he do the right thing there, or as the only bat left and the senior multiple World Cup winning guy, is he meant to take it deeper, or is it fair enough to come in and just belt it?
Well, you got proof of what happens when you just try and go and belt it, right? He got out, right? When he batted with that intent of high risk, then he got out. So for me, I think for a player like him, even to get the team to a respectable total, yes, your team's kind of staring down the barrel at that point in time, but can you get the team to, instead of a 120, can you get the team to a 150, 160? And that will matter a lot to the team. It's given yourself a chance. I do understand that, like, CSK don't have the bowling or the teeth in their bowling right now to make things work when they're defending a score or whilst they're bowling, and things don't seem to be working for them. And so for me, I think given that, you need, and today, given the fact that it's not a team filled with senior cricketers, right? How many senior cricketers are there in that side? Like today in that batting order, there's Sanju Samson, there's Ruturaj Gaikwad, and then there's Shivam Dubey, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's
So
yeah.
you need someone to take onus. Like when we were playing in 2021, look at that batting order. There's Rutu was a junior at that point in time. And then there was Faf, there was Suresh or me. There was number 4
Raidu. was
Raidu
also
or
there,
somebody.
right?
There was Raidu was 4 or 5. There's another person at 4 or 5. And then there was Bravo, there was Mahi, there was Shivam as well. Was there Shivam in 2021?
I think you had Moin Oli, right? Like, if I'm not wrong, Moin was there with
Mo
your team.
was there.
Moin
Mo was there.
yeah.
So look at the experience there. There you can go hard even if you've lost wickets like CSK have.
Yeah.
You have to. It can't be one size fits all. Yeah. And that's something that I believe in. There's some people who agree with me about Sarfraz. He had to go hard. Yes, he had to go hard. But imagine Sarfraz and Shivam batting there in the last 2 overs. Would that be 209 or would that be 235? And could CSK do with the 235? That's a 50 there from
Played
Mr.
really, really well
Jaiswal
today.
of 32
Jaiswal,
32 deliveries. Yeah.
It's a beautiful shot. Brought off his 50.
It's one of my favourite players, Jaiswal. Absolutely love him.
He's so good.
Pleasing on the eye, isn't he?
He's so good.
It's very pleasing.
Love his
on the eye.
backstory as well, how hard he worked and what he sacrificed and what his family sacrificed to get
Pure
him
conviction.
where he's got.
Pure conviction. Yeah.
Yeah. And just watching him in test matches as well, the way he he can soak up pressure when it's against him. But when there is hay to be made, you know, when the sun's shining, he makes it, doesn't he? If those bowlers are tired and the pitch flattens out, he takes them on. He's got a great cricket brain. It's good to see him doing well, because as he very nearly gets completely cleaned up playing a dreadful
You
shot
said
the very
great
next
cricket
ball.
brain as he went down and tried to scoop that ball.
Look, that should be a clip, right? I want them to show that shot after I've said what a great cricket brain this guy's got, and then the next shot he plays it lying on the floor, hits the back of the bat. He ends up in a heap. 1 run to the scoreboard, though, right? Siraj looks quite
1
angry
run.
about this, which is not
that's fine,
unusual that Siraj is angry. Going back to Shivam Dube, right? So I was annoyed, and I still am, that Chahal only bowled 3 overs, because it was
fair.
basically
Good call.
that they said he was 1 for 21 on a pitch that suited him, bowling really well, slowing it down, bowling the right line and length, looked the biggest threat. And they went, yeah, but Jube's batting, so you can't play anymore. And they just subbed him off. They went, no, you're done. Like, you're no good in the field. He took a good catch, by the way. You're no good in the field. See you later. Right? That doesn't do one of the highest IPL wicket takers ever. It doesn't do his confidence for the season much good. Also, it then made me go and look again at Jube's numbers, because there's this thing that commentators sometimes and the general sort of cricket consensus is that Jube murders spin and he can't play the short ball. That was true 3 years ago, but it ain't true now. So looking at the numbers, right, this is every IPL and every T20 international he's played since 2023. That's 66 games, right? A decent sample size, 66 innings from Shivam Dube. His strike rate against seam is 157, and his strike rate against spin is 150. If you just had a normal person who had those numbers, you wouldn't be terrified of bowling your best spinner at them, would you? It's just a reputation thing that this guy is unbelievable at whacking spin, so therefore we're not allowed to bowl our best spinner. That made no sense at all to me. But when I do my numbers for betting,
But where do you think that roots from, Rob?
what just it's the what do you mean, like the weight of opinion or consensus? I just think if people say things enough times, people just believe it to be true. Because when I saw Dube the first season or two that I watched him, I was like, this guy bats as if both his feet, as Jarrell hits a full toss for another massive 6 over on the leg side, both his feet are setting concrete here, and he can't move them. He's got an incredible hand-eye. He just stands there and belts it, right? Look really uncomplicated.
Yeah.
And then you watch him bowl and you think, why am I watching this guy bowl? But cricket is developed, don't they? They have to, because people look at how they play and they go, right, we're going to do this. We're going to bomb him. That's what happened. Everyone had this idea that he couldn't play the short ball because he looked quite bad against it for a while. So they bombed him. And what did the really good international cricketer do to combat that? He went away and he worked and he tried to get better against the short ball, and he got a lot better against the short ball, didn't he? So now, looking at these numbers, like I was going to say then, when I'm betting, I feed my family based on what I win and lose, right? Betting over many years. I have to get the stats that are relevant. I have to get the stats right. I can't just say things over and over again and hope that they're true. It's a fact that over 66 innings, he's better at strike, and the average, he's averaging 39.5 against seam, 36.1 against spin, and he's striking harder against seam than he is against spin. Now, obvious argument to that is just, well, he gets to whack at the death a lot and you get much more junk pace and all the rest of it, right? I get it. It's fine. But the numbers now, 4 years ago, don't bowl a spinner at him when he's set. Totally get it. But now the numbers aren't telling me that. There was no reason to get rid of that. And what happened? They bowled Stoinis instead, who got belted for 17 or something. Like,
2 6s were hit.
Somebody has to be a bit more aware of, for me. But then what I really want to hear now, right? See, I've spent my whole life saying this stuff, most of the time to an empty room and just shouting at the screen and all that. But now I have an actual international and IPL cricketer who knows the right answers to these things. What do you think? What are you saying if you're in Chahal? If you're Chahal's captain yesterday, what are you saying?
So I'd be bowling him the 4th over, irrespective of the fact that Shivam's batting to him. Right? It doesn't matter that the fact that Shivam's batting to him, and I don't buy the hype of matchups. right? There are people who buy it. And that decision was a clear indication of a matchup being a conviction, matchups being a conviction in that franchise, right? Which is why the decision to take off what a ball that is.
The risk reward of backing away has done him in the end, but really good not.
Yeah, that's it's the right way to play as well after 50, especially at that point in time in the game, to kind of go and score as many boundaries as possible.
Yeah, with the likes of
Because now you have
Atmar.
the depth to come. Yeah,
Yeah.
The depth of RR.
Fair enough.
RR's batting order to come in.
But Jurel's not
I
going
don't know,
to be
Rob, if you remember
criticised
this piece of commentary, I don't know who it was. It was in India-South Africa test match. I don't know. I can't remember. I think it was Tony Gregg. Someone hit Venkatesh Prasad for a 4. I think it was Andrew Hudson. Hit him for a 4, like a beautiful, crisp boundary. And the next ball, he comes and he gets him out, bowled, off stump, out of the ground. And I'll never forget this piece of commentary. He finished that piece of commentary with, he gets hammered for 4, and he comes right back and he proves his off stump. So every time I see a batter hitting a 4, and then the next ball, this off stump being uprooted, I just go straight back to 1995, 96. Watching
That was a
piece.
proper uprooting as well. But he played the same shot earlier. He played with risk that innings, right? But it was when he played in the last game, he played without risk. He was 37 not out by the end of the innings because they were chasing and somebody else was belting it. And so he did the right thing. This goes back to him having a really good cricket brain, right? He's just got out. Ever since I said how clever he was, he didn't play very well, by the way. But he's played riskily today because he's setting a target. He's not chasing one. He doesn't know exactly what he has to score. So last time he just chilled out and let Suyvanshi do it. And as you said, after he's got his 50, he's like, well, I need to start maximizing our scoring chances now. So I am going to start backing away and taking some risks. Rabada bowled a good ball. Rabada's actually, having said that he looks really tired this tournament, he's bowled pretty well today. And now it's got Parag. Would you have sent Hetmeyer in now? Are you happy enough with Parag? Wow.
I would have actually sent, for me, with this kind of side that they have, unless there's an early wicket that falls. Oh, shot, man. Oh, my God. What is that?
That's like
That's
a
why
mini
I would send.
helicopter.
That is why I would send a Parag at number 3.
That's nuts. What a
Oh,
first
man.
ball that is. It's not a
What
great ball.
flick
but
is that?
the
Beautifully
again,
flicked.
I'm just in awe of the talent of these people to walk in and do that off your first ball. That's right, actually. You know,
Look
they
how-
normally put
look how
complete
still
nonsense
he
up
is,
on
eh?
the board. Effortless power is exactly what that was.
He's also quite young, right? He's just in his 24, so 25 years of age. Riyan Parag. By the way,
Yeah, he's 24,
shall
isn't
we
he?
go for the predictions by the end of 20 overs? I would love to do this.
Yeah, we can.
I would love to hear from you guys first. We have 7 overs left. 7.1
Well, I'm just
to
going
be
to cheat
precise.
every time because Robbie's eating again. You're going to be as fat as me by the end of this IPL if you're eating all the way through the game.
No,
Although all right,
my fat days are over.
I'll just mine are just beginning. I'm married. Who cares? So the market is 212, right? So that's
Imagine our wife said that. I'm married. Doesn't
God,
matter
yeah.
anymore.
Did you see what they were talking about at the end of the what Jared's chat was at the end of the last live?
No,
What he
what?
asked Shravan.
Yeah.
So I got to my desk and I was doing my numbers for this game and getting ready to come on here, and I flicked the live on for a minute just to see what the lads were talking about, and I saw Shravan's face, and Jared had just asked him, if you had to sleep
Let's
with a
not
man,
get that. Let's not
if you
get
had
there.
to sleep with a man, which man would it be? I mean, that's a hospital pass.
I saw that, but I didn't even bother reading into the context of that question because our group, a lot of this nonsense happens from time to time.
I somehow barged that, and then
Oh my
Jared
God.
had got it back. The question. He's not going to let. He's not letting me go out of that. So somehow he got it
I think
remembered,
that's
and then
out.
he's like, "Hey, you missed it."
Oh no.
He somehow got that safe. I think that might be Siraj not
By the way,
quite paying
gentlemen,
attention there.
scores. This way we will end up seeing one or the other ball. That's not fair. Uh,
I think they
scores,
Why
get
is it
please,
more.
not
gentlemen.
I
fair?
think they
There's
get
so much
220.
time. We
Sorry.
can.
How
No, no,
many
no,
did
no,
you
no.
say?
220.
Ravi, you being experts, you guys, you played the game, who saw the game from childhood. I cannot let you guys, like, last 5 hours, you could predict it every single day. I know. This is the challenge, right? When you have so many balls to face, there
Gone.
are so many
This is not a
unknowns.
prediction. This is a guess from here.
Yeah, this is a guess. Yeah, we can
Parag's
say
gone.
that. Yeah, this is a guess.
Straight to point, isn't it?
Now I'll say, yeah. That's a good length from Prasad. Eh?
Proper wicket taker, Prasid.
By the way, Donovan is still there, along with Hetmeyer
And
and Jaddu
Jadeja.
and Jaddu and Archer,
We might get
because
Deshpande batting, which is what we've all come here for, isn't it?
I think there are only two people who rate Archer as a solid bat. Archer and Shravan.
no, not as in, like, for pinch hitter for last 1-2 overs, it's fine, Robbie. Come on, like you can still back him to hit 1-6, right? For the
Oh,
if
it
let's
was
say
Rian who got out. Oh, and
Yeah.
I thought it was actually Jurel who got
Dhruv?
out.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Run line
unfortunate.
down to 207 now. Hetmeyer's come in. I thought they were going to put Hetmeyer back as the finisher, but I guess with Ferreira behind him,
Yeah.
fair enough. Like his
Allow him
his
to get
career is
started a
really
bit.
interesting. Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer could have been anything, and basically in the last few years, Rajasthan have gone with him as their only overseas, other than Joss, obviously, their only overseas option. And he kind of had to be the finisher. They had nobody else. It was never in the plan that he could bat anywhere other than his entry point of about now, wasn't it, really? And then the West Indies went, well, look how good he is. We're going to show you what he can do coming in the fifth over and batting for. He was amazing in the World Cup and just before it. It's interesting
And
that
why were they able to do that, Rob?
Why would I do what? Bat him
Bat him at
down the
number
order.
3. Bat him at number 3. No, bat him at number 3.
I mean, he's extremely good at making use of the power play, right? Finding those gaps and just hitting it over the infield. I think IPL teams have various plans. Like, if the guy's been absolutely bossing it at number 3, let him have a go at number 3. You know, because Jurel was a surprise for me for Rajasthan's number 3. Where would you bat him, Robbie?
There's something on that. Oh, wide.
I don't think they're going to have a look. No.
Will they review it?
No, it doesn't have time anymore.
I don't like batting orders anyway. I like entry points. But would you say if you're picking Rajasthan's batting order today, you're batting Hetmeyer at 3, 6, 7. Where's he batting for you?
I'd actually keep Hetmeyer at 4 or 5, not below that.
Yeah.
I still keep
Absolutely with
Rian at
Robbie
3
here.
because I think Rian will
yes.
be more effective at 3. I think it just buys him a little bit more time, and I think he'll for the kind of player that he is, I think he will do well with a lot more cushion behind him. He'll be a lot more expressive, but I'll tell you why. There's one thing about Rian, no matter what people say, the kid's brave, right? And you need courage to bat at number 3 and to be aggressive. He's got oodles of that. So I would always kind of back him to score runs at number 3. He's also hungry in his own way. He also wants to kind of get to the top and perform there. He sees or perceives himself as a world-class cricketer. So you know that he will try. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
He'll keep up with the momentum. Robbie, by the way, the before watch along, I just came up with this question. Like, have you got any chance to read into what Rian has said post match, after the post match in the post match interview after the last match? Earlier, I had my reservations, him being the captain and all, but after hearing what he said, I was absolutely pleased, to be honest. Like, he had got so much cool head on his, and then he talked literally a lot of sense.
Hit
Did
something,
you get a chance
guys.
Hetmeyer was out.
Sorry, Shravan. Joss was right.
And then he's hit the next ball for 6.
Whoa.
And the one after.
What a shot this is. Oh my God.
These are the margins. These are the things that can make all the difference. Because if they review that, Hetmeyer's out and the innings is derailing, and 30 seconds later, so this could be 136 for 4 after 14, and it's 148 for 3 because they didn't review it. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's such a massive difference to the run line, to the game, to the percentage chance of winning, and all that. I don't know. Like, it looked really, really close to the glove or the bat, didn't it? Or the glove.
Yeah.
Why not have a go? Because again, it's a huge wicket if you get Hetmeyer there. But how often does it happen that you miss your chance and then bang bang?
By the way, spot on, Robbie. There, I was expecting it to just, like, barge through, or escape through these gloves or something. I was expecting it to be seriously avoid. Sometimes it's because of the noise of the ground. It's very huge or something that you cannot hear through all this.
Yeah, some people can. People inside can hear. Sometimes people in the outfields can't hear anything at all. But if you've got sharp ears and you're at the right angle and the sound reaches you, then 2 or 3 people if at least 2 or 3 people in the inner circle have the same kind of emotion about that particular event, then you should just go with the review.
You also being a wicket keeper, so how do you guys assess? It's like it's the deviation you assess, or you can clearly sense the sound. Of course, if you have a thick nicks, you will end up hearing it. But then when
Sound
it comes to
first.
this feather touches, oh, is it still
Sound
feathers
first
also?
always, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But Robbie, is it
Feathers
even
don't have
possible, like,
deviations,
for
no? They don't deviate from there.
spot on, perfect. Yeah, even with the 30 yards, I mean, like, you guys would be sometimes with the fast bowlers and all, you will be near to that back circle, but still you could hear the sound.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Because as a keeper, the ball's coming towards you, right? So you hear most sounds.
Gentlemen,
What interests me
please,
there
this time-
is
it's already
is-
6 hours left. Sorry,
Oh, for
Rob.
me, I said 215, buddy. 215.
215?
My range is 215 to 218.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're given the range. Rob,
I
yours?
said it would be 220 when the line was a fair bit lower, and then they lost a wicket, but Hetmeyer's got them back in front. I'll stick with 220.
Oh, 220.
What about you, Shravan?
You? Shravan, you?
207.
207. The reason I think they're going to get loads is that Prasid's already bowled 3. And I really like him at the death. But if you look around now, Siraj, I don't like all that much at the death. And he's none for 39. And he's done a really bad misfield. And he didn't bother going for a catch a minute ago. Like, I think Siraj is one of those players that when he's spat his dummy out or when he's feeling a bit upset with life, he doesn't play very well. So a hell of a lot is on this Rashid Khan over that's going to come now. And then afterwards, they've got 1 Prasid, 2 Ashok Sharmas, 1 Rabada, 1 Siraj. That doesn't strike me as being particularly scary when Jarrell's set and Hetmeyer's just got 12 off his last 2.
Shot. Oh, what a shot.
The thing about, blimey, Jarrell's climbed into that. So 7 off the first ball of Rashid Khan's big over. The thing that really surprised me, Robbie, when we started getting Snicko and Hotspot and all this technology was I always agree with people that said the batsman must know when he's hit it, but that's complete nonsense, isn't it? Because the amount of times that you see people nick off and they've got absolutely no idea that they've hit the ball. I didn't know that. What do you think
Yeah.
about that?
That happens. That happens quite a bit. In a season, can happen to you. Out of say 25 dismissals, it can happen to you at least 1/5 of the time, or a little
Bloody
less than
hell.
1/5 of the time. Yeah.
Wow.
There are times where you can hear a sound, but only you can hear it, and no one else has heard it. Oh. And then there are times when
Have you got a good have you got a good poker face in those situations? Like, what's your move there?
Yeah.
Or are you just
I,
like,
had, I had it down to a whole drill. Even if I nicked it, it was very obvious if I nicked it. Because see, the thing is, when you play first-class cricket, you can, and we didn't have DRS in first-class cricket back then. So, or for the predominant time of my career, we didn't have DRS. So, in a first-class season, out of say 25 first-class games, at least 3 to 5 are going to be bad decisions, right? So, at that point, when that keeps happening to you every season, you don't want to walk because you're vying to get selected to play in the Indian team, right? So, like, if I get a chance, if someone doesn't hear it, I'm just going to take it because the competition is so high, right?
yeah.
So for me, if I edged it, like even if it was like a faint edge, what I would do is I would immediately look down, mark my guard. That was my tell. I can call it a tell, but that was my distraction. And I'll tell you, that worked for me at least, when I nicked the ball, it worked for me at least 75-80% of the time.
Well, then you should have kept
What?
on doing it, right? It's the right answer.
Yeah,
like you
I
say.
kept doing it till the DRS came in. then I was like, my goodness.
Seriously, Robbie. It's like I was expecting 20,
Yeah,
30%, to be honest.
No.
It's
Now,
it's
you
all
being
nice
very
and
honest,
well.
that means everyone does it. Because you being honest with us, like with the viewers, so you told it openly.
Well, there's
Oh my
there's
goodness.
careers on the line, right? If you can go home and say, well, I did the right thing. I walked off. I felt a faint edge or whatever. We've already seen the thing that would sway my brain or make me sleep easier at night, right? If I was a definite non-walker, which I absolutely would be if I played cricket, would be that it's proven by the technology now that bats don't actually know whether they've hit it or not. So maybe if you've got the tiniest feather of an edge that you think you've got, you actually didn't, right? In which case,
Yeah.
you're walking off for no reason. I've seen that a few times. David Warner's done it, and you know he's not a man who is struggling, you know, with too many brains, is he? But he's somebody that has walked off when he hasn't nicked it before, and you think, what are you doing, man? So I think it's perfectly reasonable now. I also think in all sport, there are rules, or cricket calls them laws. There are rules or laws for a reason, and they exist to, you know, stop people running over and punching each other in the face while you're playing cricket and all that sort of thing. But it's up to the officials and the technology. We've got loads of technology now. You know, that I don't think they use it particularly well. Some of it doesn't help. You know, the 2D image of whether Chakravarti's got his fingers under the ball, nobody bloody knows whether he has or he hasn't. But there's loads of technology. There's loads of people that get paid loads of money to make decisions. I would say if I was a player, over to you. You tell me what the decision is. It's nothing to do with me. I'm just here to score as many runs as I can, or take as many wickets as I can, or whatever.
Yeah. Agreed. 100%. And, you know, there was a time, there was this game, SRH versus KKR. And in that game, I was opening the batting and I tried to play like a ramp to Bhuvi in the old ball. I was already batting at about 40, 50 something, or 60 or something like that. And so when that happened, it hit a part of the wristband of my gloves and my arm and went to the keeper, right? But they were appealing for LBW because he thought it hit my pad. And I don't know if there's a rule back then in DRS where if you appeal for a particular decision, only that gets reviewed.
It was, I think, which is mad, isn't it? Now they check everything.
Yeah. Yeah. So they reviewed it and it got and it very clearly got the half of my wristband. But because it appealed for an LBW, it was given not out even though the keeper took the catch.
That's when
But
you
they
should
would
be
have got it in
dancing
the
on the wicket.
what do we call that?
I-
Sneakometer, right? They would have got it in that sneakometer or the ultra edge. Sorry. No. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I quite like when you see like West Indies under 19s playing, and
That could be
Afghanistan
out.
sometimes as well. Should be gone. Is gone.
Yeah, you got that one. That's going to make Rob Barron a very happy kid.
Siraj paying attention and taking a catch. I would not have said he would have caught that because he wasn't paying attention before.
Oh.
That might help him finish his spell. You know, that catch might do him a bit of good. I'm very pleased for Ashok because he deserves that wicket, doesn't he? He's bowled really well.
Yeah, he's bowled hard. He's bowled his heart out today.
Yeah, slightly off the toe, I think. Just couldn't quite get the elevation there, could he, Shimron? 18 off 8, he's done his job. Yeah, sorry, going back to the under-19s is it kind of turns into the Wild West sometimes. They're all trying to man-cad each other. They're all trying to fake injuries and fake fielding and all that sort of thing. I love all that. Like, it's fun to watch. Like I say, there are rules and laws for a reason. I hated it, and I had this conversation with one of the guys that makes the laws. I think you might have been speaking about him the other day. Paul McMahon, his name is, who was first class cricketer and then became. Spends a lot of time your way, Robbie, in Dubai, I think. And I'm like, I want the laws to increase fun, right? For me as a viewer and for us as a cricket watching public. And so when you're banning fake fielding is really funny. If you manage to pull that off, if you get somebody out because you're pretending the ball's gone to the other end, fair play, right? If you're sliding past one and the other guy's sliding behind you and all that sort of stuff, that's going to happen once every 50 games or something, that you're going to pull that off. Let's have it in the game, right? And the same sort of thing with the boundary catching that they apparently, he told me that apparently they basically had one meeting with all these kind of old sods wearing suits sat in a room where they go, we're all unanimously deciding that the boundary catching law is going to stay exactly as it is, right? That's we all vote, done. And then they meet again 2 years later and have all their gin and tonics and bloody Pims and, you know, chicken and rhubarb sandwiches or whatever they eat. And they sit there and they go, we're all going to unanimously decide that we're going to change that law now to something completely different. And it must be like, as long as everybody's safe, let's have a bit more fun in the game. So these relay boundary catches are brilliant. It's incredible what the skill level of some of these. The Ben Lachlan one's the one that comes into my head. Maxwell can do loads round I want to see it, right? And stop trying to outlaw things that are really fun and show people's incredible physicality and skills and all that sort of thing. What does cricket gain by trying to ban that sort of stuff?
By the way,
I'm going to do a Deepak and say, I completely agree with you.
Thanks.
By the way, I just have a counterpoint for that. Rob, how it after I was having a willingness to let's all these things must be there for that added masala. Being an Indian, I love all this masala to be watched. But then, what once Sangha has did, I mean like Sangakkara has did, that took me a little off guard because he tried to confuse the batsman by collecting because he's a wicket keeper himself. Though the throw was the other end, he just tried to act like the throw had come as his end, and then he made the batsman rush and then dive for his run. Is it all fair there also? I mean,
Why
because
not?
wicket keeper can do
why
it
not?
again and again.
And
Why
I'm
not?
telling you, I'm one of those guys who, in his debut international game, got out to what is the wicket keeper's name from England? Yeah, Geraint Jones. Getting a throw from Ian Blackwell at long on, and I was ambling back because I was cramping really badly, and I thought he was going to throw to the non-striker's end, but he threw the striker's end. So he was just standing like that, and as the ball pitched and came to him, he did that and took the stumps off. So for me, it was like I got what, fooled there, but that was out.
I remember that game because I traded it. I was setting the odds on that game, and we're talking 20 years ago now, aren't we? That would have been 2006, and you scored 86, and you must have felt good. That was a hell of a knock. I remember that as like, wow, who's this kid? It was a proper good innings that. And what over did you get run out in? Can you remember? It wasn't right at the end, was it?
35th over or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that
Between
up.
the 30th and 35th over.
29th over. You were on 86 in the 29th over back then. That's good going. Here we go. Blackwell to Athapa, run out. Apologies my pronunciation of your surname there. Run out. Driven down to long off. Anderson moves across in the deep. Jimmy Anderson, this is. Still playing cricket.
Yeah.
Anderson moves across in the deep and cuts off the boundary with a good diving effort and fires in a long throw. The batsman's coming back for a second and takes it lightly. The throw comes in at the keeper's end and the bails are off in a flash. He was almost home, but he failed to ground his bat. India lose their first wicket. Bloody hell. You were opening with Dravid.
Dravid. Yeah, that was my debut game. And
Must have felt pretty good after that, though.
when we saw the boundary replay after that, the funny thing was, it was a great dive, but the ball actually crossed the boundary.
No way. So it should have been 4.
And that's the Toblerone. It should have been 4.
Oh my God. Who was man of the match that day, Robbie?
I don't know. Srishant. He got 6 wickets that day. That's right. He got 6 wickets.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
By the way, Ashok Sharma has clocked 151. So the fastest ball of this edition.
And that 151 went for 6, by the way. Much like this one won't be going for.
Caught on the
You
rope.
heard that, Ravi, you heard Ashwin saying this once. Like he had his one of his colleagues in Chennai dressing room or somewhere. So Ashwin asked, hey, what did you got the award for? He said like fastest ball of the innings or something, that sort of like fastest ball of the match or something. And then Ashwin like, oh wow, great. And then he said like, I have the tendency of watching the highlights and all. Then I saw that this fastest ball went for a 6.
As it so often happens.
So Ashwin is like, what? How useless is the awards are? Like they give it for something random. I think they now stopped giving it for the fastest ball and everything. Like that was fair criticism. I felt like. You feel the same? I was like,
Well, it takes effort to bowl the fastest ball. It's not the outcome that matters, as in if no, as in if someone's because this is a very unique ability to bowl a quick ball, right? So,
true that.
So how come, right,
can
they say the hardest thing in sport, like biomechanically and hand-eye and all the rest of it, is hitting a really good fast ball in baseball, right? They say that's incredibly difficult to do. And I've been in a batting cage and I got nowhere near it when I started cranking it up to 90, 100 miles an hour. I just heard
It
the
is
thud.
hard. It is
And
weird. I
I just heard the thud right behind me. However, I think the reason why they scrapped the prize for the fastest ball is Umran Malik's figures, right? Because he kept bowling faster and faster and faster, and the ball kept traveling further and further and further off the bat. So it's not high pace that scares bats, is it? If it's in the slot, Robbie, you're getting rid of it, right? It's not 95 miles an hour. If it's in the slot, you just, oh, yes, please. That's nice and fast. I just have to time it through the covers or whatever, and away it goes. So it's not. Is there a number where it just gets too fast and you're like, no, I can't see that. That's way too quick.
So it depends on the action of a bowler. If the action is like Sean Tate, then 145, 150 itself is hard to pick. If a Malinga is bowling at, that's out as well.
Yeah,
he
he's
hasn't
not
hit
got
that
that,
well
has
at
he?
all.
Oh!
Oh
my God.
Oh!
That's Siraj
You
not
got a feel
concentrating
for him.
again.
I'm just
How quickly you've said that.
Siraj. He did one and he just couldn't keep his bloody marbles in the box, could he, for another one? Right. That should be caught every time. And he's just got himself into a complete mess. He stood in the wrong place for a start because he's not concentrating. He's 2 yards in when he should be on the rope, as you're taught all the time. It's the death overs and they're slogging. You're meant to stand complete, like right on the edge of the rope. Anyway, he stood 2 yards in. He's taken a step forward, a step backwards. Then he's caught it. Then he's tried to throw it up in the air, and then he's shot on the road. What a mess this is. Caught it easy. Seen that he's just about to step out, throws it back up, and then falls over and drops it again. What a mess. Do you remember when he did that against England when the 5th test, it was all up for grabs and Siraj did a load of clowning around on the rope at a really crucial time in England? What summer was that? Last year.
This summer. Yeah,
Was it
last
the one
summer.
just gone? Yeah.
Yeah, the one
the
just
one
went.
which passed.
The one
What a
went.
great bit of fielding that is. Who's
But
that
he
out
ended
there?
up winning the game. He ended up winning that game for
But his bowling spell made a difference. Yeah.
for India.
Incredible.
So, I wouldn't pick him on that.
I imagine he's
Are we seeing Dio here?
good
Yeah,
shout.
Why
I'm not
players
sure.
are slipping? Okay.
Yeah, due. 50 of 30 balls from Jurel. That's a top knock for someone at number 3.
Very good. Who are the angriest men going around the circuit, Robbie? Which cricketers? Siraj strikes me as being quite an angry man.
Oh no, he's not at all.
It's just
He's an
on
absolute
field,
sweetheart.
is it, that it comes out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's
yeah,
who's
the
my angry
intensity.
players then? Who are they?
I think the Aussies in general can be quite angry.
No, only Indians. And in Indians, if you pick any, I mean, like the one who you shared with dressing room.
Angry? No, not in my era. And of eras of cricket that I've played in, I've not really experienced an angry person.
By the way, I loved your that engine room of when you had in Chennai. No, at the same time they had you, Raidu, and I think Raina was there for one season. Even when you were there, no, Raina was also there. I
Yeah,
think. That was
yeah.
like what? Like imagine like in that era being an Indian, you know that these people will smoke them out of the ground. It's like best feeling I ever had. And by the way, for the first impression I had
Someone in the
when I
chat
saw
saying
you,
someone in the chat is saying Raidu. Actually, yeah, Raidu can be a little temperamental. That's true. Gothi is misunderstood. I'm telling you, Gothi as a person is misunderstood. And like the persona you see in front of the media, obviously is a defensive persona, and that's just a persona, right? It's not who he actually is. Who he actually is an absolute sweet, sensitive guy. Virat, yeah, at a certain point could be angry, but by nature wouldn't call him angry by nature.
someone says whole career Jimmy Ants.
Is that true?
More than angry, I feel like by his face it looks like he's grim all the time. It's like
I think
no,
he's
that
I think he's
he has
grumpy. He's grumpy rather than
yeah.
angry because he has to do
Yeah.
the hard yards all the time and running in for 25 years or whatever it is. Which Aussies are the angry men? Like the thing with the Aussies, Robbie, is they just don't have any banter about them. So they want to go at you as a nation. Jared is actually an exception to this because you can't wind him up really easily. But most Aussies, they want to go at you and get into the battle. But as soon as you give them some back, then they just fold like every time. And
I've experienced that. I experienced that when I was 16, 15 years old. We had this game where, like, we had this exchange program where we'd have an Aussie team coming to India and playing in Karnataka, and then we had the Karnataka team going to Australia to the Border Gavaskar Academy and playing there. Right. And his fastest delivery is 154, guys, Ashok's.
that's quick.
154.
Not 151.
That's 95 miles an hour, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, my bad. It's like
Yeah.
154.2.
So anyway, I think it was Dougie Bollinger and there was was it Dirk Nannis? I can't remember. Dirk Nannis that time was playing for the Australian visiting team at that point in time. But a bunch of Aussies, and generally they sledge a lot, right? So I kept taking it for a while. After a point, I got angry. I started giving it back to them. The minute I gave it back to them, right, Rob, they didn't know what to say, man. They just shut up. And
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
the
wow,
Australian way,
I
mate.
like this. Yeah, I actually like this. And then I started giving it back to Aussies all the time. That was my cue. That was all I needed.
Yeah, I've got quite a few good mates who are Aussies, and they love dishing it out. But their banter's not great either. It's very like basic sort of puerile stuff. But then if you give them a bit back with something that you know about them, or I mean, you see how easy it is to wind up somebody like David Warner. Like you've only got to say about 4 words to him and his head's gone.
Yeah.
But what
Again,
you
very
need to know
angry,
is
like generally a very angry guy.
yeah.
And
But he could get really really angry if he was on a room by himself. You know, something would piss him off.
yeah.
But I guess when you play, you know, it works at the shit level that I played at. But I guess when you're playing at the top level, you need to know which ones you should wind up and which ones you should never wind up. Because when I played, if you wound me up, I would play my best. If somebody annoyed me, I would play my absolute best. Whereas other people would get out straight away if you wound them up. You just know his head's gone. You can see that he's gone now. They said like you must never say anything to Brian Lara because if you piss that guy off, you're finished. And I think that is something that I would definitely do loads of work on if I was involved with a team. It's like which guys can we get at here, and which guys should we never say a word against? Because I think that's something that's really, really. I mean, there's countless books that have been done for the Ashes, right? That's the big rivalry. The bastard thing going back 100 years ago, where somebody complained, Jared would know immediately because he knows everything about the history of everything in cricket. But basically, one of them said, one of them complained that one of the Australians called him a bastard, and so the Australian captain took him with him into the dressing room and said, right guys, which one of you bastards called this bastard a bastard? And the history of England and Australia has been trying to wind each other up for 150 years or whatever it is. It seems to be going out of the game, that fun side of it, Robbie, now, because everyone's playing for similar teams, aren't they? That, you know, you'll be trying to take each other's head off one week and then you're playing for bloody Pile Royals or Jamaica Talawars or wherever it is the next week.
Yeah, it is kind of going out of the game.
Who have you ever got really into it during a big game with anyone?
Yeah, Matthew Hayden in the World Cup semi-finals in 2007. Haydos didn't speak to me for 5 years after that.
How did it start?
You gave it.
So he was sledging me while we were batting, and I was batting with UV, and we were building up a partnership. So I didn't say anything, but I knew when he came in to bat, I was going to give it to him. So when he came in to bat, I gave it to him. Like I gave it to him proper, right? I'm not going to say what I said to him, but I gave it to him proper. And then Haydos at that point in time, he's one of the guys who inspired me a lot, but I didn't care at the point, right? And during us crossing each other while I was fielding and he was batting, because I was at slips, go straight past him, say stuff to him and go past him. Slow down just as I was passing him, walk through the pitch and then go run the slips again. So at that point, I'd give it to him nicely. So at that point, he said something to the extent of, you got to respect me. I'm far senior to you. I've been in this for far longer than you have. So he said, you're just a pup right now. So I said, funny thing, Haydos, is that respect is not demanded. It's kind of earned, don't you think? And I said, I'd imagine for someone who's been in the industry for so long, he'd know something like this. Shit. Haydos is a good friend now.
How do you guys settle down, man? I mean, I just want to know, like, isn't it difficult, like, to face again the same person as a friend or as a colleague of the same team?
You leave it on the ground. Like, I've made fun of Ricky Ponting's hair and all that. Yeah, in back in 2000.
Seriously?
I was feeling a silly point. Yeah.
I could only imagine. But
And back then,
you always
Indians weren't
looked
known
like
for
a sweet guy.
Indians were not known for retaliating, right? Or sledging back.
True.
We were known to be taking the high ground. So
how you are as a batsman. Like you love if someone is getting into your ears, you love to give it back them like not right away with the I mean like by saying something
I'd
with
give
the
it
bat or
back to
something.
them, but for me, if I see, there's a certain, like on a scale of 10, right? I call this my intensity scale. So my intensity was at a 7.5 to 8 is when I batted the best. So a lot of times, a lot of this stuff, that is sledging, and these are the peripheries, right? It can amp up your intensity to a 9, 9.5. That means that is pushing you out of that zone that gives you the best chance to be successful. So as a batter, you need to understand what is that intensity that keeps me in that prime place to score runs. So for me, when I went out of 8, when I went off between 7.5 and 8, then it became shaky. So I would retaliate, but it would be planned, and I would actually do it in a way where if I was feeling low, I'd take it on.
Oh, that
Like if
way.
my
Oh,
intensity
nice.
was like a 5, I would take it on. If it was a 7 or 7.5, I wouldn't say anything. I think I'm fine right now. I'll give it to them when I'm fielding.
Wow.
That kind of plan it out.
That's well articulated, to be honest. Very well articulated. I
Yeah.
never thought like there will be a logic for sledging all. I mean, like, of course, there is a reason you want to bring batsman out of his comfort zone, but this
Yeah,
this
but it's
level of
never at
planning,
the
like, okay,
expense of. Yeah, it's never at the expense of winning, right? You wanna keep an eye
of
on
course.
what the goal is, right? The goal is to win matches. Robbie, what's the most hostile crowd you have faced at any domestic level or international? The most hostile crowd are in Baroda. They can be very hostile. In Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior is another venue where they can be very hostile. So even if your home players playing in an international match, they'll be trolling you. They were real life trolls on the boundary line, just beyond the
Like
boundary line.
home crowd.
Yeah,
Wow.
because
As
they speak only Hindi, right? And
I
so
got it.
they they're there to get a reaction. So they'll say things for you to react, and it's like, ugh. It's like you don't want to react, but there's nothing happening in the Ranji Trophy match right now. You feel like okay, you can give it back, but then you're like, okay, I think it's a better option to just go and speak to the captain and change my fielding position, ask him to put me in some other part of the field. So I don't have listeners nonsense, but then sometimes I'm like, I want to see who this guy is, and after the match, go and pummel the shit out of him.
I've got a good crowd story about Kevin Peterson, and this is when Kevin Peterson played for Notts for a while, and at the very start of his career, and famously, the Notts players didn't particularly get on with him and threw his kit over the balcony of the dressing room onto the floor and all this sort of stuff. But every year before the season started, Notts played against Loughborough University as a first-class game at Trent Bridge, and me and my mates used to go and watch because one of my mates played, a guy called Chris Nash used to play for Loughborough, and he went on and played for Notts, and eventually he played a lot for Sussex down the years. Anyway, we would go and support Loughborough. There's about 25 of us, obviously drinking all day, watching them play against Notts, and there'd be virtually nobody else in Trent Bridge, like 20 people there or something. And the captain, I can't remember whether it was Gallion or maybe Franks was his name, maybe. He came over at the start of the game and said all of this stuff that we could say to Kevin Peterson throughout the day. He just gave us loads of ammunition to target Kevin Peterson because they didn't get on with him that well. And so he said basically, wherever you lads want to sit, I am going to make Kevin Peterson field there the whole day. So just go at him. So we're sat there, just 25 lads. This is like 2000 and I don't know, would have been 2003 or something. And we're just there, drinking cans, having a lovely time of it, and just shouting this stuff at Peterson that we're being fed by his teammates. He doesn't like this.
Oh
say
my
this
God.
to him, blah blah. And at one point, he had his Powerade on the boundary rope. We've got your Powerade. Somebody swapped his Powerade for a can of lager. He was getting absolute pelters from us for the whole day, and that was an incredibly angry Kevin Peterson. He was not happy. I don't think he got any runs that day, but we weren't to know that he was going to, as Siraj gets a wicket, we weren't to know what a player that guy would become, because he wasn't that highly you know, he was a self-made guy, wasn't he? Really, he was a spinner batting number 8 or something that turned into one of the best cricketers England's ever had.
Yeah.
But that was a very, very funny afternoon. 205 for 6 with 3 balls to go. Siraj lining up against Jofra. Whose prediction is going to happen here? Shravan, you're pretty
I'm
close.
more or less. No, I think
there,
Robbie
two
might
balls to go.
Robbie might end up there, because I'm just expecting someone who is coming at least to hit one boundary. So 213, Robbie said 215 to 218. So 215 would be the nearest. Robbie, by
What's
the way, my
Jadeja
first
doing?
impression,
Why is Jadeja 3 off 6?
he's in the non-striker end, right? Because he has given the strike to Jurel. I mean, like, not the strike. Jurel has started this over. He had hit a 4.
He just didn't hit the ball well from the word go. Jaddu is someone who likes to have a little bit of time.
Oh, that was straight to bowler, man. Come on, give single to Jaddu. I was the one who was saying, right? If we have only 3-4 balls left, Jofra Archer would end up hitting 1-6. And now
Let's
I'm
see what
telling him,
happens.
just give. I'm just telling him, like, just please give a single to Jaddu. Jaddu, let Jaddu hit.
Yeah, Jadeja gets the last ball here.
Rob, nice question. This. Look at it.
How would we try and right the CSK ship? Do you want me to go first?
Go first.
Okay, so I was saying yesterday after the game, I think Gaikwad is extremely talented. I think he's extremely good at cricket and all the rest of it. But I'm not sure that Chennai's current best batting lineup has him in it. And if he is in it, he's the number 3 if they're struggling early, right? He's very, very... If it's a 150, 160 pitch, I want Gaikwad as definitely in. But if it's a 220 deck, I don't want him walking in number 3 if they're 80 for 1 after the power play. I want Irville or someone like that to just carry on the blasting, because Gaikwad is taking his time. I think T20 cricket is slightly going past him. And when you've got Sanju, who is not extremely explosive, he certainly can be. But when you've got Sanju, last ball of the innings is a 4, so they end on 210. I don't think you need Sanju and Gaikwad in the top 3 when your bowling attack isn't up to it, which theirs isn't at the moment. So I would try and find a home for Irville. I think what they did is they banked way too much on Ellis, who was they basically said, we're going to have Ellis as our death bowler for the whole season. He's really good at bowling at the death. Isn't that great? And then he got injured and he can't play. So now they don't really have anyone. So they're asking Cambodge to try and do it. Cambodge is doing his best. He's doing fine. But to end up fielding, 2 overseas, Overton did all right. I don't think Overton's the answer to many, top level cricket questions, but he did all right in the first go. The thing is with Chennai, right? Very long answer to this question. The thing is with Chennai is last year they set up absolutely shambolically, and they got really lucky because they managed to get Brevis in the middle of the season when how on earth nobody had picked him up. They got him in because Gaikwad and others got injured, and they were starting with Vijay Shankar. Don't forget, start of last season.
Yeah.
And then they end up, I mean, that guy, as much as I love Vijay Shankar, he should not be in the top 3 in the IPL in 2025, 2026, right? So then they end up with Matre, complete revelation, this kid. Irville, who we only saw him 3 times, but my God, he was hoofing it everywhere. And Brevis was scoring boatloads of runs at a really high strike rate. And Chennai suddenly went, actually, maybe the ground that we've got isn't an absolute disaster zone ragging Turner every game. Maybe it's actually a good pitch now, so we're going to need some players that can hit the ball. And so they had that discovery, and you look at their squad and you go, okay, they've got Brevis back, they've got Ellis, it looks quite good. But then Dhoni gets injured, and this is a guy, we don't need to talk about Dhoni. Everyone knows everything about Dhoni. But it kind of it seems like it's upset them a bit that he's not about. Gaikwad doesn't seem to be a particularly hands-on captain. They just look a bit of a mess. They're just like, we've got 2 or 3 other wicket keepers that are chipping in. That, like I say, I'm not a huge fan of a batting order that is rigid. You've got to be, you've got to be able to move with how the cricket is moving and just say, right, your entry point is this, your entry point is this. But how are you going to tell Gaikwad he can't bat number 3 when it doesn't suit your team? I don't get it. I don't think they're set up particularly well. And they don't have masses. We were talking about Punjab yesterday, and Punjab can go, right, if Bartlett goes down, we've got Lockie. If Stoinis doesn't do it, we've got Omazai waiting. They've also got Shedjay waiting in the, and Harpreet Brar waiting in the wings for the Indian backups. Really solid, right? They can afford for stuff to happen. Whereas Chennai have had one bowler go down the overseas, and they've got no idea, and they're one batsman going down away from what looks like a full-blown crisis. So sort it out. Just do better at recruiting and be a bit more sensible with how you stack the team up. That's my answer, Robbie. What are you going for?
Fuck, you took the whole mid-show for that, man. I'll give you my answer when we get back after the break.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, guys, do join us post when the second inning starts. We'll be back within 10-15
10,
minutes.
15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, but still
Cricket
stay
has
tuned.
never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat.
Hello and welcome everyone to Combox, and I have Varun and Pratib here with me today, and we have joined to make an all-time 12 for Rajasthan Royals, which is actually Pratib's favorite team because it is his home state, and
Let's go.
he also has the honors to do the first pick. So take it right away.
All right. So before I get into the first pick, I also kind of want to understand how easy or tough was it for y'all to pick the 12? Because I feel like when I was sitting to pick the 12, some names are fairly obvious. They just pick themselves. And the rest is going to be very interestingly rogue. So I want to see which direction it goes in. But like before I make my first pick, I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Some glaring,
I think,
I agree with you, glaringly obvious and some absolute rogue ones. So,
yeah, I think like 8 to 9 players are pretty sorted in this team.
Interesting.
Even if you look at the positions and everything, but
Yeah.
I think we might have to make a few sacrifices if we have to make the team more balanced, is what I was thinking. Because first I was thinking of the 4 foreigners, but if we pick the 4 best foreigners, we might not have the best balance as well. So, I mean, I don't know. Let's see how we guys go ahead with it. So, I
Right.
mean, Pratib, you have the honors. Go ahead.
Cool. So first pick is mine. I'll go in terms of batting order. And at the top, it's Joss Butler, who has to start. I think is the most obvious pick. That also fills our overseas slot. But do you guys have any contention or any opposition
I
to
don't
Joss
contend
Butler?
with him. I'm just surprised you picked him first.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Interesting.
same. But it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Like he's also one of the elites, I would say. So, not
Yeah.
much of
Yeah.
an issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I
No,
think Joss.
Butler was absolutely gun, isn't he? But, I
Yeah.
think Shahan and I were discussing recently. I think he already has a case to be a top 10 IPL batsman without any difficulty. And if he has
Yeah,
a few more good seasons,
For
he
sure.
Ooh,
could
that's
go
a
even higher on that list, right?
good shout. It's not too far off, to be fair. I mean, I was looking at his numbers also, right? Because whoa, is there lag?
But I think everyone just went silent. Yeah, I think there was a lag for all of us somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, I
Do
was
you
I was
remember-
talking about his
yeah.
numbers. I mean, for Rajasthan, all time scored 3,000 runs. I think he is their second highest run scorer, if I'm not wrong. Let's see. Yeah, he's their second highest run getter. Does a good job. 43 average, 147 strike rate. Even by true numbers, he is a true average of 12.7, true strike rate of plus 17. So things are going in his favor, which is why I thought we seemed like the obvious first pick opening the batting for me.
Yeah. All right,
Definitely.
then
So,
I have
Shahan?
the next pick. Yeah. I think I will go with the man who, revolutionized Rajasthan Royals in some ways right at the start of the IPL. And of course, I will go in with my leg spin bias and the only captain to have won a title for the Rajasthan Royals, which is Shane Warne. I think
Fair.
I was a bit unlucky to not catch Shane Warne at Rajasthan. Like, I barely remember anything, to be honest. Maybe like 2011 if he plays for them. Yeah, I think he plays for them in 2011. Very vague memories of him right towards the end of his career. But dude, I think he is the player who, if you just listen to all the young Indian players speak about him, it's the impact that he has had on them, right? And it's not just his leadership and his captaincy, as they often say, he was the best captain Australia never had, right? But it's also his bowling. So if you just look at his numbers, he took 57 wickets and he had a true economy of 0.22 and a true wickets per 4 overs of 0.06, which is, I think, a pretty decent combination, all things considered, considering
Yeah.
this was not prime Shane Warne or anything. I mean,
Yeah, he was
if
old,
we're
wasn't
talking
he?
about like late 90s
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Yeah, this was like
if we were talking
ancient
about
Shane
T20
Warne.
cricket back then,
Yeah.
exactly. And he still does more than good on both the metrics, right? Like he's a pretty solid player to have, I think. And we might actually be able to go in with 2 leg spinners, to be honest. And that will really, annoy Pratip. So I'm even more here for it.
Well, like I was
Always.
trying to make such a strong case for off spinners, but okay, that's something that we'll get to. But Shine, on your point of Vaughan being that leggy, that's just around everyone, right? Because I mean, early Jaddu, he in a way also kind of enabled a pick that we will come to. I think a hitter who has a true strike rate, which is insane. I'm sure we'll get to that. But he enabled a lot of those Indian players. Even someone like Swapnil Asnodkar, for example,
Yeah.
comes from Goa. No one's really heard of him, and then he goes on to have a really good start. Of course, he tapers off a bit towards the end, but like it's just all Vaughan's genius in that squad. He also ended up getting equity, and so now his kids are reaping the rewards of that Rajasthan Royals sale. So congrats to them. Yeah,
How much of that is true, though? I don't know
I
what
think it's
percentage of
a
equity he has in Rajasthan Royals.
it's
Because
a
I
small.
feel like
Apparently, it was something like 0.75% per season, and he plays what 3-4 seasons, so that's 0.75 times whatever it is. I don't know how true it is, but I sure know that he had some kind of stake. So
yeah,
yeah.
possibly.
That's odd.
Because he was involved with Rajasthan Royals for quite some time, right? Like even after he retired and everything, like he used to always be around the team, I think.
Yeah.
But
He was
again,
Yeah,
also
wasn't
I
he
don't
also
think I'm
their
sure
coach in the first
coach
season?
come
interviews and all of
player
that,
and
but
yeah,
Yeah,
something
he
of
was.
that sort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
coach come player captain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
he also has this one innings, right? I think he made 22 not out of 9. I can't remember who it was against. Was it Deccan Chargers? Or was it
Simons.
Mumbai? But against one of those teams, I think he has like a gun innings as well, and he wins them the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he hits it against
So
Simons,
Deccan
right?
Chargers, exactly. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
first season, if I'm not wrong, 22 not out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did it against Simons, exactly. I was just watching the highlights of that recently. Yeah.
Nice.
So I have
All
back-to-back
right
picks,
then,
right?
Varun.
Yeah. I feel like I already know who Varun's gonna
Yeah,
pick.
I will be
I mean,
disappointed
it's
if you
it's
don't
got to be
pick
Shane Watson
our
and
man.
Yusuf Pathan, hasn't it? Those two have to go back to back.
Yeah, it's too straightforward.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I expected those two to go first. I
Hmm.
I did not expect
You know,
to get either of them.
I really wanted to pick Pathan, but I knew Varun just has a huge liking. I think in one of the episodes, I think in the KKR one, you'd also named yourself Pathan. So I was like, might as well let Varun get this pick, dude. So
That's fair.
Yeah.
I am obsessed with Yusuf Pathan
Exactly.
valid.
Take it away,
without
Varun.
a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. He's so
That makes the
underrated,
two of
man.
us.
Yeah, he's so underrated as a cricketer. And again, like so for Rajasthan Royals, we could see the most devastating version of him, right?
Oh,
Because Shane
yeah,
Warne is
that's
the only
true.
one that has a brain that knows how to
Yeah.
use him. As we've found out, you'd think it's not very difficult, but if you see the way MS Dhoni uses him in T20 internationals, it is apparently quite difficult to use him well. So credit to Shane Warne for actually being the only one to use him well, right? Overall, a true strike rate of 41, right? Which
I
is
will say
ridiculous.
one
That's
thing.
insane.
Yeah, true strike rate of 41. But if you actually look at his batting position, like where all he bats in the order, it is a bit all over the place. Like I don't think he has a set position per se, because he does
Yeah,
bat
that
at
is
4,
true.
5, 6. Like
Yeah.
I was
I
just
think
filtering
that's
by batting
because,
position to see
again,
what is the best.
Position and
Yeah.
innings, right?
No, because
Yeah.
again, that's going back to Shane Warne having a brain. So he uses Yusuf Pathan when it's ideal for him,
Mm.
which is coming in and bashing
Yeah.
spin
Mm.
around that 8th or 9th
Oh,
over.
that would.
Empty points. Yeah.
So that's why the
Oh, is
batting
it?
position varies,
That's
which is
a good one.
exactly how you're supposed to be. Right?
Yeah.
Also, by the way, speaking of true
I
strike
agree,
rate,
I agree.
57 versus
Yeah.
spin. 57, right? In his first 3 seasons, 2 of those, he has a strike rate over 200 versus spin. Right? I think it's only
That's crazy.
recently that Abhishek Sharma has that. No one else did it for all this time.
True.
And I hear people say he's an overrated slogger. Idiots.
Yeah.
Anyone that says it. Also, I have currently on the 11, I have both of them as 4 and 5.
I would take that overrated slugger every day.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give me that overrated slogger.
Yeah,
so
makes sense.
on the
Same.
team, I have Shane Watson at 4 and Yusuf at
any
5. Does that
different.
make sense?
Yeah. Have the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same. I
Yeah.
had the same.
So
Exactly.
Cool.
Shayan, it's you again.
All right, then I will pick the man who actually was the captain for the Rajasthan Royals till he left very recently and joined the Chennai Super Kings. And obviously, one of their iconic players, someone who has been there for Rajasthan since the start. And that 2013 period, because 2012 I believe he was with KKR, and then he didn't play then, but I think he debuts for Rajasthan Royals back in 2013, and then from that period until now it had been quite the ride. And I actually quite liked his captaincy stint as well. I thought he did a pretty decent job, and I would say we have seen many different versions of Sanju Samson. Like we've seen the mature version as well, who you can bank on, and the guy who will get the job done, but also the version who scores a lot of runs at the start of the season and then just tapers off. But I think again it comes back to Varun's point, right? I think Varun did this. No, was it Varun? No, I think it was Saurabh, right? He did this piece on Sanju Samson last year, and then there was a footmarks as well. So they were talking about how underrated an IPL player even Sanju Samson is, because his numbers, he doesn't have the volume of runs per season that you would expect from a top order player, but the fact that he would do it at such good rates and back in those times, right? Like now maybe the league has caught up with him and he's more closer to a parish strike rate, but to be very honest, for the longest time he was quite the batter when it came to scoring fast. And I think that his true strike rate would pretty much reflect that if we just look at his numbers. So over a larger sample size, he has a true strike rate of +9, which I think makes sense for so many seasons. Considering the league only got faster like in the last 3 seasons roughly, with the impact sub era coming in, I would
Also,
take
he was
that.
very
And a
young
lot
for
of
them, right?
that includes his
That's the
development
other
years as
thing.
well, right? It's not
Yeah.
exactly yeah,
Hmm.
correct. So I would actually have him opening the innings with Butler. That was actually a good opening partnership for
Ooh.
them, well, wasn't it?
I feel like you missed
Ooh,
an obvious
that's
opener, maybe.
yeah. I want to say that too,
Oh shit! No.
but
My bad. Yes. He will go one down. I forgot completely. Yeah. I agree. I
Samson.
had him number 3 only. I had him listed at 3.
Huh.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't know why. I think it's the T20 World Cup fever. No, I think it's fine.
Possibly.
Yeah, I have him at 3 too. My bad.
Yeah, with Samson, I think even the leadership point is good, right? Because 22 and 24, Rajasthan makes it to the playoffs. I don't think any other captain gets them there
Exactly.
twice. And I mean, that's the time when I'd kind of started rewatching the IPL properly. So it was nice from a Rajasthan point of view. Unfortunate that we couldn't go the distance either of the times. But yeah, so Samson gets brownie points as captain as well. He's probably the vice captain in this lineup, right? You have one who's probably going to be captain, and then Samson comes in. But okay, so it is my pick
You have
next.
to.
I have two. That's right. Ooh.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll go Jaiswal opening the innings.
Yeah.
I think it's fairly straightforward because, firstly, volume of runs, but also just his true numbers. If you have, okay, even if you have a look at his normal numbers, has got 2,000 plus runs, averaging 35 at 152. And if you look at his true strike rate, that's 18. That's nearly 19. So clearly keeping up with the times, doing much better. Left-handed, young, and he's already in the top few run getters. I think he's probably 5th highest run getter already. So Jaiswal becomes an obvious pick for me. And then the next one,
Cricket fans are smarter than ever before. But what they're offered is clickbait, lazy punditry, and SEO noise. Combox is for people who actually love the game. Smarter analysis, real conversations. Combox, the game lives on.
Hello, welcome everyone to second innings of GT's Chase. Hi, Rob. Oh, Rob, you have changed your outfit.
Well, I took my jacket
That's-
off, so I got my Happy Gilmore top back on now.
Oh,
Apparently, they knocked these off 1 in 3, according to the market. I think how Jofra goes is a big deal, Shravan. Like, if it's the good Jofra, I don't see the chase happening. But if it's the tired Jofra that can be leaky, then every chance. So they've gone Kushagra at the top of the order. Now, all I've really seen from him is his IPL stuff, and he hasn't scored a run in the IPL yet, as Jofra steams in for the first ball, which is a absolutely filthy pie down the leg side for 5 wides. They're going to chase it if he keeps bowling there. I mean, that is hopeless. He looks bemused. He's looking for swing that he got, but if you start the ball 18 inches outside leg stump and it swings that way, then it's going to be the 5 wides. Yeah,
There's a
he's
bit of late swing
he's
too, right?
he's a big bearing on this game. If he starts that a yard further to the right, which is what he
Mm,
did second
mm.
ball, it's difficult to play. So a great start for GT, not through their own doing. So yeah, Joffre's a really good first over operator, isn't he? Usually, he's had a shocker
Funny
that
day.
first ball, but away we go. Yeah, just going back to Kshagra, all I know is numbers from him that look very good domestically. A lot of people's do. Have you seen much of him, Shravan?
No, actually, I saw him when he played with Delhi Capitals. Quite a few innings, like if I'm not wrong, 2 innings. What I saw,
6?
those were. mm I couldn't remember the exact scores, but then impression what I had, that bare, I mean, the vague impression what I had, he looked very touchy player, classy player, like pleasing to the eye. He knows where to find the gaps and all. So yeah, nothing much more I could pick from that.
Okay. If Sudharsan has played that shot on purpose, which I think he has, that's a
Yes,
tremendous
yeah.
shot. It's short
Yeah.
stuff from Jofra, which he's looked like he's trying to get out of the way of, but he's kept his hands and his head very steady and just guided it away for 6. What a shot!
Yeah.
So 11 already from 2 legal balls.
That's exactly how he used to pull out of that pull shots. Now he added that in his repertoire of like not only pulling out and then just making it a small cut kind of a thing. Not cut actually. It's like you can say it as a. Can we say it as a what? No, not ramp also. What exactly we call these kind of shots? As in like we
Well, he's just sort of opened the face, hasn't he?
open the
And
face of the bat. Yeah,
just
yeah.
sent it
I couldn't find a
over
right.
deep third man.
Hmm.
It's not done much. He's not done much else other than that. Just use Joffre's extreme gas and put it away very nicely for 6.
I love the change of in the mindset, to be honest. Like I have seen him facing the difficulty when it's someone is cranking up to 140 odd and then bowling to your body. But then this is a good change. This is different from Sai Sudarshan. Any day he's solid. He's solid with his technique and all. But this is little different. Yeah, it's nice to be honest. By the way, looking at how Ashok Kumar has performed, it looks like if Jofra can repeat the same as you said early in this innings when it started, it's going to be a hell of a chase for GT. Currently, it's not clicking for Jofra as of now. Oh man, I'll
Good
saying
comeback.
that's
Yeah,
that's the ball.
Yeah, interesting start here. Berger was very good the other day, I thought, and they've bought Bishnoi in as the spinner for the impact sub, as Sudharsan carves one through the covers for 4. For a great start for GT, 15 off the first one, which is what you need when you're chasing 210.
210, yeah. True.
So they've gone from.
What do you think personally? Can GT chase this down, or like not looking at the market, as in like your personal opinion?
Yeah, they can. A lot's on Sudharsan and Butler, isn't it? They can chase it down. We've seen, the 2. What did they score? 210. I mean, that's not enough in a lot of grounds in the IPL these days, is it? 210. But if it's slightly above par, which it probably is for the surface, then GT aren't normally your banker team to chase stuff that's above par, are they? I don't really have a massive view whether they do or they don't at the moment. They certainly can, though. To like to rule them out would be daft. I thought Berger was great the other day. He found the right length early, and the ball he bowled in the first game to get rid of Sanju was as good as anything else that's been bowled in this competition.
I would love to see how Phillips plays today, how he comes to his business. I'm very eager to see that. I haven't seen Phillips lighting up IPL. To be fair on him, he didn't get the enough chances also. I mean, like where he could get an opportunity where consistently he could play 2-3 games. He had the backing even if he fails and all. So yeah, this year I'm expecting something. I think he got the backing.
Yeah, well, he's threatened to be awesome for quite a long time. You know, he's got so much about him as a cricketer. Like, he's obviously got loads of talent. We've seen him do it in patches for New Zealand, you know, the big innings. He can definitely hit the sixes. He's got the shots. He's an amazing runner between the wickets, and he's one of the best fielders when he's paying attention. He's one of the best fielders in the world. But he hasn't grabbed a franchise tournament yet and gone, wow. You know, you've never seen Phillips boss it in the IPL or any of the others, really. But so it's about time for Glenn Phillips, as Berger bowls another wide, to start stepping up, because he's 29 now and he's been around a long time. He can do lots of things. He's played all around the world. He's played in the CPL. He's played in the American one. He's played in the 100, I think. It's about time he did, you know, he turned up to one of these franchise tournaments and announced himself, because he's not 22, is he? He's 29.
I think
Edge.
it's
Blimey. Genuine edge from Siddharthan, which races to the fence for 4.
oh, okay. Let it load it here. My feed is a little late than yours.
Just completely squared him up. He's tried to dab it into the leg side for 1 or 2, and he's got a boundary past the slips off the edge for 4. It would have gone to kind of,
Oh,
I don't know. You're never going to have a man there, though, are you?
that's a beautiful ball, to be honest. Like, he's absolutely, you know, squared up there.
I mean, are you going to have a second slip in?
That will be tad too much, to be honest. Like, you,
Yeah.
okay. But by the way, looking at the bounce and the players whom you have in your in your sleeves, I think you can afford, because you have the score with you for the first over, for Jofra and for one for Berger. You can afford to. Later, you can push them to the third man.
But yes.
What do you think?
I don't know. It's easy to say when the ball's just gone there, you should have one. But how many sides? I get the argument, though. When you're defending 210, you can afford to gamble a bit more for the first couple of overs at least. He's played another one uppishly and got Kshagra on strike, and this is what we want to see, how this kid gets on, because he wouldn't have been expecting his chance today, would he?
I don't think so. Until and unless it was all well, I know, discussed before, and then we were just, that might be also the reason why it was only given to us as only muscle spasm.
Yeah, who knows?
know?
Yeah, I remember at the start of the Ashes when they said Hazelwood
Yeah.
is a doubt for the first test, and it's like, well, actually, they must have known that there was something properly wrong with him.
Yeah.
As Kshagra plays a orthodox defensive shot, which I didn't think would be his job. I thought.
By the way, what do you make out of today? Sorry to take you off guard, but then what do you make out of Sky's captaincy today?
So I had family stuff on, so I was following the game rather than watching it. So I don't really know. I don't really know, to be honest. I can't sit here and say he should have done this, that, and the other, because I was surprised that when I looked at the scorecard that Nigam had bowled 3 and Mukesh had only bowled 3 and Kuldeep had only bowled 3 and Natarajan had only bowled 3. But I don't know whether that was the right call at the time. You watched the game. What do you think? Like, was Vipraj landing it then? His figures look good. 1 for 24 off his 3.
So basically, Vipraj did Vipraj things, like he bowled few really good balls and then absolute filth few balls, and then there is no consistency, actually, to be honest. But we all were very, very disappointed with how KD has performed today. Kuldeep, man, he's like absolutely, and given that the pitch how it's behaving, we expect much more from Kuldeep, to be honest. Like, and he has went north to south in his performance.
If Nigam's got 1 for 24, you'd expect Kuldeep to do better than none for 31, wouldn't you? You'd expect him to do better than that. Looks like Aksar had a good day. So it looks like the other spinners, just looking across at the rest of them, the other spinners look fine. Markande didn't do very well, but getting on the wrong end of Risby when he's tonking it everywhere can't be easy. They look like GT look like they're covering up a bit now, whereas they were playing a bit more expansively before. How do you think he captained then, Shravan?
Uh, you know what? Sometimes when it comes to the teams like Mumbai and all, they all are in an autopilot mode. But today, because they don't have Hardik Pandya, also they don't have who else? That they don't have Hardik Pandya made a huge difference. To be honest, their opening bowling was like entirely wavered. They started it with, if I'm not wrong, they started with uh, Bumrah was given the second over, if I'm not wrong. So the first
Wow.
over was being bowled by Corbin Bosch, I think. Yeah, he opened the bowling today with Bumrah. And then by the fourth over, they got in whom? I think Shardul Thakur. And then, yeah, no one has looked very penetrating. And then I couldn't see any active, the discussions or the gathering in the field. Some active captaincy over there also. I I mean, actually, you asked the wrong person because I didn't usually in favor of Sky's captaincy. He looked little, laid back always in because I mean, like there is a set of problem, right? When your team is so good and they know what to do in all the aspects, even when you take it for India also. As a captain, you do very less. That's why I always like those captains who get a lot of, a lot about of players when the team itself is like just an above average team can be done. Done. By the way,
You
that's a
get a lot
glorious
fewer
shot.
options, though, don't you? Yeah, lovely shot. It's not a good ball from Jofra, but Kshagra is going to feel a lot better about that as he just carved it straight through the covers for four. I think when you don't have Hardik in your side, it becomes a much more difficult side to captain because he balances it so well, doesn't he? But it sounds like he was just, from what you said there, just plucking bowlers out randomly rather than having a particular plan as Jofra dots up Kshagra off the next ball. So they're what, 27 for none off 2.4, which feels like they're doing absolutely great.
Yeah.
But 5 of those were total free. Jofra gave them a 5-run head start before the inning started, really.
I'm with you on that actually.
But Kshagra looks quite compact and well organised to me. He's not come out slogging. He's put the bad ball away very nicely for 4 and respected the rest of it. But if Gujarat are going to chase this, I don't see them belting the runs off with loads to spare, no problem. I think
that's not Gujarat.
They probably take it deep and then have a flurry at the end. And get it done that way. That's my guess anyway. I don't think they're the side that are going to chase these in 15 overs by 1 down, blazing it everywhere. I don't see that outcome.
Sorry, my bad. Thanks for our viewers. They corrected me here. It's actually Deepak Chahar who opened the bowling along with Bumrah. By the way, they got absolutely bonus. You know what? Like first ball, he had not the first ball. It's the first over. The third ball, he bowled absolutely what Jofra has bowled just now in his first over. That it was about to go to wide, and for some reason, KL Rahul tried to flick it, and it just caught his outside edge, and then it was wicket keeper took a good catch. It was out.
I saw that. Yeah, the leg side strangle. I mean, we'd have to ask Robbie, but I think you just can't help yourself when it's going down the leg side. You're just like, well, I have to flick this away for 4. And yeah, what a season for him so far. Caught on the rope, chasing 140, first ball of the innings against Shami, and then strangled today for what did he get, 1 or 2 or something? And he's, their side is set up for him to bat long, isn't it? But they do have another similar style of bat in Nasanka at the top of the order that he's not there to just belt everything in the air in the power play, is he? They've taken Berger off and they've brought Sandeep on to bowl the 4th here.
I would say it's a good move. No. I think post this over, if they would have done that, I would have loved it. For some reason, after a long time, they are bringing back Sandeep as in a new ball bowler.
Yeah.
If you remember, so last few years, no one has tried him as a new ball bowler, especially Rajasthan. They knowingly kept him post 10 overs or 11th over. From 11th over, he used to start bowling. But we all know like how good he is in his early days with the new ball. But I'm doubting this move. Let's see how it pans out. What's your take on this, Rob?
I would have given Berger another one myself.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that end that needed to change. He's completely missed his line, second ball, and Kshagra's easily pushed that away for 4. Yeah, it didn't need to be changed that end. There's an argument that Jofra could have had a rest after his first, but I totally understand why you'd want to give somebody that good a second. Worrying signs for Rajasthan if Jofra, when Jofra's bad, he's really bad. A bit like Anrik Nortje, like the good version of Anrik Nortje is unbelievable, and the bad version gets belted. And Jofra, when he's bad, can get, as we saw in the World Cup, some absolute tap. It's because he's been poorly managed and all the rest of it. It's difficult for him to bowl at his proper pace where he trusts his body, because he's been through so much to get back on the park. Like, he worked so hard to be playing in this sort of competition, but he doesn't look himself to me. So that is a worry for Rajasthan. And I think another worry is Bishnoi, because he didn't land it at all last year. And didn't, I thought he'd be a certainty to get the most wickets for LSG because they had no other bowlers, and he got like less than a wicket a game, I think, which for somebody with his talent is a poor effort. As Sandeep gets his line and length back and Siddharthan blocks him. But yeah, for somebody that bowls like Bishnoi, having had a poor season, I understand why they picked him up, because he's still young, even though he's been around for ages. He's only, 25, Bishnoi. There's loads and loads of potential there. But when you're defending like this, if the pacers aren't doing it, and then Bishnoi comes on and gets whacked, they don't have many people to throw the ball to here, Raj, do they? They don't have like masses of options. It's kind of, they're always set up that those 5 guys have got to do it. And today, one of them is Deshpande. I guess Jadeja's going to have to do some work.
I actually understand the thought, but then I'm not so sure. Like, will the style of Deshpande's bowling, will that help in this pitch? I didn't felt so. I might be wrong. Do you think Deshpande would be more suitable for this pitch? I think at one point of time they have to back their bowler, right? Because we have seen this happening with Rashid Khan too. I understand Ravi Bishnoi is no Rashid Khan by any stretch of means, but then Rashid Khan was also struggling from like past 1 season of IPL, 2 seasons of IPL.
Yeah, so when I first saw Deshpande, he's not a kid either. He's been around a while. When I first saw Deshpande, I was like, I think there's definitely something to work with there. A bit like when I saw Tyagi for the first time. I was like, wow, he's definitely got some stuff. And it's interesting how some people's development just skyrockets. Bumrah's the obvious example of that. And some people's development goes nowhere. Umran Malik, players like that. And you think, why? Who's working with these people to improve them? Bishnoi, I think you're right. They should back him. Deshpande is somebody that I think it was his second season where he was having a crack. I was like, actually, he's joining this together. He was Chennai, wasn't he? He's joining this together a bit because, first of all, he was getting wickets at an incredibly high economy rate. So he was doing the 2 for 50. I think he may have been dropped there, Siddharthan. Or it was close anyway. 2 for 50 type bowler, and you're like, okay, he's going to have to. It was dropped. I mean, that doesn't do his confidence much good. And that's Siddharthan as well. That's massive. I don't know whether he hit this into the ground. Oh no, he did. He did. All right, it's just a misfield for 4 then. You've got to back your bowlers up there. Deshpande, so first of all, he was getting wickets and getting spanked. So that's kind of net neutral for a team if you've got a bowler that's getting 2 for 50. But then the next season he came back and he wasn't getting many wickets, but his economy was much better. I was like, well, all he has to do now is start taking the odd wicket again, and he's really good. But then he just came back and got whacked. So he's had an interesting career arc in the IPL. But those 2 balls that he's bowled now kind of sum it up. Like, he bowled a pretty good ball that was hit into the ground. I thought it carried, first of all. It was hit into the ground by Siddharthan and it's been misfielded for 4. And then he's bowled a lovely ball there. But a bit like Bishnoi, it's bowling 6 good balls is what you have to do at this level. Not 4 and 2 are rubbish. Because if you bowl 2 rubbish balls in an over at IPL level, your over goes for 10 or 12, right? Even if the other 4 are amazing balls that beat the bat for dots. So he has to find a way, Deshpande. And like I say, he's not a kid. he has to find a way to join it together and start bowling, you know, big grown-up boy spells. Do you know what I mean? Like proper spells where he's bowling, you know, 20 good balls out of 24, not 15. He's 30 years old now. He's not a kid.
Yeah. And also, oh. That was. Oh, by the way, he cranked up to 142 this ball. That's interesting. Usually, by the way, he used to rely a lot on swing. Now he's going for back of the length, hard lengths. That's also a different aspect which I'm seeing in Deshpande. Let's see how it pans out. I Because earlier whenever he used to go for the hard lengths, right? He used to go with that off cutters or the slower ones and all. But now he's going with entire pace on. He's going with 142. He used to only bring up his pace when he's bowling full, but that swing and all. This is a different Deshpande I'm seeing, to be honest.
Lovely ball, that last one, though. That's the line and length, isn't it?
Whoa, that's the ball. That's the ball.
Lovely.
That's where he's really good at. Yeah, absolutely. That's really lovely ball. Look,
4 dots in a row here, Deshpande.
yeah.
So first ball, really unlucky boundary. So this could have been 5 dots. And what a start this is from Deshpande. He's nearly bowled Siddharthan, who is the sort of player that looks like he could bat for 100 years and never get bowled. Do you know what I mean? He's one of them, isn't he? He's nearly bowled him twice in the last 2 balls. Can he get out of the over, though, is the question.
Oh my goodness. That was missed by Sai, I think. I feel that was missed by Sai. What do you think? Like, was it a
He gets away with the leg side pie off the last ball over. So they're 45 for none after 5. That's
by
a
the way,
really,
look at
really
that drop.
good.
But look at the drop. After cranking up to 145, he bowled the last ball at 118 clicks. That's some drop. This is beautiful over, Rob. We have to give it to Deshpande.
Brilliant. I don't think this is a terrible start. You know, the GT are the side that want to build like this. They want to do the none down start and build their way into the game and attack later. Yeah, the market's still got Rajasthan as pretty decent favourites.
So Cricketings is saying that, do you have any good sources for live and historical ball by ball data? Also looking for a pitch data. Cricksheet doesn't have everything I need, and the rest of what I have found hasn't been very reliable. So it's the question for you, Rob, specifically. You're the right person.
So the company I work for is called Decimal, and we keep all our own. And we have some amazing stats guys. I am not great at keeping the stats. I'm not a spreadsheets guy. I'm not a Tableau guy. I don't really know how all of it works. I think that's yet another misfield off a full toss. So I'm not one of those people that is brilliant at collecting the data, right? I am a data guy. That's absolutely shocking misfield again. Rajasthan need to wake up in the field here if they're going to defend these. But what I'm good at is picking out the relevant data. So that's the key there. As far as pitch data goes, nowhere that is freely accessible has decent pitch data. So I work with a team of 50 guys that set the odds on cricket, and I encourage them all the time to keep their own. But we have stats geniuses that can build. Some of them work with proper cricket teams around the world and help advise auctions and all that sort of stuff. But their databases are unreal, right? Tableau is a brilliant resource if you can use it properly. So I have these guys help me build sheets for my traders and stuff, and I can look at I've got a sheet here that tells me everybody's strike rate in the first 10 balls, and I can run that against bowling type, and I can run that by ground or by country or however I want. And the thing is, in this day and age, you can get any stat you want pretty much, but it's using the right ones or the ones that help is the key. But as far as pitch stats go, I mean, I won't go into the long answer because it's a very long answer, but the doors to like live Hawkeye data are very much locked to the public, and gamblers certainly can't get hold of them.
Yeah, yeah. Welcome back, Robbie. Robbie, by the way,
Quick game of puddle,
people
Robbie, is
are.
it?
No,
Quick step.
my son had a little bit of a back spasm, so was just treating him.
Just in Shubman Gill style.
Yeah. So essentially, when you actually play, as much cricket as I've played, you tend to learn a thing or two about other professions, and physiotherapy is one of my fortes. So I kind of know how to
Nice.
help with people struggling with physiotherapy, with stuff that's related to physiotherapy. What a great shot that is from Kumar Kushagra.
Yeah. By the way, Robbie, people are eagerly waiting for you to answer that CSK question, what they had in the first.
Oh yes, what
You,
do they
you.
do from here? I certainly think I'm in alignment with Rob there. I think I generally wouldn't say this if they had different. I had other personnel in the side, but I think with the kind of personnel they have in this side right now, it's a great looking shot. I would like Rutu to bat at number 3. I'd like to see Sanju and Matre to open the batting. Rutu at number 3. I'd like to see Sarfraz at number 4 if Brevis is not there.
Okay.
And if Sarfraz at number 4, then you have Shivam at 5. Then you can have Karthik at 6. Then you have Prashant at 7. Then suddenly you're taking a little bit of pressure off the youngsters a little bit, right? And yes, you paid 14 crores for them, and yes, they have to perform, and they will perform, and I think it's a matter of time. Sometimes these things take time, and especially if you're a young side, then you're going to feel the heat a little bit. So I think the larger problems are not the batting order as much as their bowling is. If you've seen the last match, even Rob, you'll see that they bowled all over the shop. They bowled literally opposite to the field that was set. And that's when they got hit for boundaries. If they just bowled to their field, they could have actually made a match out of it. And this is where I feel like in Anshul Kamboj's bowling, like at the start of the innings, he was bowling too full. At the back end of the innings, he was bowling too short, with third man in, with point in. And suddenly, like, dude, how are you going to win? But when he hit the right lengths with those same fields, he bowled really well. He bowled dot balls, actually. So the consistency to build that up, right? I certainly think that them having gone with a completely young side it kind of puts into place the kind of expectations that the fans of CSK can have from them. And right now, I'd say, think of this as a rebuilding phase over the next couple of years. You'll have 1 or 2 moving pieces that come in. But see these players growing into your franchise over the next few years, and then you will see that they will perform well. That's what I feel. I think the bowling needs to be fixed, and I agree with Rob. I think a lot was dependent on Ellis. I think they made a misjudgment by giving away also Sam Curran along with Ravindra Jadeja. I think that was a bad move because Flem himself is saying it. Those who were in bad form at the point of the auctions today are in good form, right? So that's his defense to how the team's performing at this point in time. Then that means clearly you're picking people on form and not on potential and what you can do with them, which is why they didn't go the extra mile with Patirana. And it's not for the lack of trying with Patirana. They certainly tried. Maybe they felt like, okay, it's not working at this point in time, so let's not push it. That's what I feel needs to be done. I think they need to bolster up the bowling a little bit more and be a little bit more patient with the batting, because they don't have the lineup that they had as far as experience is concerned and dominance is concerned back in the early 2020s even.
That was your era. That's where you guys were like, I think you guys were, when you played, I think you played, when you played with CSK, you played all the finals, right? You guys were reaching finals like for fun. There used to be a meme going around India. Okay, when IPL starts, w- like one team would be CSK who will be reaching the finals. The other, let's decide like who wants to play with them. Though they
No,
couldn't.
I think post 2020, obviously that changed a little bit because 2021 we won, 2022 we finished eighth or ninth or something like that, and then 2023 we won.
Again,
2024 was poor, 2025 was
2025
poor,
was poor. Yeah, the season.
and then
But you still believe
2026
that they have
everyone's looking
the
good.
impetus in the bowling when it comes to CSK.
No, not right
That's the
now.
that's where it's actually that's where I think the team is hurting more than what I feel like.
You
I
know,
think
genuinely, if you actually look at this from one perspective, it is such a huge opportunity for bowlers to represent CSK.
True.
This is a piece of news for all bowlers around the world. Like CSK, the main CSK franchise is looking for bowlers. All we need to do is stack up some solid performances, and we'll find ourselves in that squad. And I can tell
I
you,
think
just by virtue of experience, they're one of the best franchises to play for.
they had such a
Do so
big
well.
identity for so long, and you kind of knew what you were going to get with Chennai. And when they had a pitch that suited the franchise, right? Cheaport used to be more often than not definitely a non-road, right? There'd be spin there for the spinners, and they go, okay, well we've got Jadeja here, and he's gonna and Ashwin earlier on. We've got Jadeja here, and he knows exactly how to play at this ground because he's played here a million times. Dhoni knows what he's doing. And they kind of like, what we're going to do is we're going to get par or better, and we're going to defend it with our spinners, right? Because this pitch turns and everybody
Yeah.
knows how to play. And then the pitch has changed in the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years, as that personnel got older. You know, guys like yourself have dropped away. Ryudu's gone. Jadeja's moved on. Dhoni will still be playing, you know, when we're all dead.
Bravo.
Bravo's gone, and these are reliable run machines and wicket takers, right? And it used to be, but Chennai for a while, when it got past that stage, so they had this big long run about 10, 15 years ago, where they were either winning it or second or third. You know, they were right up there every time, and then they did the bouncing up and down bit, where they were like won it one year and ninth the next. They're just completely inconsistent because they're changing the personnel. And I'm just looking now, and last year it was Noor was getting all the wickets. He got 24 wickets last year, Noor, because the pitch at Chennai was helping his bowling a lot, and he was like, "Oh, I love this place." You know, he was landing it. He looked a threat every single game. And then fast forward 1 year, and the Chennai pitch is now a 200 one. Is what we're coming up, and he doesn't really like it as much. He doesn't look a threat. They just look like they're struggling for that identity that they used to have.
No, but then that's when the captain and the management comes into the picture, right? To discuss it with the curator and all, like what kind of pitch they would love to have with the personals they have in their unit.
Yeah, but even
There
that to
is.
make a call is not the easiest thing, Shravan, because yeah, on what basis are you going to make the call?
I mean, like Robbie, just from a outsider perspective, like we feel like every time a leader sets in, he takes in his troops. I mean, he'll have this 3 to 4 member personals who he can rely on any point of given time. Along with that, he also knows that what kind of pitch will suit me as a leader to captain or to marshal the troops. So that's what we have seen in the successful franchises. Like, but when Ritu had made the captain, is it too early for him to digest all this, the things because it's a very huge franchise and all, or else, it with the time he would get there.
Uh, so it's not the easiest thing to kind of figure out, as in it's quite challenging to understand, to kind of say that okay, we'll go this way, but the leadership has to make a call, and I think this leadership is still young, and you don't know. That's another good shot. Hopefully, it goes all the way.
I think this is out.
Nope.
So
That's out.
Parag's bowling. Sudharsan has just waited for the bad balls and hit them for 4 and 6. And then Kshagra has seen the fact that Parag's bowling and absolutely climbed into one, but it's gone far too high and not carried. and it's one of those. I think is it Hetmeyer down there? It's one of those
Yeah.
boundary catches again that they're checking. I think he's out, but it's close, and I don't think that's that big a wicket. Kushagra going then. Has he touched this rope or not? No.
You have to tell us.
He's done everything
Zoom
right
in.
there, I think.
Zoom in. Zoom in.
He's fine. This is out.
Yeah, it's out.
Yeah.
The market
it's-
was
it's
really
clean.
funny. So the market stays open, guys, when this is happening. And the market thought that he dropped that. The market thought that was 6 for a second then. So somebody's just lost a load of money. Sadhasan
Oi.
Oh.
Sadhasan did the
How
right
does that
thing that
work?
over.
Rob, how does
and-
that work? How does that work? Like,
So-
is it...
So the outcome of the game, the market there's now been in pound sterling, there's been £63 million matched on who's going to win this game since the game started, that is. And the odds are obviously changing every ball. But when there's a review, when there's like, there's a prime example. Some people think he's out. Some people go, right, well, that's out. I know, so when I'm betting here, I'm not going to turn my camera around because I'll drop it, but I've got a screen here. I've got a big screen over there in HD. I've got another one here with the fast pictures. And if you're good at if you've got pictures where you're like, I know 100% that pitched outside leg, or I know that he didn't stand on the rope. And so out or 6 is a very big difference in terms of the odds, right? If that's 6, Gujarat are going to be 55% to win the game. And because he's out, they're 40% to win the game. Now, if you've got loads of money and you know which one of those two outcomes it is, you can just hammer, right? So he's out there. You just hammer the bowling team for all your money. And then the market settles down and goes, actually, it is out. And so then you can back the other side, or you can lay your bet back and guarantee a profit. Does that make sense? Because the odds have moved that far in your favor. That's when the market isn't sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm imagining that this is done at the final outcome of a particular over or a ball, or is it literally every ball?
So this market is just who is going to win the match, Rajasthan or Gujarat. That's it, and the odds change every second of the game until it's finished. So if he'd have stepped over there and that was 6, Gujarat would be decent favourites now. But because he's out, the market has settled down and said, right, they're about 42% to win this game instead. So it's such big business now, Robbie. Like, there's probably been £1 million sterling. So I don't know what that is in dollars. I don't keep up. Hang on. What's that in US dollars? $1.3 million has been turned over since I started talking about that boundary catch.
But how does that work? I still haven't wrapped my head around how people have lost certain amount of money just on this. Someone saying that it is actually a 6 versus it being out.
So you can't specifically bet on whether that is out or not. So how all these syndicates work, right? And most of the money in this market is either from Indian bookmakers or from syndicates. And a lot of my mates either run or work for the big syndicates, and they're basing their odds on the match. Their model, they have a model in front of them, which is based on really sophisticated algorithms that I don't really understand. It's all based on inputs of players, right? So you say, I think Joss Buttler now is worth, his median number is 30 and his strike rate is 142. And the syndicate next door might be, I think Joss Buttler's number is 27 and his strike rate's 135. They will both then, when the model has done 1 million simulations or whatever, they will then spit out different numbers as to how likely Gujarat are to chase it. Because one of them is said, you've told me that Butler's worth this many, and you've told me that Butler's worth this many. So here's the odds. And so what happens all the way through this game is the market says that Gujarat have this percentage chance of winning, right, of chasing these runs. And the guys with the models, the syndicates, sit there and they go, well, our model says that Gujarat are more likely to win than the market thinks. So we're going to have £50,000 or $100,000 on them right now. And then at the end of the over, they might completely agree with what the market says. They go, well, we're in line with the market now. It's aligned with us. So what we're going to do now is we're going to close our position. So effectively, we're now going to back Rajasthan for the same amount of money, and we're going to close it. So if you're good at that, so the idea is now, let's say when you're trading, let's say I've seen something, right? I'm a good judge of cricket, and I've seen that Josh Buttler looks really unhappy. He's not waggling his shoulder properly, or whatever. I think he might be injured. I am going to back the bowling team hard now because I think Butler's going to get out in a minute. If I back the bowling team now, and then Butler immediately gets out, I can then back the batting team, and I win money whatever happens, right? Does that make sense? So if the odds move in my favour, let's say I just backed Gujarat before that boundary that Siddharthan's hit. If I've backed Gujarat before that boundary, I then back Rajasthan after that boundary. I don't care who wins the game because I'm going to make money whatever happens because the odds have gone in my favour. Does that make sense? So these guys aren't sitting there going, these guys aren't sitting there going, I think this team's going to win the game, so I'm going to have loads of money on it. They're just going, I think the odds are too big now. I think they're fine now. Do you know what I mean? They're just going in, out, in, out, in, out all day.
So as the odds change, they make money.
If it goes in their favour, So if I back the batting team now, and then they lose wicket, there's 2 wickets in the next 2 balls, and I then think the market is okay, and I close my position, I'm going to lose whatever happens. So the result of the match doesn't regulate how much money I win. It's all about getting in and out at the right time. Whereas what I do, I don't really pay much attention to that because my thinking is, you've got the cleverest gamblers in the world. So I know somebody that has 100 people working for him that just do numbers and modeling, right? Just for his betting. And I'm not as clever as any of those people, let alone all 100. But I can bet against the bookies on how people are going to be out, whether they're going to be caught or LBW or how many runs are going to be in the next over. And, when will the next 6 be hit and all that sort of stuff, which is right now, by the way. And I am probably gonna beat those guys, right? Next ball, massive great big 6. Jadeja didn't do anything with that ball, did he? So Siddharthan's on one now.
No.
67 off 38. So I pick off the weak markets, which isn't particularly impressive. I'm not going to be able to get £50,000 on any of the things I bet on. Who's going to get the most runs, who's going to get the most wickets or whatever. But yeah, those guys aren't predicting who's going to win the game. They're just saying, we disagree with your percentage right now over and over again, basically.
Right.
This looks like a clinical chase, isn't it? Till this point
That's
of time,
amazing,
it looks like a...
Rob, thank you so much for that.
I don't know if I explained that very well. It's quite a difficult one to explain. Hey, mate.
He's sleepy, by the way.
Bedtime now. He's going to say goodnight.
It's already
Because
10:20.
it's because Robbie gave him morphine for his back spasm, so now he's sleepy.
No, so he likes the attention when he's in pain. So he leans into it when he's in pain.
Yeah, that's a kid thing, though, isn't it? Why not?
Yeah.
We all did it, Robbie. It's not
But that
only
was
it's like-
nicely explained, Rob.
I think so, but considering I've been betting as long as I can remember, all day, every day, I find that quite hard to explain to somebody that's been playing cricket his whole life rather than looking at markets.
Yeah,
but
for me, I can say that I haven't got all of it, but I understand the gist of it. And now I think, okay, up to a certain degree, I get it. Although it is complex.
because basically, let's say you're betting on football and Man City play Liverpool today, right? In some cup semi-final. And if I've had a load of money on Man City and they go 1-0 up, right? I am definitely in a good position. I've backed Man City when they're 50% to win. They've just scored. They're now 75% to win. I can then effectively sell my bet to somebody else at the current odds. And so I make money whatever happens. And that's the plan for these guys. Is they go, I'm in a good position now. I'm going to close it. But the thing is, with these amazing syndicates run by extremely intelligent people, and they have some of the cleverest maths people on the earth working with them, right, to do this sophisticated algorithm stuff that blows my head off when I see it. I don't understand it. If you said to them, the return on your investment next year will be 2%, you will make 2% profit, they would snap your hand off. And how many businesses would snap your hand off at 2% ROI? But that's why you're watching this number of how much has been matched on the game, how much has been turned over on this one website, 100 million quid. Because these sophisticated algorithms and models, they're only 1% good or 1.5% good. Cricket's a bloody nightmare to try and wrap your head around, isn't it? Because cricket, more variables than any other sport by a factor of God knows how many. Because if you're watching tennis, it's like, well, they're both playing on the same court. The first serve percentage is everything, and how much you win on your serve is everything. Whereas if you're watching cricket, if I'm watching a test match, I could be like, well, the conditions in England, for example, conditions are incredible. I think this guy, the batting looks really easy. The ball hasn't moved off the straight for half an hour. The sun's out. It's blazing down. Bowlers look tired. It's at Manchester or whatever. Bowlers look tired. I am backing this guy to get another 30 with real confidence, real confidence. And then this huge, bloody great big black cloud comes over and the ball starts hooping round corners. It's a completely different match. It's completely different, isn't it? It's like, oh, right, they've gone off for rain for 20 minutes, or they've gone off because everybody wants to have a sandwich, which is one of the laws of cricket. It's like we're all having tea now. And they come back after that 20-minute break and there's a big black cloud there. The bowler isn't tired anymore. He's just had an ice bath and been tasered or had a shower or whatever it is. And he comes back and it's a completely different game. And I'm like, well, this guy's not worth 50 anymore that I thought he was. He might be worth 20 now. There's no other sport like it where the conditions can change so much.
Yeah. Robbie, at this point of time, looking at this, yeah, that is true. I think, Robbie, at this point of time, if you are in Rajasthan's dugout, what exactly you are going to do? I mean, like, I'm just putting you on the spot, like, just to think about, like, what exactly are the changes you're going to bring in?
I don't know, man. I was just my head still revolving around the odds. I can clearly say that you are excuse me, pardon.
Bless you.
You are Deepak's protege. Because one subject's not over, you've jumped to the next, and I'm like, what? Wait.
I can relate to all what he's saying because I work in one of the casino-based companies, so I know how things operate at this level. But not exactly the betting part, for sure. But I have seen people who play on the slots, right? Slot machines. And the people who stand behind them, they also do bet on the people saying that this machine will win and this machine won't. So that's the craze of what people like when they go on to bet and all. It's like super crazy thing. By the way, before we do, there is a small insight. This is personally from my experience. So when I first time watched Robbie on screen, I am a Tel guide. So Rob, just for your information, we share our states share the border. So it's like nearby. So our cultures are very nearby. It's like you always have this feeling, no? It's like cricketers are always superstars, and then like they are like, I mean, like as a human being, when you are so young, you won't relate like, oh, how they would be eating something else only, or they would be living a different lifestyle only, all that sort of. But when I saw you for the first time, I could still remember you had come with that curly hair, and then you had that locket, and then I could still remember because it's always it felt very personal. I mean, like because our elder brothers are all they roam in the same style. It's like you have that I don't know what exactly, the black tag and then rocket, and you just felt like, oh, this is, he
Yeah.
might be one of our area and person, and then that's how I built the liking on you, and then, but then it always that for me you are always been that walking assassin. When you when you started hitting players for fun, that too by walking down the
Thanks, man.
ground, that's always been. It's not just for the sake of saying I'm saying this, but then that's how I could remember you. I don't know, like it's always more personal. I felt like, oh, he might be
Yeah.
one of our big brothers who stayed nearby, who achieved this
Thanks,
great. So
buddy.
always it feels very happy for you for that. By the way,
Thank
I
you.
was hoping you to fail so hardly when you were in CSK, okay? Because I used to hate CSK at that point of time. I'm being very, very honest here. And I also had this pain that, oh, being a Kannadiga, he didn't win our IPL when he played for RCB, so this is not fair. So yeah, I'm just being an RCB fan there. Yeah.
So you've always been an RCB fan?
Yeah, but then that was a very interesting story. In 2008, when RCB was playing their finals for the first time, okay, I was rooting for Deccan Chargers like hell because that's the only team which represents my state, right? That's the Deccan Chargers are the only ones, and I love Adam Gilchrist for some reason. I love his wicket keeping and all. I was a huge admirer of his batting and wicket keeping, so I started, and then I was praying, and then like, no man,
Wicket.
Deccan Chargers must win, must win.
Wicket?
That is the huge wicket. Bishnoi's got it. Sarasan gone. They were
Yeah.
60%,
That should change
and
the
now
odds
they're
quite a bit.
60% to 42. That's about as big a swing as you're going to get at this stage of a game.
Wow. And that happens like in seconds, eh?
Yeah, that's why all the gamblers have got the fast feeds, Robbie, because you don't want to be last in the queue. Yeah, that's a big old difference. But of course it is, because you know they're not used to chasing these targets without one of the big guys going on. A lot of it's on Butler now, isn't it?
Yeah. Comes down to him. Glenn Phillips is not a bad player, actually. He can actually bat a little bit.
We were saying, me and Travan were saying when you weren't here, Robbie, that it's about time Phillips stepped up in one of these big tournaments and shows what he can really do, because he's got all the talent in the world, hasn't he?
Yeah. He is incredibly talented. And he's good when he's chasing as well.
Yeah, and it's really surprising he couldn't find a franchise who's backing him for a long time. I mean, like he's, as Rob was saying sometime before, like he's already 30. 30, right, Rob? Am I right? Or like,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
He's about 31, 32. Extremely fit, though.
he's 29, Phillips.
Super fit. Yeah, 29, yeah. And incredible conviction is in his own game.
He's a big ADHD guy, isn't he? Just has loads and loads of things going on. I think he came out and spoke about that. That he's just he has like hyper focus. It's why he wants to do everything on the cricket field. I think Jared has done stuff about him. You know, he wants to keep, he wants to bowl, he wants to dive around in the field, he wants to hit sixes, and you know, he's just absolutely everywhere. But he's a high energy cricketer, isn't he?
Oh, what a shot that is. Did you guys see that? Like
it's yet to come.
There was absolutely no power on that shot. It was just timing. Oh, utilization of pace. Yeah, amazing.
That's the best shot he's played for 6 months.
Yeah, looks like it. You've seen Joss when he's playing for England? He looks half the man. He generally is. Have you noticed that even after?
Yeah.
Even after the
World Cup, you meant, like when they won the World Cup.
Yeah, after they won the World Cup.
Yeah,
and you look at Joss now, and it just feels like he doesn't relate to that England team anymore.
He's always under the pump.
It's I'm sure we spoke about this before, Robbie. I'm sure he just doesn't like the culture that they've got going on now. This lads, beers, golf. It's like, well, actually, how about some cricket? Let's try and be cricketers and work on that. Because I'm only on the outside here. I don't know Butler, but it really does look like he's unhappy with the setup, doesn't it? He looks like he's not himself. He looks like grumpy or miserable, or that he's stressed all the time. And he never used to look like that. You'd be like, he'd be a guy that was pretty unshakable, even though he was going through bad form, which happens to every sportsman ever. He knew how good he was, and he knew how much. I mean, look at the shot he's just about to play here, just ludicrous talent. And he would just be like, no, everything's fine. It's everything is. He's like the duck, isn't it? The feet might be going like mad, but what we see above the surface, everything looks fine. But now he's getting out and like chucking stuff about and looking cross and upset that he's. I'm sure it's I think there's a few things happening with England now where Livingston started it, didn't he? And then Reece Topley came out and said something, and now Plunkett said something. Somebody else said something last week. They're all saying we don't really like what's happening with the England setup right now. And I think whenever it's
Didn't Sam Billings
finished,
say something as well?
Who did, sorry?
Billings?
Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
he's not shy of saying a few words, is he, Billings?
Yeah,
I think
know.
whenever they do leave, whenever this McCullum key axis of lads is out the way, a lot will come out about what's happened in the last couple of years, because from where I'm looking, it looks like a complete shambles. But if you're pissing off players like Butler and Root, you're doing the wrong thing, aren't you? You're going about it the wrong way. These are like generational talents we've got here.
Yeah. It's also, but I think when you look at the England side, and I think these ramblings, and I think we don't know what exactly is going on inside from the outside. Like we're beginning to hear things. But generally, there's quite a bit going on within that England side, within the team, right?
I think when they sort of set out their stall so hard of like, we're just here to back these guys and everybody whack it. And McCullum is, as Butler plays another great shot before. That was it. Bairstow came out, didn't he? And he's not shy of saying what he thinks either. Johnny Bairstow. Butler's back, isn't he?
That is Joss Butler in prime form.
Yeah, he looks like he's back. We said this, Robbie, when they were all writing him off.
Yeah,
over the covers, extra covers.
You can't write this guy off.
Never.
That is flow for you right there. That is flow for you right there.
Yeah.
I'm going God mode, guys. 1 minute.
This is God mode for us.
Four more.
I'm right here.
Josh.
Don't worry. It's God mode.
I'd quite like you to just do this while I'm wandering around the place, Robbie. Just be sort of the soundtrack of my life. Just chuck advice in from the cloud when I'm wandering around.
I'd be happy to do that, bro.
I mean, I don't know how qualified you are with all this life coaching stuff, but I reckon I could cause any life coach bloody problems when they got into my head.
I'm certified.
Yeah, you're into all that stuff, aren't you? How did that come about?
Honestly, rite of passage. I've been through it myself. Been through the pits of being at the rock bottom for a considerable period of time. When I was really young in my career, between the ages of 21 and 25, was when I was incredibly depressed, clinically depressed, and for a period of about 24 months, about 18 to 24 months, incredibly suicidal as well. So
that's really sad.
Oh, I hope it goes. What a
That's
snap
Philip's
that
gone.
is. Dun, dun, dun.
I still got Josh there. Market still thinks Guj are out of favourites right now.
Oh my goodness. This guy isn't going to get any backing crop.
So Robbie, did
Shravan needs help with the field.
the depression? And I'm sorry to hear about that. did the depression come from? Well, what did it come from? Is it just that it happened? Because depression
No,
can,
it is
or was it because
no,
you're a
it was
pro
a
athlete with
combination
all
of
the
things.
yeah? And what did you do to try and get yourself out of it?
Um, so basically, it was a combination of personal life and professional life and um, the stresses of that. So you know, as with a lot of people uh, have when they growing up, mom and dad had a tough marriage. So that was something I kind of navigated through and through. Even I was playing for India and was trying to manage it, and a lot of it was pinned on me and my success, as in my success, or um, a lot of how things were at home were dependent on me, and so kind of live with that for a big part of my life.
Hmm.
And so yeah, uh, um, it just got to a point where and then I was the first guy to be traded. I was already in a weak place for a good period of time because I just gotten in 2008 in post July. Uh, After the Asia Cup in 2008, I got dropped from the Indian team, and at that point, the IPL just begun. And for me, I'd done fairly well in the IPL, the second highest run scorer for Mumbai Indians, but we didn't really do that well. We didn't qualify. That was a downer for us. So I was really looking forward to the next season. I was like, okay, I'm really going to make the next season count and, you know, do well in domestic cricket and then come back into, make a vie for a comeback into the Indian team. And then what happened 2 weeks before the IPL began, and I didn't have a great season in 2008 domestically. What happened after the IPL? This is out as well.
Washington 4 and out. Yeah, carry on, mate.
Yeah. So what happened was that 2 weeks before the IPL, when I was all about getting into the IPL and doing really well because I was really looking forward to it. I get a call out of the blue saying that I'm going to be traded. And this is whilst I was having a bad season, things are not great at home, I was trying to manage that and all of that. This happened where I was going to be traded and I didn't want to be traded. Because at that point, Rob, you have to understand that cricket didn't have this concept of professionalism, right? You played for one team, you played for one county, you played for one state, and you played for your country, and you played for your club, and that was it, right? So it was one team, you climb up the ladder representing one team at a time. The concept of jumping teams in multiple franchises was non-existent. So for me, even though I was from Bangalore and I was going to be traded into Bangalore, I didn't feel okay at all about that. In fact, I actually said as much to the people who wanted me to be traded. And I told them, listen, I don't want to be traded. I will not sign the consent forms because we have to sign the consent forms as cricketers to be traded.
Okay.
I didn't want to sign the consent forms. And so it was the last day before the trade is happening. And what this person told me from Mumbai back then, who was running the show back then, said to me, if you don't sign the consent forms, you will play in the 11 over my dead body. And then
Bloody
suddenly I
hell.
just felt like, oh my God, like what am I doing? Like why do I want to be in a place where I'm not needed? And then I signed the consent forms, but I went to RCB and I had complete imposter syndrome in 2009. I didn't feel I belonged there. I didn't feel like it was my team. Deepak, easy on the breathing, darling.
He's just been using that personal trainer, hasn't he? I think
I
he's
just
just
come back from a training session.
he's just ran up the stairs to get away from the personal trainer.
Okay,
I had that
so
session
let
in
me
the
finish this.
afternoon, in the morning, in fact.
So, Robbie,
So-
your one big knock of that season was against Mumbai,
Yeah.
2009.
That was when that was when the imposter syndrome shifted. It just then I was like, okay, I belong to this team now, because for me, it was just and I was not in a great place. I got dropped before that game for a few games, and then came
Right.
back in, because they were moving me up and down the batting order, not giving me one position, and then I didn't perform in 2 or 3 games, and then they dropped me, and then they made me play again. You have to remember that the first 5 games, KP led the side, and then the 6th game onwards, Anil Kumble left the side, right?
Yes. KP left a
So-
season, right? He went home.
Yeah, yeah. So then I was very, and then that's when the imposter syndrome kind of fell away for me. Like, okay, I belong to this side. But in South Africa, I almost ended up committing suicide in that phase.
Bloody hell.
And then that's when I reached out to my mom and dad and my family, and I as dysfunctional as our family was, I was like, I was like, dude, I have to reach out to someone. I want to be alive, because I found myself sitting in the windowsill of a Santon Sun on the 23rd floor, and,
Fuck.
I was like looking down, and I have a massive fear of heights. So like, if I just tip over, the pain will end, you know. And then as I was bending forward, I felt like I came into my senses, my consciousness, and like, what the frick am I doing? And I kind of tossed myself back, and I kind of fell back into my room head first. And that's when I was like, I woke up suddenly, and I called my mom up, and I said, something's wrong. I need you guys to come here. And is that Josh Butler who's just gotten out?
Yes.
That is a big
Undone
hole.
by a bouncer. That's a big blow. And they burger out of
Andre
nowhere.
Burger's bouncer. Yeah, heavy
So
bowler.
GT has given it away out of nowhere. They were bossing the chase.
So then I called them, they came, and then that's when I started going to a counselor in 2009. Was in that state. I got better in 2009. Then 2010 was a baller season for me, because I did really well. In fact, 2008, 8-9, I actually did really well in first class cricket. I didn't do I didn't do well. I didn't do well in the IPL. Then 2009-10, I didn't do well in the first class season, even though I was leading Karnataka. But I did well in the IPL. I had the highest number of sixes in the IPL, and all of that was really great for RCB. And then you know, like we do with a lot of our medication, we kind of get on it. Like think of it as a course of antibiotics. So you take antibiotics for a certain period of time. Say you're given antibiotics for 10 days. You take it for 6 days, and you feel better, and then you get off it, right? And then you feel like, okay, I'm going to be fine. And then suddenly it comes back to you twice as strong, and then you're like, oh, flip, I have to again do this all over again. And that was exactly my case with mental health. I went for help. I seeked out help, and then I got help and started working, and then I backed off thinking, okay, I'm fine now, you know. And then I came back in end of 2010, like twice as strong. And 2010, end of 2010 and 11 and 12 was bad for me. I should show you a picture of how I looked. People
But
won't
you
remember
played
this,
cricket throughout this whole time. You carried on
yeah.
playing cricket.
Yeah. It was.
And see,
not
we
great
just
back in-
we just take it for granted, right? That we sit here and watch cricket all the time, and we watch
yeah.
sport, and we watch these guys playing, and we're like, oh well, he's playing great, or he's not. And you know, I'm shouting at
Yeah.
cricketers constantly for dropping catches. We have no idea what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And so for you
Yeah.
so you're getting help for what you're going through, whilst continuing, and I'm looking at your numbers here, performing at the top level of cricket. You know, looking at 2009, 2010. Whilst you're going through this turmoil, right? So
Yeah.
did you then go back and go, right, well, I'm not fixed. I need to
Yeah, I went
keep
back.
getting help,
I went
or
back
I
in
need to
2011. Yeah, no, I went back in
Yeah.
2011, and I was like, okay, I need to fix this properly. And I'll show you a picture of me. Like all of 2011, I didn't look at myself in the mirror, because I was just completely ashamed of who I'd become as a human being in that period of time. And when I say completely ashamed, I genuinely did not look at myself in the mirror, because I was like, this, I cannot, this. I cannot live life like this. And let me show you a picture of what I look like. It's actually pretty interesting. Photos. I don't know how to do this, but let me see if I can do this.
Sharad Khan's come in, by the way, and just smashed Burger for a massive 6. This has been a bit of a roller coaster, this game.
Yeah, and they should have been bossing the chase the way they were kind of running away with it. Just little soft dismissals, we would say.
Yeah, just it seems like all the dismissals have kind of been just as you think they're about to crack this chase, somebody gets out. They now need 70 off 38 with these two. Tawatia won't be interested in 70 off 38. He won't care until the required rate's 25. That's when he'll start getting into his work. But it's basically these two, Rashid Khan and nobody else, have got to chase it. So, yeah, market says 1 in 3 they chase it, basically. Feels about right to me. Have you got your picture, Robbie?
Yeah, we're just waiting for that.
I'm going to share it with Deepak. Deepak, maybe you know how to present this better than I do.
Or I'll share you can just share it. Yeah, you can share in the group.
Vignesh
will be able to. Vignesh will be able to
show to us. Yeah.
Because you showed it to me. It was on internet also.
I've actually showed it to you. Yeah.
It was on internet also.
I don't know people seen it on the internet though.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, it's actually on one of my TED Talks. I've actually spoken about it. And one of the reasons I actually talk about mental health a lot is because I want to break the stigma attached to it. Because I've kind of been there, done that, and the amount of stigma attached to it. Because when I actually went to the counselor for the first time, I was advised by people closest to me, and I mean closest to me, to not tell anyone about the fact that I was actually seeing a counselor. So like, why? And then because when things started working, I was like, shit, man, I actually want to talk about this. I really want to break the stigma attached to this. I want to help people as much as I can. Which is why even when I'm broadcasting, I kind of broadcast from a point of view of trying to explain why something happened, and not from. And I try as much as I can to honestly try and not be critical. I try.
Yeah, it makes sense. I try and slag everybody off as much as I can when I'm talking about cricketers. Wow, that is a different guise from the one we're looking at now, isn't it?
Yeah.
What year was it?
1st of Jan 2012. That's what I looked like.
Huge respect, Robbie. What you had gone through, we can only imagine. So much of respect.
And still churning out the runs at that point, though.
That's what I even asked him. Like he was playing professional cricket with this body.
Yeah.
And so the bit that's huge for everybody, probably everybody watching this, right, is the fact that you're able to and happy to share those sort of experiences, because it's all well and good the man in the street talking about mental health. And it's something that's got a lot better in the world, particularly where I live. Tawati's played one of the best shots of the IPL there, by the way. It's got a lot better, and there's a lot more. This shot from Tawati is absolutely mental.
This is insanity.
Crazy shot.
What?
So maybe he heard you, Rob. He heard you. He said, like, I'm not going to wait because I don't have Robbie on the other end to guide me through that over.
What a shot!
Where he'll end up hitting 5 sixes. So that's why he started a little early.
It's a scoop.
Wow. But the fact that a pro sportsman is sharing this stuff, Robbie, somebody with a big following and lots of people that, cricket it's not just India. That, I mean, there's Tawatia's career in a nutshell. He's nicked off next ball. He's played literally the best shot of the tournament and then just fiddled one behind, which he's trying to slash to point, I guess.
GT is just not interested in winning this, to be honest.
Incredible game, this. Like, as far as the roller coasters go. But, Robbie, so for somebody of your profile to come out and speak about it and go, actually, it isn't a good idea to keep this completely to myself, and maybe I could help other people by sharing it. That's a really good thing to do, isn't it? Like, that must make you feel good as a bloke, never mind all the cricket stuff. Like, because
you need
a lot of guts to do that.
You need balls for this, to be honest, because when he did a podcast,
I actually went internal, then going external. Honestly, I didn't start talking about it till 2014, and still I had a reasonable amount of success after overcoming being clinically depressed and after overcoming being suicidal because I worked on myself. Because once I went back to my counselor, and I'm telling you, she's God sent. She was an absolute angel and continues to be. If I talk about her for 2 more minutes, I might start crying because of the impact she's had on my life. I absolutely adore her. Once I started feeling better, then I was like, okay, I really want to become someone that I can look in the mirror and say, okay, I really respect this guy and I really love this guy. I want to build myself up to become that person. So like, okay, whatever it takes, I'm going to endeavor on that journey. And then I decided that I'll get my first tattoo done when I actually complete that journey. So it took me 2 years. Peach, absolute peach.
How did that miss?
Amazing ball that beats the bat and the keeper, all ends up and goes for 4. That's kind of the story of this game, really.
Yeah. Whoa. Nuts. So I went on a journey by myself to earn my own self-respect, to fall in love with myself. That took me 2 years. And then when I completed that journey, I actually went through that journey and went through the journey of reconstructing my batting simultaneously.
Run out.
Could stop that. No, man. Jaddu.
This cricket match is just going from the ridiculous to the ridiculous, isn't it? It's every
That's
ball
like GT
is an event.
I would not even say they're imploding. Even that would be an understatement. The way they have batted in last 3 or 4 overs, I would say.
Well,
That's not even implosion.
The thing is, like, we're getting like life-affirming story here from an ex-international cricketer, and these tossers are actually making the game the only interesting one we've had at the same time.
I know.
So they were right. They were 127 for 2 after 12 overs, chasing 210. No problem whatsoever.
What were the chances at that time?
They got up to, at their best, Gujarat were, I can look at this, one sec. Come on, machine. They got all the way into
just God mode.
70-something% to win the game. And they are now, as God goes into the cloud, they win 1 in 6 from here, according to the market. It's going to be difficult with the bats they've got left to knock these runs off. Rashid Khan, Rabada and the rest getting 10 and over against 2 Joffres and a Burger if they want them. Feels like a tough task to me.
It's impossible.
But what we've had, Deepak, while you're away is Robbie completely opening up about some really shit times he was having. And from where I'm looking, I'm just watching him play cricket throughout this entire time. Sat down going, I really like the guy as a player, and you don't know the individuals, right? You just guess it. I knew he was into his religious stuff that he'd spoken about, but while you're watching the career happen, you have no idea what's going on with these people.
Yes,
you've got to remember that these are real life human beings going through shit just like the rest of us do. But for someone to go through something that serious that he was going through, right on the brink, like literally on the brink, from what he just said, to then come back out the other side and be happy to articulate it to the kind of viewing public is such a massive deal, isn't it? And that is an achievement that's easily as big as winning the World Cup, isn't it? Because it can help normal guys and girls that have
So many
that
people.
get to those situations think, well, look at this guy. That he was somehow playing in the bloody IPL and playing for India whilst going through this complete turmoil behind the scenes. But I was saying about Joss's batting that how sometimes it's like the duck and the legs under the water are going absolutely mad. But what we see is everything's fine and it's all cool. But to be going through that whilst having a professional career in the spotlight, right? Millions and millions of people are watching IPL and India play, aren't they? It's pretty amazing.
And
Thanks
seriously,
for summing that up, Rob. That's.
I didn't know you're still listening. I preferred to slag you off.
I don't mind being slagged off after so much praise.
and seriously, this is like when he did his first podcast with me. So he opened up, shared a lot of things about himself in that podcast also.
Cool.
And the first I think the feedback that I got from my friends is this guy has some balls. Like, I was like, why? He said,
Yeah.
as a work, as such an, as a star, as a celebrity in India, people are so guarded and they're so insecure and they just don't want to share anything about themselves. Because a lot of your brand value, a lot of the deals you do, a lot of those things get impacted once people start stereotyping into certain things, and they always fear that how the outer world is going to take it, like whether they're going to be progressive about it, whether they want to be critical about it. They're just always, because they build all that in silos. That's why they want to protect it, and that's why they just want to have that ultra, or we say alpha male image around themselves
Alpha male image,
with
yeah.
no vulnerabilities. Nothing. So
Yeah,
that
but that's the
was-
thing, right? The whole alpha concept today lies in two extremes. I'll go off on a rant here because this is very close to my heart, and this is why I took up coaching. Because today I know what it takes to become the best version of yourself. I've been through that journey, and I've earned that right of looking in the mirror and earning my own self-respect, knowing every side of me, right? The good, the bad, the ugly, and the downright, disgusting. I know every side of me, right? So to look in the mirror and genuinely mean that I respect this person, right? That means I know what it takes, and which is why I even got into coaching, because it was like the life coaching bit came from a place of wanting to serve people, and from a man's perspective. Today, the three niches I kind of focus on are men's mental health, high performance coaching, and leadership coaching. So these are the three niches I kind of work on, and for me, this is something I'm endeavoring to kind of make sure that people understand the true meaning of what vulnerability is and what being alpha is. People think vulnerability is a weakness. It takes the most amount of courage and the balls to actually be vulnerable. You're going out there and you're sharing your side of your story and your truths, and you're hoping, and you don't know how the other person is going to receive it. To be comfortable with it, and to be okay with the fact that they might judge it in any way, shape, or form, and to be comfortable with that is not an easy thing to do. It takes more courage to speak about the things you're going through than to actually hide them and keep them to yourselves.
But you're
easily
from
said
one,
than done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Is
that
it
too
from
in
one of
our
the
part of
only
the world.
generations that does that though, Robbie, right? Like I was, I'm from, my old man and his old man before him would be very much like you would never know if anything was up with them.
Yeah. Because at that point, see, I actually have a justification of that, and I kind of empathize with them, right? Think about this, Rob. Today, if we didn't have the kind of exposure that we have, right, and then we've had throughout our lives, right, and haven't seen the world evolve as quickly as it has over the last 25, 30, 40 years. Now we've been alive, right? We wouldn't have had the understanding to know and understand that, okay, vulnerability works, right? For them, even for them, I empathize with them simply because when you're looking to put food on the table, you can't think of your mental health, and mental health is for people who are not on survival mode, right?
Yes.
You don't have the luxury of time, and the world at that point was on survival mode, right? Post the Second World War, everyone was in survival mode, right? Maybe 1% or 2% of the world were wealthy, but outside of that, no one really had, the luxury of focusing on things beyond putting food on the table. So,
True.
today, when I think of the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas, they are people who are born into a world which wasn't primarily on survival mode, right?
Yeah.
A majority of it was beyond survival, and we're beginning to thrive, right? So it's a lot more. It's a lot more easier for them to talk about mental health and such, because they have the room for it, they have the space for it, and they have the exposure that to enough information to take it in their stride and say, okay, I can talk about this, and I kind of appreciate the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas because they speak their mind. They don't hesitate from speaking their mind, which is quite amazing.
I think also, yeah, exactly that. You've actually given a very good logic to this, because they are out of that survival mentality, and that's why they are able to talk about mental health. That's a very good perspective, because
Point. Yeah.
that's a massive thing, because
I never thought of this way, to be honest. Like I used to feel like Gen Z are a little different from how we are. Then now I get the perspective. Thanks a lot, Robbie. Yeah, that's a seriously good point.
and it
We
makes
often think of our parents as villains, right? Or, and ourselves as victims because of the things that we've gone through in our childhood. But no parent, and I can tell you by virtue of being a parent today, no parent is trying to do a bad job. They always do the best they can with what they have, with the tools that they have.
and also the best understanding that they also have about parenting. What they have actually, the template that they have got.
Jeez, where
from
are we
the world.
going? I thought we were-
It's a timeout. It's a timeout. So what we must talk
Okay,
about,
fair enough. Okay.
what we must talk about in a timeout is parenting, right? And I think until you become a parent, you have no idea whatsoever. You can read a million books,
Bang
but you
on.
never have any
Yeah.
idea what it's like until you actually become one. And when you
Yeah.
start being a parent, you're like, ah, shit. Okay, you have to become a totally different human being. Your outlook has
Yeah.
changed. For a man particularly, it's 180 degrees, because
Yeah.
a woman changes biologically immediately, whereas a man's just like, oh, well, that will happen in 9 months and then we'll deal with it then. You're just like, oh, shit. Oh, look, they've just put this child into my hands. And now the whole world is a completely different place. And then you think, well, now I know what my parents had to do. And I was right, little sod and all the rest of it. And I think, well, maybe they were just going through it as well, because there's certain times in the parenting journey. I mean, I don't want to get too deep about this stuff, but there's certain times of the parenting journey where you're like, what the hell am I doing here? I have no idea how to deal with this situation, because it's so alien to anything that has happened to me before. And then you think, well, maybe maybe my parents, who were similar ages when they were lucky enough to bring me into the world, they were kind of winging it a bit as well. It's not an easy game, is it? Trying to work out what to do with this thing that you're suddenly meant to keep alive. And I've never had any kind of I would never have described myself as anxious or worried about stuff, or overly bothered about the world and everything. And then they put a living, breathing human being into my arms, and all of that changed. You're like, oh, bloody hell. Everything matters now, doesn't it? I can't just carry on going through the world having as much fun as you want with no repercussions. Now everything has repercussions, right? The whole game changes.
Also, you actually only when you become a parent you realize your true capacity of yourself as a human being.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It is crazy.
It's very different. I've been brought up in a very different way, so things work very differently for me. Very difficult to actually kind of relate to certain things also at times. So
Yeah.
my dad is more of like a startup mode kind of a person, always in that startup mode, and he wants to do something new so that's why there's lots of ups and downs also, because you have to have that adrenaline rush all the time, and at this age also he is in that mode. So yeah, a lot of ups and downs and stuff. So for him, he has to basically find solutions and things through my discussions. So this is what I was doing for the last 1 hour with him. So kind of
Nice.
trying to understand his equations with some of his partners and everything, how to navigate through all that, and why he has to let go certain things, why he has to hold on to certain things. It's a different world altogether. It's a very different world. And he's always like in that startup mode, and that let's do something new, I'm trying this, I'm trying that. So very, very different and very difficult to kind of that's why when I come across somebody who's a doting parent and all, it just doesn't enter my system that easily. So
You are a doting parent, Deepak.
Actually, Robbie, I observe a lot from you, to be honest, because the way you navigate, the way you interact with your kids, the way you share also certain times, how you people have kind of made them understand each other. Like they had this issue, so we have kind of given them this template. So that's the learning for me, and then I go back and try to understand whether I'm able to kind of imply or apply all those things in my life or not. So it's a different world altogether. Like the way you navigate, it gives me a lot of templates how I should be doing. So it has actually last 6 months. it has really helped me understand my kids a lot more after
Yeah.
observing.
Guys, let's agree on one thing. Let's agree that a little bit more of this conversation till the end of this over, and then we'll get back to the game. Because I like the fact that this game got freaking super interesting while we've
Super
been gone off
interesting,
Yes, now we can go back to the game. This
Yeah,
game
sure.
has got
On a
really
chat.
interesting.
It's your fault, Robbie. Right. They need 30. They need 30 of
Always
18.
is.
And they've got two of the most fun bats ever at the crease to chase these runs. Rashid Khan and Rabada. And Rabada has just played two unbelievable shots for boundaries.
Yeah.
And Rashid Khan has just done his horizontal bat, ridiculous gap finding and hit the ball to the boundary. And all of a sudden, they are
I'm waiting to
favourites
see
to
that
chase
snake
this
shot.
again. They're
Are they
favourites to chase
favorites now
it.
to chase this down?
Yeah,
Wow.
ridiculous, isn't it?
It's a 4.
And
So what is the score line now?
so they need 26 off 17, basically.
No, that run line or
Market.
like the.
He
the
means
market.
the odds.
It's
Odds.
it's 54% chase. So really, really close. This could properly get down to the wire, because when these two come together, after the ludicrous run out of Shah Rukh Khan, they need 50 off 30 with no batting left. You know, just these two. And Rabada's playing. I've always said that Rabada looks like an unbelievable batsman until the ball that gets him out.
He's
got all the
technically
shots.
really nice.
Yeah.
One of the best.
And Rashid Khan is possibly the most fun bat to watch in the world with the sort of
Yeah.
shots that he can pull out of the bag. This is a great game. This is what we've been waiting for, this game right here.
You know, Rabada is one of the favorite left-hander batters of Robbie.
Is it
Oh,
too
is it?
is it too soon? No, as in he's speaking for me, and it's not true. कुछ भी बोल रहे हो?
You said that once.
right.
You said that
Rabada's
once. I
not
really
gone
like
down,
it.
down.
But
Rabada's just hit a massive straight six. And they
Now
are
he should be, right?
favourites.
yo,
Look at that shot.
How about
So Robbie,
that
look at
shot?
that shot. So now he's your favorite, right?
What a
No.
shot.
Best left.
And
Maybe
I'm
if he
shocked
wins this
with
for
the-
GT, he will enter the top 10.
Yes.
What a shot.
He'll enter the top 10. But you mentioned that you really like his pose,
Man, what
his
shot
shots and
it is.
everything, right? Technically, you really like
Bro,
his batting,
no,
right?
bro. Absolutely not. You're hallucinating. I've never said anything about his batting at all. I love Rabada, the bowler.
Jared
You don't
really
love the
likes it.
batsman. He's awesome.
Jared gave me this analogy, like Deepak. Like Rabada is
Shreyas is
technically
saying
the
you can't
most
see Robbie.
sorted
Robbie is
batter.
on God mode, Shreyas. You just letting you know.
That's why GT is scoring all these runs.
This could be a tie, you know.
I
We could
just
be here all night.
I just want an interesting game in the IPL, guys.
Well, you-
I've been waiting for an interesting game in the IPL.
You've got one, and as soon as we've got an interesting game, you spend half an hour talking about the universe.
No, not my fault you asked me that question. I love talking. You gave me a segue when you said life coaching bit. What do you think about that? And how do you get into that? I had to give you the whole spiel.
But the thing is, though, mate, I won't remember this game in a year's time because I watch cricket all day, every day. But I'll remember that conversation.
Thanks. buddy.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah,
Rabada.
Hawkeye, you got that absolutely right. Now is when they'll be feeling shit with 10 or 20 runs short. That's why I said 215, 220 is a score that they should have gotten.
It was a pretty strange innings from Rajasthan. Like, they never looked as if they were troubled, but they just never looked they had the fifth gear. It was like cruise mode, third or fourth gear throughout the innings. Like something similar to what maybe CSK did last night.
Ooh.
They could have gone for 230, 220, but they ended up with 210. And in the end, those 10, 15 runs were the difference.
I mean, both of these bats now, these two legends, are 20 off 10. And
Yeah.
they are icing this chase from being dead and buried. And they need a magic ball from somewhere as Rashid Khan blocks one and takes a single. So we're now down to 15 off the last 2 overs, 7 down with 2 set guys. And we're down to, what does the market think here? It's the market
I'm
really
expecting a
fancies
wicket to
this
fall.
chase here.
You know, one of our live chats have said they're not even slogging, and it's so true. And that's the thing, right? When you're playing under pressure in the death, the bowlers are always under more pressure than the batters are. So if the batters have the wits about themselves, then they can actually get to where they want to, get the chase done without having to slog. A lot of times people have, like I remember just 2 days ago, I watched a MS Dhoni innings where he was playing against RR and they needed 8 of 6 balls. They didn't even score a boundary and chased it down, right? Because the bowler was always thinking, okay, he's going to play a big shot now, he's going to play a big shot now. But what he did instead was just rotate the strike, right? He just ran twos very quickly. He was batting with Jadeja, so he ran really well. So it's actually you if you have your wits about yourself, because right now, if say Rashid Khan at that point looked to hit a boundary of the last ball, then he wouldn't have had strike in the next over. Or if it gotten out, then what happens? More pressure, then the game swings back in RR's favor. Now this is going to be the crucial game, the crucial over. Yeah. Jofra either
Jofra
wins it for them, brings them back into the game, or this game is all but done for by the end of this over.
So this is it's 78%. It was at the start of this over that they chase it. It looks like the atmosphere there looks incredible. They're all waving their Gujarat flags.
Yeah.
Home
Waiting for
ground?
that snake shot to come into
And
play.
they
I'm
have
expecting one
some
shot.
following now. They have some following now.
Yeah,
Like
Oh.
GT, they have started getting that response for the home games. Like people have really started backing them.
I think building that huge stadium helped, to be honest. Like there were too many crucial
Also,
matches
the
or good
fact that they
matches.
won, Also, the fact that they won their first tournament, that really makes a huge difference, right? That obviously augurs well for your brand value.
Big dot ball there from Jofra. This is where you earn your money as you're overseas, isn't it? It doesn't matter that his first ball was 5 wides and he had a bad time of it at the start. If he
Bang
can
on.
somehow close this game out, he's earned his bucks. But he's going to need help. Even if this is a maiden, they can still win it in the last over. So somebody else has got to do it. It's probably Berger, isn't it? That bowls the last, unless
Can be Sandeep also?
they go Sandeep, who was a deaf specialist not that long ago. We were talking about that
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
Jofra needs to get the
I
wicket.
think it'll be Sandeep.
Yes.
I'm backing for Sandeep, to be honest. Like he can
And
nail all
smart
6
from
balls as
Jofra
Yorkers.
also, because that's smart from Jofra also. This is like one area where like I would say, Rabada is little vulnerable. That's like back of the length into the body, and he's kind of backing that up. And the kind of pace he has, that's a good ploy, I would say.
Okay, lads, this ball is an event now, right?
Is it one?
They need
or-
a boundary
okay,
here.
it's-
They need a boundary here because you want your numbers in the single figures, single digits when you're in the last over comes around. So this ball is certainly going to be an event. Tell me what the odds are now, and tell me what the odds will be after the ball, please.
Yeah,
Whoa,
sure.
whoa,
Oh, hello.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I would have put my finger up there, to be honest.
I think they had an
Big
edge.
LBW shout, which they will definitely review. So the odds now, Robbie, are going absolutely mental because nobody knows whether this is out or not. Before that ball, they were 72% to chase, right? And now we've got an LBW decision. The market thinks it's probably out. I thought it was out live. So we're now up to 57% or down to 57% they chased. If he hasn't hit that, that looks stone dead to me. That's hitting middle stump, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah, it looks
I think
plump, but
I think there is an inside edge. There's a deviation.
is it?
I've not
Yes.
seen that.
Yeah, there's a deviation. There's a clear deviation. Surely is it?
Oh, yeah. Is it
It's
the
a
edge?
It's a massive inside edge.
Amazing
Ah,
eyes
it's a
from
big
you,
edge.
Deepak. Amazing eyes.
It's a big edge.
The rest
So
of the
did
body
they
may
run-
not be working. The eyes certainly are.
Deepak's just made himself $500,000 on.
I missed you,
on
Deepak.
betting exchange.
I was doing my dad's counseling for the last hour or so.
So it's now settled down at 68% that they chase. After that was a dot ball, right? They didn't run the buy.
They didn't run the buy?
I don't know.
I think
Yeah, they must have done
they
because
did.
Rabada's
They
on
did,
strike.
they
So that's
did,
a single.
yes.
Single's
Yeah,
not a terrible
yeah.
result for the batter. Next
Oh,
ball, dot ball. This is heating up,
already
guys. We're going to get a tie here, you know. 12 off 7.
That
This
would
is
be
really
amazing.
good bowling from
Solid
from
over.
Jofra here, guys.
Solid over.
This has
it's
been
getting
a
interesting.
top over from Jofra
This
here.
is solid over.
So true. Oh
This
my
is
goodness.
prime Jofra stuff in the death. Huh?
It's big players going after big moments, isn't it? What you're seeing here. But he's got to get out of it. One
Yes.
ball left in the over.
I think he should
Steaming
be
into
pitching
Rabada
it
now.
little back of the length. Should not be pitching it up.
Absolutely disgusting full toss that is missed by the bat, missed by the keeper, and they scramble the bye. So they need 11 off the last over, and they are 60% to get it. And Rabada's reviewing for the no ball.
I doubt that.
No.
It didn't look like, to be honest.
No. It's not a no ball by any stretch of means.
I'm just winding it
But they
back
have
on
to
one of my
review, so
many
it's fine.
screens.
They can take.
Yeah.
It's not far off, you know. It's not far off. It's because he's braced when the ball gets to him that he'll get away with it. But he's close. It's a lot closer than I thought. Look at that.
Ooh. Yes, exactly. Even I also didn't expect it to be this close. But he's a tall lad. I don't think so it can be a no ball.
So if he's standing
Not a
up
no ball.
straight, he's fine, right?
Yeah, not a no ball.
It's a shocker of a delivery, though.
Yes. I was expecting it to be a length ball, back
No,
of the
no, it's
length
not a
into
no
his
ball.
body.
No. His back leg has to be like in a normal standing position, right? So it's 100% going below.
What was the pitch report? Is it like the mixed soil or the red soil?
So the pitch report said that it's a red soil most of the part, and
Red
then
soil.
a mix of little bit of black soil.
It's a
and
mixed soil.
and the
mixed soil.
average score of here for the first innings is 207, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's the mixed soil wicket. That's the wicket which was used for the finals of India versus New Zealand, and was also used in last year's IPL
Okay,
finals.
who you got, guys? Who you got? Rajasthan or GT here?
I think
Ty,
GT.
I'm backing Rajasthan, to be honest.
I'll tell you who's got the ball now, and
Deshpande.
you're going to be extremely
Why
surprised by it.
Deshpande? They have Sandeep.
Ooh.
So the options are Berger, 1 for 29, Deshpande, 2 overs, none for 20, or Death Specialist Sandeep, none for 34. And they've gone Deshpande, who's bowled an enormous wide first up.
I think it's because of the wide Yorkers.
I'm going GT, guys.
Yeah,
I think-
now I'm also.
I
I
think
switched to
that's
GT.
the wrong answer, right? It's 10 off 6 now. I think Deshpande, regardless of what the result is here, is the wrong decision to like.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't
Any
understand
day.
that.
I think it's
When
just
you have-
maybe
No, when you have
because of the
likes
wide
of two
Yorkers?
people like Sandeep Sharma and you have Nandria Berger, I mean, like, with all due respect, they come above the ranks of Deshpande. So
Sandeep has closed it down against MS Dhoni multiple couple
yeah,
of times. I would
exactly.
say.
What
He's
exactly?
he's-
What
he's-
else you need?
He has won the match against the legend.
That's what the brave captaincy is all about, right? He went for 3 overs, 34 runs. That might be playing on the captain's mind. That's. I mean, like, I don't want to be harsh, but that's a bad decision, to be honest. If that's what he's playing on captain's mind.
But there's a very high probability that he might miss his length and might get clobbered. And
What if he
then it just
doesn't?
becomes
What if he does it now, Deshpande? What does that do to his career? 9 off 5 needed.
that might revive his
that
career
will-
It
then.
makes him a death bowler specialist.
Yes.
Well, yeah, yeah. Here he comes. I mean, the adrenaline is flying here. What's Rashid Khan thinking?
Whoa!
Great Yorker.
That
Really,
was
really
an
good delivery.
amazing ball. That was an amazing ball.
Great Yorker. All he
That
can do
was
is
a
get one.
Great Yorker.
That's best case there, isn't it? Off that delivery. We're not far off
How well has
50-50
he
again,
played
you know.
that ball, eh?
Yes.
I mean, that gets
He's
a lot of
played that
people
ball
out.
so well.
Yes. That easily gets a lot of people.
Man.
There was a little tail in also, right? It felt like.
Yeah.
That
I
is
know.
as good a ball as you can bowl in that situation.
Exactly.
So he's repaid the faith there. Nearly 50-50, 8 off 4.
Oh, it's a proper tail-in ball.
Yeah,
Moved in the air.
Four
wants to-
balls, 8 runs, 1 hit away. But is it going to come?
Chalo, finally we are getting a humdinger, to be honest. Like, thank God.
Whoa! Ho, 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 ho. But they managed to get
Bill?
a single out of nowhere. It
That's
has to be
seriously a good
Rashid now.
single.
I don't think so. he should be taking a single. Even if he misses, I think he should farm the strike from here onwards.
Okay, what shot is Rashid going to play?
Helicopter.
Helicopter, exactly. That's the only thing comes to my mind. Helicopter.
I would say snake shot. What he just does this, no, between his legs, because it's going to be Yorker, is what I am predicting.
I'm saying he's going to play he's going to come a step forward and try and play the lap over short fine leg, if there is short fine leg. You can't see the field.
Oh,
Rajasthan are now favourites for this game.
The bowler
This
is
is
still
loads
under
of
more
fun.
pressure jumpsuit.
yeah.
He has to get it absolutely right.
Oh,
Here he
Robbie
comes.
was so right. Robbie, this is what he tried.
He went for it.
He went for
Hot
it.
ball though. It's cut him in half, that dot. What
Robbie,
a delivery
like-
that is. He's
Like, walk
tailing.
us through that. Like, how did you get to know that he would try for that shot? Instincts?
It's not a shot he's played in the last 10 balls.
Oh,
So,
is it like playing with the bowler's mind,
The
Robbie?
bowler is not. Yeah, the bowler is not anticipating it.
Ah,
So
Brilliant.
beautiful.
Brilliant, bro. Brilliant.
Here we
That's
go.
why-
7
that's-
off 2 needed.
That's the difference between an Aam Aadmi, like normal person, and the cricketer who played it, who lived it. To be honest, I was not even thinking in those lines.
Somebody who has done that against
Slot ball.
Broad, Broad and Anderson.
Slot ball. Caught by
and
Jofra in the
it's
deep.
Done. So Deshpande is the
Jofra doing his thing. What a catch. Well bowled, Tushar Deshpande. That is an amazing over so far.
exactly. I think even this ball I felt it reversed a little.
And thanks for proving all of us right. But this is
So-
over to remember.
So does Siraj now have to walk in and hit the ball for 6? Is that what happens for it to be a tie? I mean, that
Can be Ashok also. I don't know how good a hitter he is. I have not followed his batting yet.
Okay, I'm going to have to look him up quick.
1 second.
But Ashok is more
Kumar,
likely
right?
to hit a 6. Because
He's at 4 sixes, Ashok, in his 5 T20 innings. He's only faced 17 balls and he's hit
That's what I said.
4 of them for 6. So the right answer here is definitely Ashok. And the market says he is 10% to hit the ball for 6, which feels about right to me. But that's quite high. It's quite a high 6 numbers for him.
Yeah. That's what I said. I have a very small sample size on him. I've not seen his batting, I've just seen his stats. So I don't know. But he looks like somebody who's strongly built. Somebody who's bowling at 150 has to be like that. Today he was touching 150. He bowled one at
Who?
149
Ashok,
for
right?
6.
Whoever loses this match.
154.7.
154.7.
Whoever loses this match.
154.3. Sorry, not 7. 154.3.
Right, it is
Because Robbie
Ashok.
corrected me. I
It
remember.
is Ashok.
Ashok.
So Ashok has faced 17 balls in T20s and he's hit 4 of them for 6. And this is very simple. What he has to do here is Deshpande steams in again. He's got to hit this one for 6. It was there to be hit, but he didn't hit
He
it.
missed it.
And
Missed
Deshpande
it?
is the man.
So,
Okay.
Shravan, let's jump off
Let's.
to the another.
Thank you so
thing.
much, guys.
Yeah, this will take some efforts from GT now to come back after 2 close losses.
So this kind of a loss actually can blow the wind out of your sails,
Yes.
because there'll be a bunch of them thinking, could I have played 2 balls differently? Because that's the difference. Could I have played 1 ball differently? Did I miss a ball that should have gone for 6 that ended up going for a single or a 2 or getting out? That is the difference.
So,
It's
Robbie,
a
we'll
huge
just
win for
jump.
RR. It's a massive win for RR.
All
All
right.
right.
Yeah.
Going to the
Guys.
Hindi stream now.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll be joining you guys in Hindi soon.
See
All
you,
right,
lads.
guys. See you. See you soon. See you in the next game. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
Combox. The game lives on.